Hey, hello, everyone. This is Dr. Garrett Smith, also known as the nutrition detective around these here YouTube parts, and we have a groundbreaking, really important thing to talk about today, and that is the new KG Lipid cleanse that Kelsey and I have come up with. Kelsey started it. I've been experimenting with it, and I did some more research on it, and I can tell you, if you guys are already doing PEA and you like it, you combine it with flush niacin the right way, absolute game changer. I can't tell you how good the gym is going for me. Like, everything's going good for me right now. So we're going to get into that. I have a big document. Joe, I believe, has linked it in the chat of references. We're going to go through a couple of things today, really important stuff. Some of you are not doing the PEA correctly. You jumped in and you think I give you a little bit of rope, and sometimes people go out and hang themselves with it because they see that micronized looks better in the research, or ultra micronized, and then they go out and take it, and then they get effects that we did not want. We did not intend for you to have because instructions weren't followed. And so today I'm going to elaborate on the instructions and make sure you guys are doing it right. So we're going to go over, we have some housekeeping things first. Actually, well, why don't we go over those housekeeping things first? So on that document, you don't have to go to the document, Joe. We're going to go over one thing first. Very important. The flush niacin 500 milligram capsules are back in stock. Finally, they're there. Yes, it was my error that caused them to be late because I was making the Niasoda, and I thought the Niasoda was going to replace the 500 milligrams, and it didn't work out that way. So now we still have the flush niacin 25 milligrams. Oh, it's going to have the 500 is going to have a new label when it comes out, but that's still our old label. We're going to have the 25 milligrams. We're going to have the 500 milligrams. And then for those of you who are in the Love Your Liver program, we have the only pre-buffered flush niacin on the market that is only available in the VIP store for Love Your Liver members, and that is flush niacin combined with potassium bicarbonate and sodium bicarbonate, and it reacts together in your stomach to make sodium nicotinate and potassium nicotinate, the buffered niacin, and we have it at a very good price for you Love Your Liver members in that VIP store only. It's exclusive to the Love Your Liver people. So if you're wondering why it's not in the normal store, it's an exclusive for our people. So you could join the Love Your Liver program and get access to all the discounts on all of our products. And yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah. We're going to have new labels for the vitamin K. We're replacing all the old labels as we go, as we make new batches. So that's exciting. Next. Oh, I wanted to cover somebody out there who is, I kind of talked about this a little bit last week, I believe. There is a person out there who is absolutely just directly lifting my stuff. Well, he's not in the Love Your Liver program anymore because I booted him out. But he's absolutely directly lifting my stuff and trying to make his own business out of it. Who is this person? Well, if you're on TikTok, it's this guy. Taylor Loves Health. Joe, you can show that. Yes, this guy. You can go and watch his little shorts and his reels, and you guys will absolutely recognize all the things he's talking about. He's just trying to make his little niche in skincare. So yeah, his access to my stuff has been removed, and now I'm going to put him on blast because it's just a dishonest thing to do. And yeah, I don't like him. So there you go. So that's him on TikTok. If you decide to go and report him, do that first before leaving any comments on his stuff, because you don't want to get blocked and then not be able to report him, right? So you got to do it in that order. So then we have him on Instagram. Here he is on Instagram putting up the same stuff. And I could show, I'm not going to do it right now, but I could show when he joined the Love Your Liver program and when he started posting his stuff to show you that he directly got his stuff from me. And he may have been even doing it beforehand, by ripping off my live streams. So he stays off of YouTube because I'm on YouTube. And I wasn't doing a lot of Instagram and TikTok before. And so he thought he could hide there and do his little thing. So yeah, I do not take any responsibility for the apparent lack of testosterone or dishonesty that you see on his pages. So now that that's done. Okay. Oh, I want to tell a little story. So some of you people will know exactly who I'm referring to, but I just wanted to tell a little story about a gentleman who is out there who thinks he's some sort of health expert, who now kind of, similar to like Brian Johnson, who thinks he's a health expert and he's given himself an autoimmune disease and Accutane toxicity. Now there's another gentleman out there who thinks he's a health expert and who has, over time, he's stopped flush niacin many, many, many months ago, if not year or more ago, and he's blaming it for his fatty liver. Now, as you're going to see in the stuff I go over, fatty liver, if anything, is greatly relieved by flush niacin. And I want to tell you about the story of what he did against my better advice. That is why he's dealing with fatty liver. Now, so this gentleman always liked to max stuff, the MAXX, like pushing everything to its limit. And he was doing a thing called what he called fiber maxing. So he gets into my program and he starts fiber maxing and having something like 60 grams of soluble fiber a day. Now, it should be known that in the program, I suggest that there's kind of a diminishing returns. Even before I knew about nickel, I said there seems to be a kind of a diminishing returns after you go above 30 grams of soluble fiber a day. Where did I get that? Just to give credit, I got that from Karen Hurd, who has people doing tons of beans in a day. So if she knew there was some issue at going too high, she knew it. And I kind of I saw it in myself. I did 60 grams of soluble fiber a day from a combination of psyllium and oats and beans back when I was pushing things. Now, I'll tell you that the symptoms I had back then that I know are related to nickel toxicity now were the worst they ever were during that time. I didn't put it together. I thought at the time that it was like a detox process going on, right? Okay. We can all make that mistake. Now I realized that I was making myself nickel toxic and it was affecting my nervous system. So it also tends to make people put on weight. So this gentleman out there who was fiber maxing for a long time and who actually tried to claim that Kelsey got into flush niacin because of him, which was just ludicrous. Anyway, he was fiber maxing, doing all this extra soluble fiber. So he was doing tons and tons of nickel, and he kept going a long time. And he had trouble with weight gain, which was already an issue for this gentleman, and fatty liver. Now he has fatty liver diagnosed. He's probably not going to get into the nickel toxicity thing out of spite because he's mad at me. However, I'm going to tell him, there's your problem. And you didn't follow my advice, even though I said, don't do a super excessive amount of soluble fiber. And he did anyway. And he's loved to push other supplements to the limit before. And he wonders why he messed himself up. So let this be a lesson to all of you out there. I put limits on things for a reason. So people don't do these dumb things of overdoing it. Many of you are here because you're the type that overdoes things. So when you come here, learn from me, learn from the other people I talk about, learn from your own history that maxing things is a drug-like effect and it can have consequences, especially like with the soluble fiber thing when we didn't know about the nickel problem. And now we do, and we can look back and go, oh, that makes sense now. We were doing something good in terms of getting soluble fiber because that helps you detox. However, the sources brought a lot of nickel with them. Okay, so now we can get our soluble fiber through things like the modified citrus pectin, the Pecticlear and the Pectisol that we offer on our store. We can get soluble fiber from apple pectin capsules, which don't have nickel in them. We can get soluble fiber from barley beta glucan if we choose to, the Sarah beta, which has tested low nickel. You could get oat beta glucan from Nutrim. However, Nutrim has not replied to anybody's emails that I know of, and so therefore they have not supplied any nickel analysis or COA to anybody, because apparently their customer service division doesn't exist, or they think that customer service is simply ignoring everyone. There's also sun fiber, which is a soluble fiber that directly feeds your gut. I have been back on the sun fiber train ever since as I've gotten more and more into the nickel thing. I'm so back on the sun fiber, taking it daily. I think it's huge for feeding your gut, and it's a soluble fiber. So what other soluble fibers are there? Oh, alginate, sodium alginate, potassium alginate, or the alginate that is in Pecticlear. There are papers out there that classify this as a polysaccharide soluble fiber, and it loves to grab nickel. It likes to grab nickel in you. You're not bringing it in with it. So these soluble fibers, so now we have eliminated the nickel problem with the soluble fibers. So we can use the soluble fiber for its purpose to detox and carry out bile while we're not bringing in more nickel and causing a problem. This is what we do. We find problems. If we find a problem in something we've been doing, we admit it, and then we fix the problem. Right? The whole thing about like Alcoholics Anonymous, right? First, you got to admit you have a problem. Okay, so first, we admitted the nickel problem, and then we solved the problem. So, interesting little story aside there. So, yeah, feel free to do whatever you choose to about Taylor Loves Health. But yeah, he's not welcome around my parts anymore. So let's get into this now. Let's get into the big, the stuff I want to go over about how to take PEA so you guys don't mess it up or make a bad judgment about whether it's agreeing with you or not. So first of all, many of you may have heard about how there was a nationwide, or I didn't even look into it if it was worldwide, but a nationwide stomach bug where people were getting loose bowels. And I don't know if they were getting any vomiting, but a lot of people were getting loose bowels. Now, I'm not a huge astrology buff. However, the funny thing is, around that same time, astrology folks were talking about a diarrhea transit. It's literally a thing to them. So they were saying astrologically, there was like this diarrhea transit of things passing through where more people got diarrhea. And then here we have this reports of a stomach bug. I heard the trainer at the gym talking about it with one of his elderly clients. Okay, so these two things came together. So if you got loose bowels around this time, and maybe you had just tried PEA or just added it, I'm going to say don't assume it was that unless it continues happening. Try it again and see if you don't have that issue. Also, you can start with less. As you're going to see through the research I go into, PEA does help you detox fatty compounds. So if you did, okay. And then if you keep taking small doses, it will eventually clean that out and all that diarrhea will stop. But I'm not saying to take big doses. Again, we don't max. You take the dose that works, okay? So first, how to purchase PEA, how to get the right stuff. First, we're going to be on this document the rest of the time. So if your eyes glaze over looking at the document, you can just turn off the video and just listen to me, because I'm not going to be just reading it. You know, I fill in the gaps, but this may be for some of you a little dry today. I have so much information to go over today. I have to have it in this form. So here is what we are suggesting. Do not use liposomal PEA. Do not use micronized PEA. Do not use ultramicronized PEA, abbreviated as UMPA, or any PEA with other things added to it. I'm going to go through each of these things. Liposomal supplements. Here's the problem with liposomal supplements. They are coated in phosphatidylcholine. So each little molecule is coated in lecithin, typically coming from soy lecithin or sunflower lecithin. If you eat egg yolks, like the egg cells, you're getting egg lecithin. And what this does is it likely sends these compounds that it binds to or coats deeper into the body than they're supposed to get. That's the whole point of them putting it on there. They're messing with the process. Okay. You eat PEA from foods, it's not liposomal. It is the way it is, but do you want to eat more lecithin from foods? I'm going to say no. Here we go. So, getting these things deeper into the brain and the liver and other fatty places may cause problems long term. And also, fat storable toxins, fat soluble toxins, fat storable toxins, including vitamin A, they literally need phosphatidylcholine to run what's called LCAT, which is lecithin choline acyl transferase. So they bind, the lecithin is used to bind the vitamin A to a fatty acid ester to store it in your liver. Do you remember how I went over how nickel slows down vitamin A detox specifically at the retinol spot? So you've got nickel blocking the retinol spot, and then you've got people eating eggs or taking lecithin via supplements or whatever, and that's literally blocking the process, so they're going to store more vitamin A in the liver. Okay? I wanted to go over this little paper here. One study has linked a higher dietary intake of phosphatidylcholine with an increased risk of death from all causes and an increased risk of death from cardiovascular disease. A very important note here is that it did not include lecithin or phosphatidylcholine supplements. They just looked at the diet. Now, as I've been over, I think I went over this on my eggs thread on Twitter, which maybe I'll make into a live stream someday, but they can literally, if they look at your blood phosphatidylcholine and how many eggs you eat, they literally go up together. They completely correlate. They could predict how many eggs people ate by their blood choline level. Okay? So when you read, if you read that paper and it says, oh, they looked at eggs and beef and fish, the beef and the fish contribute no choline. The egg cells used to complain that, oh, beef doesn't give us enough choline. We got to eat eggs. That's what they're saying. And then I'm saying eggs are the main source of choline in the diet, so much so that your blood levels correlate with how many you eat. So what they're saying here is how many eggs you eat correlates to a risk of all-cause death and an increased risk of death from heart disease. Okay, next. We have been observing and getting multiple reports of people getting loose bowels from micronized and or ultramicronized PEA already. Now, there was, like I said, there was the stomach bug and the diarrhea transit. However, micronized PEA is not the same as regular PEA. More things are done to it. It is made by air jet milling, where dry PEA, micronized is made by air jet milling, where it's blown through a high pressure spiral air jet mill until particle to particle collisions reduce it to the micron range. This process, by breaking apart the PEA, would be exothermic. That means it gives off heat, so there's more heat around it. It's heating up the PEA. We don't want that. Now, in the patent for making ultramicronized PEA, it's patented. There's only one company that sells it, but look at this. In an embodiment, the PEA is crystallized in the presence of a vinyl polymer before the ultramicronization step. In such embodiment, the preferred vinyl polymer is polyvinyl pyrrolidone. That's PVP, also known as povidone. You know how they say don't consume povidone iodine? The crystallization can occur from various solvents, but the solvent of choice is ethanol. In a preferred aspect, the ratio of PEA and polyvinyl pyrrolidone is about 30-1. So that means there is 3% PVP if they make it that way. How do you know which way they make it? You're going to have to contact the company if you want to do that. Now, I wanted to go over these couple of things. Let me open up this. When we will look at some of these. Okay. Let me share this, Joe. The effect of PVP molecular weights on dispersion of submicron nickel particles by chemical reduction process. What I'm going to tell you is that PVP and nickel like to play together. I don't want that. I really don't want that. So this is the PVP K30. That's the size of it. Is the most effective dispersant. Nickel particles synthesized with this as a dispersant show perfect dispersion status. It's spreading out well, owing to the fact that polyethylene main chains of this bonded on the surface of nickel particles could offer good protection against the agglomeration or the sticking together of nickel particles. Okay. Let's hit on this one. Nickel powders synthesized with PVPK30 as a dispersant show excellent electrical conductive productivity in the nickel powder / epoxy composite. Wait, so you mean it would cause more EMF problems in the body because it's more electric? Okay, I'm not touching it. Let's go to the next one. So this is from metallurgy, and the metallurgists love to talk about, how nickel's not a problem because that's their business. That's what they sell. They have to say that it's not bad, just like pharmaceutical companies have to say that their products aren't bad. So polymer quenchants, polyvinyl pyrrolidine. I want to go over just this one thing here. This quenchant, as in PVP, is being used worldwide to quench large steam turbines, as well as high nickel superalloy forgings used in aerospace for jet engines for turbine hubs. Wow, so PVP is used to basically help make stainless steel. Here we have, this is hard to see. Figure 5, large AISI 420 stainless steel weighing 500 kilograms quenched into 18% PVP with a resulting hardness of HRC 54 to 56. So that is that. I don't want to have anything to do with PVP. So lastly, do not take PEA products with other stuff in them. They're typically adding the same antioxidants that we talk about, quercetin, luteolin, that are causing people all sorts of long-term problems. We help people to fix those problems by avoiding these things, by slowing the oxidative detox processes. Avoiding unnecessary additives and fillers is still important too. So powder does that. You can get capsules that don't have additives of PEA. So that's how to buy it. Okay. Now I want to go over why you want to get the regular, non-fancy PEA. Okay. First, it's less expensive, a lot less expensive. If you guys want to buy one, this is an affiliate link to Pure Bulk. They have capsules and powder. I want to be clear here. Bulk Supplements has their powder and capsules too. Pure Bulk is less expensive, and the raw material is likely made by the same manufacturer. There's not a lot of PEA suppliers out there. So if Pure Bulk is less expensive, it's probably the same supplier. They're just selling it for less than the bulk supplements. So if you want to save a little money, you can use that link so you can save money and give us a little bit of affiliate money too. Okay, so maybe you've read some studies that the micronized versions are absorbed up to 80% more. If you don't know the math on that, that means it's less than 2 times as much. Okay, it's not like some huge number more. It's less than 2 times. 100% increase would be it's doubled. Okay, so 80% is less than doubled. What can you do instead? You simply buy less pricey regular PEA, take more if you want, and then you don't get the squirts, as we say, from who knows what else is in those things. Now, Kelsey also said that they might micronize, that the PEA could potentially be micronized. One of the things that you guys want to hear this, if you're buying micronized supplements otherwise, Kelsey said it's very common that they use stainless steel ball milling. So they've got these stainless steel balls that rub together to break it down. Gosh, do you think that puts nickel into things? Be very clear here. The Research Foundation on PEA, the 350 something studies directly on PEA, was built upon the non-micronized stuff. It was never necessary to do that. Kelsey and I believe that most of the benefits come from the PEA touching the gut lining itself, right? That's leaky gut. We fix that. Imagine we fix the gut. It reduces the stress on the body. You know how they say like 80% of your immune system's in your gut? Okay. So if you fix that, think of the load that is reduced on your immune system so that it can go and do its work elsewhere. So if we just help the gut, if that's all, you can relieve the stress on the system so that it can go fix other things. Okay, so the better absorption is kind of like, eh. Now, I went and I did a PubMed search. Here, I'll just open this up. I went and did PubMed searches, very specific PubMed searches. So in this search, I looked for PEA without any micronized stuff in it. How many studies were just about PEA and did not mention micronized? Here we go. 1,016 results. Okay. Now let's look at this one. This one I did PEA plus micronized. Anything that appeared in the title and abstract, I need those two words to appear in the abstract. 59 results. Now, that's not exactly a scientific study. However, you can look and see that PEA is talked about a lot more when it's not micronized, and a lot more research has been done on the not micronized stuff than the micronized stuff. Now, let's just do a little thought exercise here. We know that they don't like us, and if there was something good out there, like, oh, let's talk about flush niacin. What did they do to ruin flush niacin? They put sustained release, extended release waxes and binders and stuff in there. And if you look into the flush niacin research, nearly all of the research in actual studies, not case studies, but all the research in actual studies trace it to the pharmaceutical flush niacin that has the sustained release, extended release waxes and binders added to it, because those are bad for the liver. So they ruined what was the best cholesterol drug ever created. It's a vitamin, by adding that to it. Gosh, they wouldn't try to ruin PEA. That seems so amazing by screwing with it and then putting out studies saying it's better than everything else, would they? They would never do that, would they? So anyway, stick with the tried and true stuff. Ignore the marketing. As I just said, who knows? Maybe they're trying to ruin PEA too with an undercover micronized poisoning. Just a thought. Okay. Oh, sorry, I didn't finish this part. Okay, so now, how to best take PEA. This is important. If you want results, this is kind of important. Kelsey came up with this idea completely on her own, and I've done it. I've done both approaches here now. I've taken the powder in my mouth, let it sit, and I've done the capsules. I absolutely feel a better effect from the powder in my mouth. So this is it. PEA powder has basically zero taste. It's like, it tastes like a white powder. So don't be a wuss, okay? If you want the benefits. Here is what we are saying. It is absolutely preferable and best. You can call it optimal if you want, to put the powder in your mouth. Get it wet with saliva, or take a tiny sip of water if you tend to have a dry mouth, and then let it sit in your mouth or swish it for as long as practical before you swallow it. Okay? You can do this with the powder, or you can open up a capsule and shake it out into your mouth. I recently bought some of the capsules, and I stand over the sink, I open up the capsule, I shake it in my mouth. Sometimes I tap it on my teeth just to make sure I get all the stuff out of it. And then I let it sit there as long as I'm willing and able. Okay? So why do we do this? This tells the gut what is coming. You're literally tasting it, sending a signal to the rest of the system that this PEA is coming from outside. It also allows you to absorb it through the mouth and buccal surfaces, which would improve the absorption rate, which is the complaint about normal PEA, right? And it may even emulsify it a little bit before it goes down. I did look into this. Yes, your saliva can do a little bit of emulsifying. Okay. And for those of you who have mouth issues, dental issues, oral issues, gum issues, the PEA will likely help to relieve some of those symptoms or issues. It helps with inflammation. What is periodontitis, right? The inflammation of the gums. Kelsey says, I didn't fully go and have time to research this, but Kelsey said in a lot of the PEA studies for burning mouth. There's like 4 or 5 papers on PEA with burning mouth syndrome. And at least one of them, they opened up the capsules, or they gave the powder in their mouth before they swallowed it, which makes sense, right? They're trying to deal with burning mouth. Kelsey used to have some burning mouth syndrome from her nickel toxicity. PEA wiped that out. And nickel toxicity causes burning pain. So if you have burning pain, you have nickel toxicity generally. And if you use PEA, PEA is known to help with burning pain and burning mouth and all that. So there you go. There's another connection that modern research will probably never connect. If you are lazy and you insist on taking the capsules whole and then you get minimal benefits, please don't go and tell everybody it didn't work. You're not doing it the best way. We're telling you how to do it the best way. If you're taking it as we suggest, as in the powder in the mouth, you can take it with or without food because you're getting the signal in your mouth. If you take the capsule, it bypasses the mouth signaling, okay? If you insist on taking capsules, you need to take it with food, so the fat in the food triggers the fatty type of digestions, okay? But again, we don't expect you to get as good a results if you take the capsule whole. Okay. PEA does not mix with water or watery drinks. It's a fatty compound, so it will just float. Okay. You could mix it with a liquid that contains some amount of fat, though, whatever that is for you. And I said here, I don't know how it would mix with detox sludge type drinks where you're putting a bunch of binders and other things like flushed niacin powder or glutamic acid powder or other things in a big mixed drink. I do not know how it would combine with that. I don't do that myself. I put the PEA in my mouth. I let it sit there for a while, actually, while I'm preparing my detox sludge drink. And then I use the detox sludge to swallow to swallow the PEA. Okay. Dosing. Okay, like with everything, folks, start slowly, especially if you're sensitive. You should know this by now. Some of you probably went and jumped in full bore because I said it was devoid of side effects. But still, if you know you're sensitive or you tend to have reactions to things, you can still have reactions to things, even though the research says you don't have a problem. Remember, they tend to not allow people who are really sick into studies. They usually don't let those people in. Or if you have a certain condition, but you have too many other conditions, then they don't let you in. A lot of you here have lots of conditions. So you're not the same as the people in the studies. So just always start slow. Except with the zeolite. Then you got to jump in with that for that dosing paradox. I would suggest starting with no more than 200 to 300 milligrams at a time of PEA. Taken once or twice a day to begin. Once you feel like you're okay with a dose, you could pretty much go up the next time. Okay. Human doses for PEA in the research range from 300 to 2,400 milligrams a day total. Here, let me add that here. The most common therapeutic dosing is in between 600 to 1,200. Now, let's say you're a maxer out there and you're just going to do this anyway. I wouldn't push it past 3,600 milligrams a day. There's no need to. As far as I know in the research, there may be some diminishing returns. And remember, okay, PEA is, you have lipid, like fatty compound balances in your body, right? And PEA is considered to be, it's not an anti-inflammatory drug, but it's considered to be on the anti-inflammatory side. But you need inflammation to heal. So if you push the PEA too far, you could inhibit the inflammatory side that you do need to signal things to heal. Okay, it's not a drug, but don't push it too hard. So I'm giving you the limit. Don't go over 3,600 milligrams a day. If you go over that limit and you come back and you're like, PEA caused some issues. I already told you don't do that. Okay, the bigger doses in the research are 2,400. So if you're going to 3,600, you're going out of the research range. There's no evidence to show that it's not safe. It just may not be as effective. And then you could get into the duration paradox where a smaller dose helps and a bigger dose causes problems. We're going to have a whole series of duration paradox shorts and reels coming out on our social media. We got like a 5-part series on the duration paradox coming out soon. Oh, and if you guys don't know, on all the social media channels that I'm on, we've been having pretty cool shorts and reels coming out lately. People really like them. They're doing better than all my other shorts and reels in the past that I had been doing myself. So go check those out. Make sure to like. Oh, and then also hype this video. Find on your phone, on this video, find the hype button. I think it's under the 3-dot menu, and hit hype. That helps. Probably more than commenting. So if you're going to comment, but also go and hit and like. And then also definitely, if you only did one thing, hit the hype button. I don't know if it's on your browser. It may on your PC browser. It may only be on your phone. Okay. This is very important. You might notice immediate effects from the PEA. A lot of people do. You might not. That doesn't mean it's not doing anything. In the research, they know that the positive effects accumulate and build over time. It is fat related, and it's going to help you get rid of fat soluble toxins, as you'll see. So just keep going if you don't notice anything right away. I can't tell you guys, the gym for me is getting shockingly better quickly. You know, I'm 50 years old, and so gym gains should be pretty slow considering like back to when I was, a 20 something. I'm not as strong as I was in my 20s right now. However, I am bigger and leaner than I ever was as a 20 something or 30 something now. I'm texting my kids in the middle of my workout. My strength is getting better. My flexibility is getting better. My explosiveness is getting better. And I showed you that paper. I've showed you multiple papers showing that the PEA increases grip strength. And then we had the other paper that showed that PEA increased explosive strength in terms of jumping. I'm telling you, this translates to the gym or to whatever physical activity you like to do. And it seems to be accumulating over time. Nothing hurts from the gym anymore. Okay, if you're interested in that, you got that. So now we're going to go into, that's enough on that stuff. So that's how you take PEA. Don't mess it up. Or just, if you mess it up, don't come complain. Come and take responsibility and say, I screwed up. I did it wrong. I bought the wrong kind. I took it the wrong way. And now you're going to fix that. So now we're going to go into what Kelsey came up with. We're calling it the KG Lipid Cleanse. And we are going to go into the research. So I put together all this. I mean, Kelsey's got tons of niacin research, but I put together all this research today so that you could see how this it's the combination of the two. So if you're a big baby, if you're too much of a baby to take flush niacin at all, you're not going to get this benefit. Okay? You got to take some flush niacin. Now, I'm also going to tell you that flush niacin, if you keep taking small doses. So here was the approach to go up on the flush niacin. And this is from the Gulf War veterans like detox sauna study. Here's how they went up. So don't be afraid of this. They would give them a dose. They started at small doses of flush niacin. And then so they gave them a dose, and then they repeated that dose for however many days until they had a day where the flush was noticeably less. And then what they would do is they would bump up their dose a bit. And then they would keep taking it until their flush. So the flush would go up a little bit when they took more. And then they keep taking it until the flush decreased at that same dose. And they just rinse and repeat. And they got these guys up to 5 grams, 5,000 milligrams a day. That was their end point of the study. So every person who made it through that study, who got through that study, it's not like they made it, all of their markers of quality of life improved. Okay, so flush niacin helps you detox. It literally helps you detox, and it helps fix stuff. If you stay stuck on low doses forever, here's the thing to know, as you get to higher doses, as you take niacin more times through the day, and as you eventually work up to higher doses, the flush gets less. So if you're always stuck at a low dose because you're afraid of the flush, here's the paradox, right? you have to take it more often and get to bigger doses. And then eventually, like I take 1,000 milligrams 3 times a day right now. When I have a little, if I get a flush at all, I have a little flush and it's kind of, it doesn't bother me at all. It's just a little bit of tingling and warmth. And I go, oh yeah, oh, I am flushing this time. Because normally it doesn't happen very much at all. So if you're really flushing hard, what I'm telling you is you don't have enough nicotinic acid coming in to make the flush less. So it sounds weird and people are afraid of the flush being more if they take more. Like I told you, that's how it goes. You start at a dose, you take it until the flush decreases, then you increase your dose. Yes, you'll have more flush for a little bit. You take it until your flush decreases, then you increase again, and then you go again. So I don't think that you need to go over, for any of you who are maxers, you know, the guys in the Gulf War study went up to 5,000 milligrams a day. I don't think for the long term that you need to really go over 3,000 a day. Okay. So that's flush niacin. Okay. And if you haven't tested our flush niacin against the other ones out there, we absolutely have the best stuff. We found Kelsey tested out. She was more of she knew about the different feels of flush niacin. And when she got the stuff that we found, she lit up and she was like, this is a great flush. This stuff is really good. So all the flush niacins out there are not the same. Some of you might have bought the Dr. Clark's 500 milligram flush niacin capsules and you've had ours. They're similar. They're not the same flush niacin though. Ours actually gives if you want to call it a better flush, it does. So now we're going to go into this research. There's going to be tons of references in this. I'm not going to go through all the references. The references are here for those of you who want to check on it. Okay, but we are going to be putting together a picture of this KG lipid cleanse and how it's pretty strategically designed, if you will, to get rid of fatty liver and to pull toxins out of your fat. We didn't have tools like this. I mean, we had flush niacin before, but the PEA and the flush niacin together, you'll see. Okay. So when I talk about nicotinic acid here, this is flush niacin. So I'm not going to keep saying both words. Nicotinic acid is flush niacin. And that's what's in our flush niacin capsules. That's what's in the Niasoda. It's nicotinic acid. Or if it reacts with sodium bicarbonate or potassium bicarbonate and you buffer it, then it makes sodium nicotinate or potassium nicotinate, which is this compound. It's kind of like MSG, where MSG goes into your system. You have sodium bound to glutamate. It goes into the watery parts of your body, and they break apart into a sodium and a glutamate. Well, sodium nicotinate or potassium nicotinate, if you use buffered niacin, whether you make it yourself or whether you're going to buy Niasoda, you have sodium nicotinate or potassium nicotinate coming in. And then once it's in the watery fluids of your body, it breaks apart into sodium and nicotinic acid or potassium and nicotinic acid. Okay. So these are the titles of the sections. So nicotinic acid reduces the amount of fat arriving at the liver. It activates, we're not going to stick with the details too much, but it activates this hydroxycarboxylic acid receptor 2 or HCA2, formerly called GPR109A, which I think might be the MDR gene as well. Anyway, here's the summary of this idea. Nicotinic acid can temporarily or short-term tell fat cells to stop dumping so much fat into the blood. This is what happens in the short term with niacin. That goes away in the long term. This reduces the amount of incoming fat the liver must process and store, lightening its workload. I talked about this before. Is sometimes, why do we stop taking in toxins as much as we can? So that your liver gets breathing room, so that it can catch up on the old stuff that it couldn't keep up with before. Just like if you have a job and you have jobs stacked up to do, you need the jobs to stop coming in so quick. If you're the liver, you need the jobs to stop coming in so quick so you can start eating away at that pile. Okay. So some of these are going to seem short to you, but this is a 15-page document. Like, so here's the references. Okay. Next, on that mechanism, nicotinic acid directly reduces the triglyceride production inside the liver. Hey, what does vitamin A do in study after study after study? Oh, vitamin A increases triglycerides. Nicotinic acid directly reduces it. Nicotinic acid helps detox fat-soluble toxins, especially. What a weird coincidence, right? So nicotinic acid inhibits this enzyme, diacylglycerol acyltransferase 2, or DGAT2. Here's the summary. Nicotinic acid may block one of the liver's final steps for packaging fatty acids into triglycerides. This can reduce stored liver fat. And here's your references. Gosh, liver fat reduction with niacin. Oh, this study we cover a lot. Okay, what else does niacin or nicotinic acid do? It reduces the liver's production of new fat. And I'm going to say this early on for any of you who click off because there's too much information here. Niacinamide, nicotinamide, NMN, and NR do not do the same thing as nicotinic acid. They don't work the same. Actually, if anything, NMN, nicotinamide mononucleotide, and nicotinamide riboside, that's NMN and NR, you want to know how they say they increase NAD production? They have to turn into nicotinic acid first. And so you pay through the nose because those are expensive to get those. And in the researchers are saying they simply turn into nicotinic acid and then they enter the Priest-Handler pathway to make NAD. What do you need to know about this? Don't pay all the money for them. They're just expensive flush niacin and they don't give you as much. They cost a lot more and they don't work as well. Okay? So here is a fact. The liver can convert excess carbohydrate, alcohol-derived carbons, and other substrates into new fatty acids through de novo. That means newly created lipogenesis. So it's newly created fat. In the research, what does nicotinic acid do? It may reduce not only the fat arriving from the rest of the body, which we just went over on the top, but also the amount of new fat manufactured inside the liver. And here are your references for those. Whoa, would you believe this? This is the paper I went over last week. Nicotinic acid has been investigated and proposed as a treatment for metabolically caused fatty liver. We went over this paper last week, but I wanted to hit on it again because we're talking about fatty liver and how to fix it. A 2019 review by Kashyap and colleagues assembled the experimental and limited human evidence supporting nicotinic acid as a possible treatment for NAFLD, or non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. They included an uncontrolled trial of 39 people that showed a 47% reduction of liver fat over a 6-month period with 2 grams of nicotinic acid per day. So just so you guys remember, when they're talking about using flush niacin for reducing cholesterol, or here they were doing it to reduce fatty liver, or they're doing it for the Gulf War vets, or they're doing it for schizophrenics, where they were literally helping these people so their schizophrenia got better or possibly even went away. These doses are like 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, 2,500, 3,000, even 5,000 for the Gulf War vets. 25 milligrams a day of flush niacin is better than nothing. It's absolutely better than nothing. But if you want to use this to really get somewhere, the studies where nicotinic acid flush niacin really does its work are higher doses. That's what the research shows. So this major scientific review and uncontrolled trial concluded that nicotinic acid might directly reduce the amount of fat in the liver, the fat production by the liver, the oxidation, damage, inflammation, and scarring inside the liver. So that is this paper. You should look at it. This paper was also used for this part. Now, this is a really important part. So now we're on to PEA. PEA activates this thing called PPAR alpha, which is a major regulator of liver fat burning. One of the best supported molecular targets of PEA is this PPAR alpha. What does this regulate, this PPAR alpha? Mitochondrial nerds, listen up. Mitochondrial fatty acid beta oxidation, that's literally burning fat. Peroxisomal fatty acid oxidation, burning fat. Fatty acid transport, getting it to where it needs to go. Ketone production. We have people who were doing the low vitamin A diet who were making ketones without being low carb. Fasting adaptation. Triglyceride metabolism, mitochondrial energy metabolism, inflammatory control, and certain aspects of bile acid and xenobiotic, as in foreign toxins to the body metabolism. We're going to go over those in more detail. Okay. PEA literally activates PPAR alpha. PEA helps to stimulate PPAR alpha, which does all of these things. This helps the liver to burn fatty acids, adapt to fasting, control inflammation, and prevent fat from simply accumulating in the liver. And here are your references for that. PEA, this is the big paper we're going to go through. PEA restores mitochondrial fat burning and metabolic flexibility. That's literally in the title of the study. We went over this one too, I believe. This study was conducted by Annunziata and his colleagues in diet-induced obese mice. They gave them high-fat diets, right? So all these humans doing high-fat diets. The crazy thing is when people do high-fat diets, just like over and under types, they either get really skinny on high-fat diets or they get really fat on high-fat diets, which both mean your liver is not doing well. So when they gave PEA treatment to these high-fat diet-fed mice, what did it do? Less fatty liver. They burned more liver fat. Mitochondrial worked better. Mitochondria were more efficient. They restored metabolic flexibility. This is like insulin resistant type stuff. So you can switch between burning fats and carbs and protein. That's metabolic flexibility. Oh, the liver got better at dealing with insulin and blood sugar. It activated AMPK related pathways. It improved liver glucose handling. Remember, if you have blood sugar issues, your blood sugar is mostly a dance between your liver and your pancreas. Everybody always obsesses about the pancreas. But the liver is doing the dance with the pancreas to, they're raising and lowering blood sugar. If the liver's toxic and it can't do its job as well, do you see how the whole thing gets messed up? And just imagine this, if the liver wasn't keeping up with its job, but the liver can't break if the liver breaks, you're dead. Here's a concept for you. The pancreas may poop out. If the liver's not doing its job, other organs may poop out before the liver poops out. So even though the liver's not doing its job, the stress it puts on the other organs breaks them first. That's how I came up with this whole part of this whole toxic bile paradigm. It was early on, I was thinking about diabetes and I was like, what if it's not the pancreas? That's the big source of this. What if it's the liver? That's one of the big steps as to how I got here. Okay. And reduced inflammatory signaling. So it's doing something to fix stuff. I don't want you guys to think it's like a drug anti-inflammatory. It's literally reducing the inflammation in your body because your body's working better. So what did this study suggest? We're going to go more into this. It suggests that PEA helps liver mitochondria regain the ability to burn fat properly. Nicotinic acid, on the other hand, could reduce how much fat the liver must handle, while PEA helps it burn the remaining fat more efficiently. This is like a 1-2 punch. Okay, there's that paper. Oh, this is the big study. This is the big one. So this is, if your eyes glaze over a little bit on this one, that's okay. PEA reduces fat uptake, fat production, and fat storage through these mechanisms, okay? This is a 2021 study. Why isn't anybody talking about it? It was micronized PEA. Okay. But for the egg cells, again, who are shoving all this choline down their cake holes, they find a choline deficient diet. And PEA fixed all the problems. So funny thing, your body can make choline. And research shows that the more choline you eat from food could be associated with an earlier risk of cardiovascular death and death from all causes. So should you really be trying to eat a bunch of choline when your body can make it, and your body's probably going to make the right amount, assuming it's not toxic? So what if you get really toxic and you can't make enough choline to do its job? Well, now you're really toxic and you don't have enough choline. Well, what then about the people eating a bunch of egg yolks, putting more toxic vitamin A into their system just so they can get choline and more fat, which is exactly how you store vitamin A in your liver? So they might be fixing one problem while creating multiple more. So these mechanisms. There's ACC1. How is this related? PEA appeared to reduce the liver's manufacture of new fat. You know how I say you got to stop intoxing before you start detoxing? This is kind of the thing where the liver's not making fat. Why is that? It reduces the amount of fat pulled into liver cells and increases the machinery that burns fat. It may therefore act at several different points in the fatty liver process. Then we have it reactivated autophagy. Now, we here do not suggest that you take things that are not essential nutrients that everybody's selling you on increasing autophagy. You're literally destroying your own cells. Do you understand what that means? So what if your body destroys the wrong cells because you took some supplement that's not an essential nutrient, and they look in the research in a cell study and they're like, ooh, it destroyed cells more. Your body ate up these cells that probably were full of toxins because it didn't want that around anymore, right? We store things in the cells. So the way to get rid of the storage stuff is either you have to detox it with PGP, or you could just destroy the cell and spill it out everywhere, and then your body can clean it up. So we don't want to push autophagy, but if the body does it on its own because it's getting healthier, then that's okay. PEA, you make it, it's in foods, and taking more of it, as I went over last week, helps you more. So PEA may reactivate the liver cell's internal recycling system. This system, I'm about to sneeze. Okay. We'll edit that out in post. No, I'm kidding. This system helps clear stored fat droplets, damaged mitochondria, and injured cell components. Nicotinic acid may reduce the arrival of new fat. We just went over that, while P helps clean up what is already there. Well, it suppresses this inflammasome. What does that mean? And I have research, there's references on all of this. PEA appears to quiet one of the liver's major inflammatory alarm systems. While nicotinic acid, flush niacin may reduce the fat overload that triggers the alarm, while PEA turns down the alarm itself. This is the analogy. Okay. We reduce the alarm triggers, we reduce the alarm. This is probably why in these studies, when you look at nicotinic acid and you look at PEA, they both help reduce fatty liver. Imagine if you combine them. Okay, we reduce the oxidative stress in the liver and strengthen antioxidant defenses. Let me say something about this first. Your body can oxidize things, and it makes antioxidants. Glutathione, for one. Nickel depletes glutathione. PEA and nicotinic acid increase glutathione. Are PEA and nicotinic acid actually glutathione? No, so they're helping your body to make it. Your body gets to decide how much it makes. So it's not going to tend to make too much because your body understands what's going on. Whereas if you take glutathione from outside your body, or you're taking all these plant-based antioxidants, or you're taking these like pharmaceutical antioxidants that they're making now, very quickly things get out of control because you don't know how much to take. This is why we always want to, so it's not that antioxidation, if you want to call it that, or reduction is always bad. We want the body to have control of it. Everything we do is you're generally trying to give the body more control of what's going on inside of it. We're not trying to take control and say, you need more antioxidants. Yes, sometimes we may add more oxidizers. Joe, I need to take that word out. Mark it. We may add more things that help the oxidation side of the equation. I got to take that out too. I don't even know how to say this. So let's just say those things that are the opposite of antioxidants. Sometimes we add those. Yeah. So what do we have here? What's the explanation here? Excess liver fat can become oxidized and injure liver cells. Lipid peroxides. You heard of those? They're bad. You heard of malondialdehyde, the fatty acid aldehyde? PEA appears to increase several of the liver's own antioxidant enzymes, your own production. Say it in big Latin. Good idea, Beth. While nicotinic acid may reduce the amount of excess fat available to become oxidized, right? You take in less toxins, and then you take in less of the things that make the toxins more toxic. See how it's all working together again? Reduces fibrosis, as in scarring, as in cirrhosis, through TGF-beta and hepatic stellate cell signaling. Stellate cells in the liver are extremely related to vitamin A toxicity. And we have helped a woman fix liver cirrhosis by getting her on a low vitamin A diet. PEA reduces the signals. It reduces the literal signals that tell the liver to produce scar tissue or cirrhosis. This suggests it might help prevent fatty or chemically injured liver from progressing towards fibrosis. Reduced fibrosis. So they poisoned mice with, so they caused fibrosis, aka cirrhosis, with a toxin. So weird. Like doctors out there, like hepatologists literally are like, what causes cirrhosis? Alcohol and bad luck. That's like literally, it's like hepatologists are like, just don't drink. And if your meds are ruining your liver, then don't take that med and find something else. Like that's the extent of, there's like the liver center here in town. And I drive by, there's a fatty liver center here in town. Literally, that's, I think, the name of the place, the Fatty Liver Center. And I just drive by and I'm like, what a joke. They don't fix anything. They just tell you you're going to die. And maybe you can make it a little slower if you don't drink and don't take the wrong meds. It's like the gastroenterologists who tell people that what you eat has nothing to do with your digestive problem. Oh, it absolutely does. I don't know how they live with themselves on a daily basis, how they can have such cognitive dissonance, as opposed to dermatologists who, when you go in with a rat, first thing they ask you is, what do you put on your skin and what do you wash your clothes with? Because they know that things you apply to your skin, whether intentionally or not, can cause skin irritation. Well, gosh, they your gut could cause gut irritation. Oh, okay. Sorry, the audio is glitching. Sorry about that. But anyway, PEA. Joe says it's still bad. Let me see. Oh, let me close down those social media sites. They're probably sucking a bunch of bandwidth because they love to do that. Don't they love to steal from you? So what did PEA do? Oh, good. PEA helped protect animal livers from the injury and scarring caused by a powerful chemical toxin, as in carbon tetrachloride. It's like the standard to cause liver damage. So if you want these, this is the big study that went over nearly all the things up there. And then we have PEA ameliorated or made better the toxin-induced liver fibrosis in rats. Remember, liver fibrosis is what they call it before it gets bad enough for cirrhosis. Okay? Okay. Okay, so nicotinic acid and PEA suppress inflammation through different receptors. Again, you could use the word suppress, or we could use the term reduce. So they activate different yet complementary signaling systems. So together, they may provide broader anti-inflammatory effects through two different control switches by combining simultaneous HCA2 and PPAR alpha activation, providing broader anti-inflammatory effects. It's cleaning up the toxicity is really what it's doing. Activating both likely provides broader protection than activating either alone. This is why we're combining it. Kelsey one day, I want to tell you a little story about this. Like Kelsey one day, we were going through the nickel detox and she said, I think you should try this PEA. So I started taking the PEA. And then she said, I've started doing this like flush niacin and PEA like 3 times a day. And I think it'd be really good for you. And I was like, here's what I thought at the time. Because I even though I make flush niacin capsules and all that stuff, I didn't have any around. And I have the big bag of bulk supplements niacin. And I thought, I'm not going to take the powder 3 times a day. Like I think I did it one day. And then I was like, screw this. I'm not doing this. And then she said to me, she's like, you don't have any capsules? And I was like, I said, oh, maybe. So I started looking around and I found some capsules and then I started taking it. And now here we are talking about this because Kelsey insisted I try it, and she had some ideas about it. She knew a lot more about it at the time. And then I started doing it, and I started looking at the research and putting it together going, oh my gosh, like this is like the combo. So, and there we'll actually go into a research paper on combining. It's a combination of sorts of what we're talking about and what it did. So anyway, here's the niacin references to the anti-inflammatory effects. And here's the PEA references to the anti-inflammatory effects. Okay. Like it literally says PPAR alpha mediates or controls the anti-inflammatory actions of PEA. Okay, so now we have the synergy at the fatty liver, reducing the supply of fat while improving the disposal of fat. Less toxins in, more toxins out. Does this sound familiar? So, nicotinic acid may turn down several faucets supplying and manufacturing liver fat. PEA may reduce fat entry, improve fat burning, and reactivate cellular cleanup. These are the clearest reasons the combination may work better than either compound alone. So here's your references on nicotinic acid turning down the fat faucets and turning down the manufacturing of liver fat. And here's the references for PEA. Reducing fat entry to the liver, improving the fat burning in the liver, and reactivating cellular cleanup. Look at this. There's a nice list of mechanisms. PEA supports, bile acid processing. Whoa. Wow, PEA helps bile. Who talks about bile? We do. Bile acids need to sometimes be chemically modified to make them less hydrophobic, or so they can get into water better and less damaging. So they're less fat phobic and more hydrophobic. Oh, so I'm sorry. Hydrophobic is fat fearing. Sorry, I had that wrong. Fat fearing. Okay. Hydrophilic is fat loving. I'm sorry. Water. I'm getting this. Ugh. Okay. Brain fart. Hydrophobic. Water. Fear of water. So less water soluble. Less scared of water. Okay. I got into a loop here in my brain. Sorry about that. Hydrophobic would be scared of water. So that would be more fat loving. Scared of water, more fat loving. If you're making them less scared of water, you are making them more fat loving. Lipophilic would be the opposite of that. Sorry about that. It's live, so we can't edit out the brain fart loops. So by activating PPAR alpha, PEA might help the liver to modify certain harsh bile acids, as in like especially secondary and tertiary and quaternary bile acids, into forms that are safer and easier to eliminate. So here we have, you remember I said PPAR alpha was something PEA did? PPAR mediated bile acid glucuronidation, a clinical study with this drug. And this paper also relates. So, here's the best one. So PEA influences the liver's xenobiotic, as in drug pathways, the toxin processing pathways. PPAR regulates these things in the liver. Cytochrome P450. We talked about that with nickel. Nickel shuts down your cytochrome P450 system. UDP glucuronosyl transferases. This is another detox path. These are all detox pathways or protection pathways. Sulfotransferases, antioxidant pathways like glutathione is what they're talking about. And then glutathione. They're talking about superoxide dismutase, which I believe is actually something that's made by the body to bind to copper, to bind to manganese, to protect you from them. Hepatic uptake transporters, things that bring things into the liver. Hepatic efflux transporters, things that take things out of the liver. And bile acid transport and processing. So remember the bile acid recipe. Your gut biome can make your bile acid recipe worse or better. So what do you think PEA is helping it to make it? Probably better. Because PEA activates PPAR alpha, it is plausible that it could influence and turn on liver pathways that overlap with chemical processing and elimination. Here are your references, should you choose to look into them. I have a whole, Joe, you may want to go find the episode of the live stream where I went over toxicity and weight loss or fat loss and the toxins that come out. So I did a whole episode on this, folks. So the references I have here is not all the ones I had in that episode. So if you want to go and see that, like literally when you lose body fat, the toxins that are in the body fat, because why do we make fat? To store fat soluble toxins. If you are too fat, you probably have too many fat soluble toxins. That's why your body's making more fat. This is why, think about this, when people simply clean up their diet, if they stop eating all the processed crap and all the additives crap and all the stuff that is toxic, sometimes they don't even look at their calories and they lose weight. Think about when people stop drinking alcohol and that's the only thing they did and they start losing tons of weight, or they stop drinking soda. Remember, Coca-Cola was the only drink that increased nickel absorption. So they stopped drinking soda and then they just start losing weight. So is it calories? Yes. And it's also, they stop putting as many poisons in there. So can people eat a crap diet that's low calorie and still lose weight? Yes. They put toxins in while they're losing fat. If you go over that video I went on, it shows that toxins in the blood, especially during rapid weight loss, go way up. And then the body doesn't want those in the blood, so it pushes them back into other fat and it makes the fat that's left even more concentrated. This is why when people try to do diet after diet and then back to a crap diet, and then they diet and then they go back to a crap diet, and they diet and they go back to a crap diet, or they do different diets, they find that the first diet of all of them worked the best. The first diet phase. They lost a bunch of weight. They get down there, they go back to their old eating habits or whatever happens, and then so they gain some weight back or all the weight back or more of the weight back because their body wants to dilute the fat toxins that are still left, and then they do another diet. Maybe the same one, maybe a different one. They only lose about half the weight that they did on the first diet. And they don't know why. And they're like, why is the diet not working? I'm eating what I'm supposed to. I'm doing low calorie. Well, and it's not working. If you're out there and you've done a bunch of diets and you can't lose weight, the reason why is this. You're more toxic than you were when you started. So then they go on like the third diet. This is I used to work in the weight loss industry. I don't do weight loss anymore. We help people lose weight, but I don't do weight loss anymore because I just don't like the mindset that people come into it. They come into it with, I have to get skinny, and it's not about I have to get healthy, and the byproduct of being healthy will make me skinnier. Okay. And then we have the undertypes who just want to gain weight. That's all they want to do. So I don't tend to get into that. I don't want to promise people weight loss because if they're getting healthier, but they don't get the weight loss they want, then they quit. And it's like, what are you here for? Like when people talk, I've been getting, thank you all for your comments. I've been getting multiple comments, especially as I put up, if you haven't seen, I put up an Inner Circle archive, a video of the Inner Circle from like 8 years ago on YouTube yesterday. You can see how I looked 8 years ago versus how I look today. And people keep commenting about how, and I mean this in all modesty, that I'm the only influencer who looks better at 50 than I did at 42. Did I do any looks maxing or any of that stuff? I did mewing a bit, but I was not crazy about it. I'm doing the Reviv, which is just a passive mouth guard. You can find the link to it down in the info below. But other than that, I really just did nutrition. Oh, my kids say that the hair on the back of my kids were gone for 10 days. And, oh, Joe's showing the video. Okay. My kids were gone for like 10 days and I'd been thinking lately that like my hair is coming back in even better on the top. And when they got in the car yesterday, they told me, they looked at the back of my head because they're sitting in the back seat and they're like, Dad, your hair is coming in even more now. And I was kind of excited because I'd been keeping track of it in the mirror, but I wasn't sure and I didn't want to fool myself and I didn't want people to just tell me what I wanted to hear, which is all those have happened before when I thought I was having more benefit than I was back there. And all of a sudden my kids get back, you know, like when you see somebody who you haven't seen for a while and they haven't gotten a haircut, you're like, oh, your hair is so different, right? Well, they were gone for 10 days and they literally both came back and said that they could tell that a thing was stuff is happening. And I was like, well, thank you for that. So I know I'm not fooling myself. So if you don't know about my hair regrowth program, If you're on the hair regrowth program, it's over on School. It's called the Hair Regenesis Blueprint. Got lots of stuff in there about, mechanically, especially mechanically helping your hair to grow back. The low nickel diet is going to be an absolute key part of that. I'll go over it sometime. We have research. I've already been over how nickel causes gray hair. Wait until I go over more of the research about how when they, let's say, those halos that they put on people for when they break their neck, that they will lose hair in an area around the stainless steel screws. Nickel is behind the hair loss. And since I've done the low nickel diet, I wanted to do the experiment. I stopped doing all the other things I was doing, the massage and the microneedling and these other things that I was doing. There's more than I was doing a lot of things because I wanted to see just what low nickel did by itself. My kids' feedback yesterday tells me it's working better than anything I've done to this point. So if you combine those things, yeah. So we may be fixing hair loss at the same time with fixing toxicity and fixing nutrient deficiencies. So anyway, some persistent organic pollutants, if you look in the research, these are called POPs, P-O-P-S. They accumulate in adipose tissue. Imagine that, fat storable toxins accumulate in fat tissue. During weight loss or rapid fat mobilization, blood concentrations of certain pollutants may rise. I have a whole live stream on this. When body fat is broken down, it releases not only fatty acids, but also certain pollutants stored in that fat. This can be why you feel terrible on a diet. Let me read this and then I'll go over the next part. Rapid weight loss can therefore temporarily increase the amount of those chemicals circulating through the liver and other organs. How about this theory of why those people that I was talking about earlier who do the different diets and they lose less weight each time? Oh, the third time on the diet, they usually only lose 3 pounds, maybe-ish. And they're like, what am I doing wrong? The diet worked both times before. How many of you have done this? You can say in the comments or in the chat if you did multiple diets and each time you lost less weight from it. Okay, imagine this. Diet 1. You've got the most fat and an amount of toxins you start with. Okay, so you start eating less or whatever. You start burning fat. You start dumping toxins into your bloodstream. Toxins in your bloodstream rise. You go along in the diet. What if it's not, when people say, oh, your metabolism slows down because you're eating less? Is that true? Probably to some extent, yes. However, one thing those toxins might affect and slow down would be your thyroid and your liver, which your liver does the conversion of T4 to T3. So if you're damaging your liver with all the toxins you've released in the bloodstream and you're damaging your thyroid and your metabolic rate is slowing down, your weight loss will slow down and stall. Okay, so that's when people stop the diet. Their body puts these circulating toxins back into the fat that's left because it wants them out of the blood so it doesn't kill you. Okay, so then you do the next diet. Now, the fat you have is now more concentrated toxicity. It's got more toxins in it per unit of fat. So you do the same thing. Because you have more toxins per unit of fat, your blood levels of the toxin when you start losing fat go up even faster and higher, which then suppresses your liver and it damages your liver and suppresses your thyroid faster. So then you only lose like a couple pounds because you just keep getting more toxic every time you lose all that weight without addressing the toxicity. That's why some people, especially when they do their first diet, if they're lucky, they just eat clean and they start losing weight because they're simply putting in less toxins. Their body can process the toxins that are there. And it says, we don't need as much fat to have around here. And they're probably eating a bit less calories. And voila, they see weight loss. But other people who are really toxic, especially if they got there like via toxicity or eating really crappy foods or eating way too much soluble fiber foods with nickel in it, they don't get out of that as quick because they're not working on the detox aspect of it, okay? So you just become a smaller, more toxic person if you do those approaches. So what does nicotinic acid do? It supplies the raw material for NAD production. Remember, when you hear people out there talking about taking oral NAD or NMN or NR or niacinamide or whatever to make NAD, flesh niacin does it better by the research. I went over this, I think, last week. It does it better and less expensively than all the others. And this is proven repeatedly in the research. So if you want to spend more money for less effect, I mean, go ahead. So it provides the raw material for NAD production that is necessary to run the body's foundational detox processes, particularly related to organic pollutants. So I'm just going to throw this out there for those of you who are wanting detox to go faster. Or maybe you're tired and you can't figure out why you're tired. And yet you either don't take flesh niacin or you refuse to go above the baby dose. Maybe your detox system needs more gasoline. Maybe it's not running on enough gasoline. And so it's going slowly, especially if you really, really flush hard when you take a small dose. You're really toxic. That's what the really strong flush means. And so the way to get rid of that would be more flesh niacin and more often in the day. So up to 3 times a day. And if you can take a dose once in the morning of flesh niacin and you flush, I can tell you if you take it that same dose a second time in the day or a third time in the day, the flush goes down like every time. But if you only take it once a day, you're going to have, and you take the same dose all the time, you're probably going to have a hard flush for a long time because you're not getting over the hump very quickly. So what does PEA do? It tells the liver to burn more fat while turning on liver pathways that overlap with chemical processing and elimination. We went over that up here. All these detox pathways. These pathways fit together biochemically and synergistically, as I went over. Here are your references. And then there's also, for these fat-soluble toxin release or pollutant release, you can see my live stream on weight loss and toxicity. So what is the relevance to alcohol-associated fatty liver? So if we're talking about non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, well, let's talk about alcohol-related fatty liver disease. Alcohol metabolism consumes NAD and produces NADH. Alcohol is well known to cause and worsen fatty liver. So alcohol uses up your detox gasoline. Alcohol places the liver in a chemical state that favors fat storage. Where do we store? Do you know that you can store alcohol in your fat? Just like you can store retinol, another alcohol, in your fat. To store alcohol in your fat, your liver uses phosphatidylcholine to bind alcohol, ethanol, to a fatty acid ester. It makes something called an ethyl fatty acid ester. You ever notice how the next day when if you start sweating, you have a hangover and you start sweating, you smell like alcohol? It's coming out of your pores because you stored it in, what do you store right under your skin? Fat. You can put alcohol in your fat. I believe the ethyl fatty acid esters, your body tries to get rid of them faster than the vitamin A. So usually the ethyl fatty acid esters, I believe when they were talking about trying to test people for alcohol in a way that would give them more time to catch it, I think they were saying those fatty acid esters from ethanol, the ethyl fatty acid esters, stayed around for about a week. Vitamin A is not a week. Vitamin A is super long. But the alcohol can kill you quicker. So the body wants to get rid of the alcohol faster. But this is why drinking alcohol will slow down your vitamin A detox, because your body will always prioritize the alcohol to get rid of it because it's a worse toxin. And then you get people who drink alcohol all the time looking puffy and bloated and red because they're slowing down their vitamin A detox. How many, you guys should go out there and count up all the health influencers and fitness influencers who are red. Like a lot of them nowadays, they look like they have rosacea and they look sunburnt all the time. They're doing the wrong things. They're just toxic, but they believe that the sun is good for them. And yes, the sun does help you detox, but they keep putting toxins in. So then they're always getting sunburned, and the sun is actually oxidizing toxins in them to make them more toxic. And they start looking red and getting all these skin issues. Saladino. Anyway, Liver King. You can look at all the other ones. What's the guy? Cultivate Elevate. Dude is so red every day. He says it's because he lives in Phoenix. I live in Tucson, an hour and a half south of Phoenix with similar temperatures. And I go out in the sun, no shirt, to get as much sun as I can. And am I red? Why am I not red? And why is he? He says it's just because he goes for walks in Phoenix. Well, I go for walks in Tucson, which is like 5 degrees difference and still has the same sun with no sunscreen. And I don't burn. I went out in the Scottsdale sun 2 weeks ago, and I used to burn as a kid all the time. I didn't burn at all in the pool up in Phoenix when it was 111 and 112. Why are they all burning? Because they're toxic. They won't admit it, but they are. You can see it. Okay? So, nicotinic acid provides you with NAD, and PEA may help the mitochondria to burn fat and control inflammation. Again, for you mitochondria nerds, we fix the mitochondria. When we see people getting better, we're fixing the mitochondria. And we don't go into it trying to say, how do we fix the mitochondria? We say, how do we improve the overall health state? And by implication, that's the mitochondria. The mitochondria studies are all generally cell studies, and so they can often mislead you due to the duration paradox, showing the opposite effect in cell studies as actually happens in whole people and whole animals. Okay? So, funny thing about vitamin A and alcohol, vitamin A uses the exact same detoxification pathways as alcohol, aka ethanol. Alcohol dehydrogenase, ADH, aldehyde dehydrogenase, ALDH, and the cytochrome P450s are what help you get rid of retinoic acid. So nicotinic acid provides the NAD fuel to run both of those. Now, here's the key thing. The poison always wins. Neither PEA nor flush niacin will cancel out the metabolic effects of continuing to put the poison called alcohol or retinol in your system. As we say, the poison always wins. So if you're like, you want to keep drinking and you want to do this, I mean, you can. I don't think it's a good idea. Oh, and I wanted to remind you, if you go and look at last week's episode where I went over how PEA helps with all sorts of, PEA, and we know flush niacin helps with all sorts of addictive stuff. That was Bill W. of Alcoholics Anonymous, who wanted to include flush niacin in the AA program. And he spent the last 11 years of his life trying to promote it. But the AA board, they wouldn't allow it because they said, you're not a doctor. You can't tell people to take a supplement. And then, as I went over last week, the research on PEA helping with, there was papers about cigarettes. There was papers about marijuana. There was papers about morphine. There was papers about cocaine. So I'm going to tell you this. If you have vices that you still need to quit, even if it's just coffee or caffeine, the KG Lipid Cleanse will help you do that. We have multiple testimonials already. You're addicted to things because you're toxic. Toxicity invites more toxicity, right? Toxic people hang around toxic people. If you're not toxic, you find toxic people and you go, I don't want to be around you, right? So toxicity loves toxicity. Environmental chemicals, as in toxins, contributing to fatty liver. How do they promote fatty liver? Oh, they mess up your mitochondria. They impair you burning fat. They cause oxidative stress. They cause hormone disruption. They alter or slow down PPAR alpha signaling. They cause insulin resistance. They increase the body's making of new fat. How else do you think you get fatty liver? They slow down your ability to take up fatty acids. They interfere with bile acid signaling. They cause inflammation. They impair your ability to get rid of fats, and they activate stellate cells. That's what I was talking about with vitamin A. Vitamin A does that. So there's two terms for this. They call it toxicant-associated fatty liver disease or toxicant-associated steato, that's fatty. Hepat is liver. Itis is inflammatory. So steatohepatitis is fatty liver with inflammation, as in steatosis is just fatty liver. Okay. These environmental chemicals make the liver store more fat or damage its ability to burn fat. Nicotinic acid and PEA might correct the resulting metabolic and inflammatory problems while also increasing the body's detoxification capacity. We had somebody last week, we had Sandy, who said that she literally started PEA and she started smelling like golden seal, which is berberine, which is a yellow fat-soluble toxin in things like golden seal or Oregon grapefruit, or what's some of the other ones? I forget some of them. Anyway, those are the big ones that people know about. So her son said she stunk of berberine. So it was coming out of, she had fatty toxins coming out of her skin. And then we had another woman in the comments last week who was saying that I think it was her mother started taking PEA for her osteoarthritis, and it helped her osteoarthritis, but she also started sweating yellow stuff that stained her clothes. What stains clothes especially well? Fats. Yellow toxins in fat. Imagine that. What color is fatty liver? Go look it up online. It's yellow. What color is vitamin A? Yellow. Are you seeing a pattern? References on the toxins causing fatty liver. PEA reduces symptoms and the inflammatory reactions during toxin mobilization. So PEA, as they say, as it's said here, has stronger human evidence for inflammatory pain and neuropathic symptoms than it does for fatty liver or toxicant elimination. Okay, they don't study PEA for detox, is what we're saying here. However, it may reduce pain, inflammation, and other uncomfortable symptoms during metabolic stress induced by fat-soluble toxin release. What are we seeing it do in the low nickel diet during nickel detox? It's helping people to feel so much better so they can get through the detox and feel better. And I'm telling you, I don't even know if I'm detoxing nickel anymore because I feel so good. Like I'm saying, my physique is better now than it was in my 20s. My capacity in the gym is better now than it has ever been in my life. My flexibility is improving faster than it ever has before. Like, I'm honestly, like, I can't tell you guys enough. People are like, creatine. I'm like, nope. I'm the guy, the 50-year-old guy in the gym who's not on caffeine, who's not on TRT, who is not on creatine. And I'm still making all this progress. So, and I would not make that stuff up. I'm honestly, I text my kids after almost every significant workout that I can't believe it. And I want to get them both on the, my son goes to the gym and my daughter does her dance. I want to get them both on PEA. There's the references on that. Okay. Hey, what if there was a study that gives us an inkling of what the combination of PEA and flush niacin could do, even though they use the crappiest form of niacin called nicotinamide or niacinamide in it? This is the best thing we have. Okay. 2026, a randomized double-blind placebo-controlled trial evaluated a supplement called Mimeo in 42 overweight adults with elevated hemoglobin A1C. So they're either pre-diabetic or diabetic. Overweight, older, pre-diabetic or diabetic. This is not a good setup, right? These are people who are not doing well. And they're older, which means they're going to detox slower. And they're overweight, which means they have extra storage of toxins. And we already know that their liver and their pancreas are not working well together. So there was 2 studies. The randomized Mimeo trial was the second one. It was preceded by a pilot study, a dose escalation study using the same general 4-ingredient concept. The formula, the Mimeo formula, provided niacinamide, 250 milligrams. Nicotinamide, niacinamide, same thing. Ultra micronized PEA, 600 milligrams. OEA, we talked about that. I haven't gone over OEA yet, but OEA is oleoyl, OLEOYL, ethanolamide. It's like a sister compound to PEA. And the research on it it's a lot less than PEA, but the research on it is really good too. And spermidine. I'm going to tell you that spermidine is like the most meh supplement. I had people trying it for a while. Everybody came back. They're like, it didn't do anything. And why do you want to avoid niacinamide? Because it's a salvage product of the niacin pathways. So you actually have to use energy to turn niacinamide back into something usable. And then there's the other fact that they fortify flowers with niacinamide. So are they telling you that it's bad for you? Yeah, they are by doing that. And then one of the worst indications for it ever is that Ray Peat recommends it. So once you know that Ray Peat recommends something, you should probably run the other way. Okay. So they use this before their first meal for 8 weeks. Remember how I said with the PEA and the flush niacin? Now, as I'll get to at the end, you can take it. I don't care if you take it with food or without food anymore. If you take flush niacin away from food, you're probably going to flush a little more. So if you want to flush less, take it with food, but don't take it with sugars, because sugars makes you flush more. There's these things that you can do to manipulate the flush. We don't avoid the flush. We also don't chase the flush. The flush just happens. Okay. If you really want to minimize it, though, in the article on the Love Your Liver program, we talk about ways that you can either increase the flush or decrease the flush by when you eat, what you eat, all that stuff. So what did this combination of PEA, OEA, spermidine, and niacinamide, what did it do? It reduced total cholesterol, LDL particle number, non-HDL cholesterol, oxidized LDL, and fasting glucose. It improved measures of hunger, satiety, abdominal discomfort, and bloating. So for anybody out there, if you're thinking that the PEA messed with your guts, it was probably the nationwide gut bug or the diarrhea transit that was causing it. Okay. Or you might have dumped some bile with it, but if you keep going, we had somebody who was saying they had some diarrhea when they started it, and they love PEA now. They just kept going with it. They love it. So, okay. This is the image from the paper. Oh, Joe wanted me to mention, if you're a big baby about flushing, one of the remedies for the flush, if you're freaking out because you buy flush niacin and you've never flushed before and you don't read the label that it actually says may cause redness and feeling warm and all this stuff, and you don't read that it's flush niacin, and you ignore everything, and you seem to think you're immune to the flush, or you just don't literally use the brain that God gave you, don't go to the ER because you're flushing. You're not having allergic reaction. The ambulance people and the doctor at the ER or the urgent care will literally chuckle at you when you come in there and they say, did you take anything before this? And you go, flush niacin. They will literally laugh at you because you took flush niacin and you flushed, and you're now wasting a bunch of your money going to the hospital because you didn't understand what the word flush meant. Anyway, if you start flushing and you're a big baby about it, you can take a baby aspirin, and that will shut down the flush within minutes. Can you do that every time? No, you will not get the benefit of flush niacin if you take a toxin like aspirin every time you take it. So you either fix the flush by doing what I said, more doses a day and going up in dose when you can, or if you take aspirin with it every time, you will not get the benefits of it. Okay. But what I wanted to go over for anybody who thought that PEA was affecting their gut negatively, these are the reports from this study where bloating frequency by group. The red is the PEA. The yellow is the placebo. They didn't get the supplement. Never bloating, 87.5%. Okay. And then all the once per week, multiple per week, daily were all higher in the control group. Abdominal pain frequency by group, never for the PEA, 3.3%. And then you go to once per week, control, the placebo was higher, and multiple per week was higher as well. So PEA is unlikely to be irritating your gut. It's likely to be helping it. And don't forget that there was these things that were going on that might have upset your gut just while it so happens while you might have been trying the PEA. And you might have taken the micronized or the ultra micronized, which was, in my opinion, a mistake. I should have warned you guys harder in that last episode to not do those. But then we started getting feedback from people about the micronized and the ultra micronized. And Kelsey was like, you need to tell everybody about this because it seems to be a problem. And then there's these shady materials that might be in it, like PVP. Okay, no significant difference in adverse effect frequency was reported between groups. So there was no difference in negative symptoms, as in side effects. So here's the summary. A human study found that a supplement containing PEA, niacinamide, OEA, and spermidine improved cholesterol, oxidized LDL, fasting glucose, and appetite measures. Wouldn't that be nice? We'll go over GLP-1 pills in a second. This supports the concept of combining PEA and OEA, which is what I'm working on a supplement of, with vitamin B3 related metabolism. If you haven't watched my GLP-1s, the semaglutide episode, if you didn't know, I'm seeing a lot of commercials these days for the pill form of semaglutide. Okay, is it Wegovy and the other ones? I want you to know so you can warn, so you know, and you can warn your family about it, that they literally put compounds in those. So the GLP-1 inhibitor molecule is huge. It's a huge molecule, huge pharmaceutical molecule. If you took it without what I'm about to describe, you took it orally, you would not absorb it. That's why they do it by injections. They have to get this gigantic protein into your system. Okay? So for the people, the sensitive people, the scared people who won't get injections, they literally put chemicals into the pills that induce leaky gut. They induce intestinal permeability. So when your gut is good, you can't absorb the GLP-1 inhibitors. They put a chemical in your gut that literally gives you leaky gut so you can get the GLP-1 inhibitors through there. So they're literally causing leaky gut with the pharmaceutical. Also, they can have less appetite and lose weight. Do you think GLP-1 inhibitors are causing them to help detox at all? No. Do you think they may be, by giving them a derivative compound of Gila monster poison, that they might be making them more toxic over time? Yeah. Are there gigantic class action lawsuits by people about all the problems that GLP-1 inhibitors have caused? Yeah, because it literally slows down your digestive system. That's why you feel less hungry, because the food is stuck down there rotting. Okay, and here's your references. And again, for the people in the back who aren't listening, or maybe you're petarded, that's with a P, P-E-A-T, starts with a P-E-A-T. Or you just refuse to flush and you think, I'll just take nicotinamide or niacinamide. It is not the same as niacin, which is nicotinic acid. Remember, again, the word niacin, the only true niacin in a supplement. What is the three parts of the word niacin? Nicotinic, N-I, acid, A-C, vitamin, I-N, niacin. So when you see niacin in the research, if they don't say nicotinamide or niacinamide, if they just say niacin, they mean nicotinic acid. Okay. What does nicotinic acid do? The specific features of it. It enters the Priest-Handler pathway directly. This is what makes all the NAD. It activates the GPR109A receptor, also known as, I believe, the MDR. It causes the characteristic niacin flush. So if you're taking stuff that is non-flush or no flush, you're not going to get these benefits. I'm sorry. It acutely suppresses the breaking down of fat. So again, we talked about this is the short term. It suppresses the breakdown of fat, which may give your liver a break in the early days so it can start catching up. And that goes away with time. If you remember last week, I think it was, I went over how in the research, they say the things that niacin does short term that the research kind of doesn't like and then there's benefits too, but there's also what they think are negatives at the start. Over time, the negatives fade away and the benefits remain. Gosh, does it sound like maybe some of those negative things at the start were caused by toxicity getting stirred up, breaking down fat cells, spilling out toxins into the tissues, into the bloodstream, and then they see problems. But as you get less toxic over time, you see the problems go away and the benefits stay. Isn't that how detox works? Over time, it lowers circulating free fatty acids. It has experimental evidence for DGAT2 inhibition. We talked about that earlier. It alters VLDL triglyceride production, as in there's fewer of them, there's less of it. And it reduces the liver making new fat. So what does nicotinamide do? It enters the NAD salvage pathway. It's like the recycling pathway. If you needed to make something quickly, do you want to have to, can you make it from, if you are given the stuff, if you're given nicotinic acid, you want to make NAD, nicotinic acid goes right into the pathway. Or if they say, here's a bunch of material that you can recycle and make into this thing eventually that uses a lot of energy to do it, you don't want that. It does not meaningfully activate HCA2. It does not cause the flush. It does not reproduce flush niacin's established anti-lipolytic action. It minimally supports NAD production, can influence sirtuin and PARP biology indirectly through NAD availability. You need NAD to run things. Oh, wait. Can directly inhibit some NAD-consuming enzymes at sufficiently high experimental concentrations. I don't think you want to do that. NAD-consuming enzymes, they need this juice. Niacinamide's directly inhibiting them. They are related, but they do different things. That Priest-Handler pathway that nicotinic acid goes into directly, that is the NAD magic, okay? So after all of that, what is the integrated working theory? Nicotinic acid reduces the release, arrival, manufacture, and storage of liver fat. PEA reduces the fat entry into the liver. It increases fat burning in the liver. It reactivates cellular cleanup. It strengthens antioxidant defenses, calms inflammation, and reduces scarring, as in cirrhosis. Together, they theoretically make fatty liver disease and toxicant mobilization less damaging while helping the body to reduce the amounts of liver fat and stored toxins. Whether you believe the giant list of references I have here that are backing up all of this, doesn't matter to me. One of the things that I think was, Kelsey brought in flush niacin in the program years ago, like 2 years ago or more. And that was one of the tools that we have to kind of detox the fat tissues. And now that we have PEA, we have another tool to detox the fat tissues. As we've heard about people sweating out yellow or smelling like golden seal or berberine. They're literally sweating out toxins through the skin. Okay? So, and PEA just makes everything feel nicer. I'm just going to tell you. It's not a symptomatic thing. It's helping to fix the problems. If you don't want to take it, don't. Remember, you don't have to take anything you don't want to take. You can do the detox as unprotected as you'd like. I don't care. You don't have to do anything. You could be like the people who think that every single supplement ever created is poison, and that every single pharmaceutical ever created is poison, and you should never take any supplements or pharmaceuticals, and if you get sick, you just rest and drink spring water. You could do that. I'm not going to choose to do that. I'm finding that my quality of life right now is at like an all-time high. And if I can take supplements that make sense that fit into the toxic bile paradigm have research to back them up long-term, helping, like flush niacin reducing stroke incidences and heart attack incidences like 9 years after people stopped taking it. Oh, on that study, I can't remember if they were taking, on the study where they were doing, where they took niacin, flush niacin, the pharmaceutical one, the slow release one, they took it for 6 years straight. And then they stopped it for 9, they were off of it for 9 years, and they went back and they checked their health status and what happened to them. The people who got the flush niacin 9 years after they stopped taking it, they were taking, I believe, either 1,500 milligrams a day or 2,000 milligrams a day. So again, not low dosing. They had a 15% lower risk of stroke and like a 25-ish% reduced risk of heart attack after not having taken the flush niacin for 9 years. So when we're going to get into the protocol here, I mean, you can decide how long you want to take it. Let me get a drink. My voice has been wanting to go lately. That's been kind of weird. Okay, so what do we have now? After all of that backup in terms of actual mechanisms and evidence, we have what I decided to call the KG lipid cleanse protocol. Yes, it's a protocol if you want to call it that, because we're talking about 2 supplements here. But is it set in stone? No. So what does KG mean? Oh, it's so cute. Kelsey and Garrett. I put her first because it was her idea. We're suggesting to do this for at least 3 to 6 months. And we're talking about taking stuff 2 or 3 times a day. So that's why it's kind of a limited time. Can you do it longer if you choose to? Sure, why not? There's no problem with it. I mean, the 6 years in the niacin study where it reduced their stroke and their heart attack, I mean, they took high dose for 6 years. And they even took the pharmaceutical stuff with the binders and the waxes and all that crap in it, the pharmaceutical sustained release stuff. And they still had those effects. Oh, and just remember, if you ever see studies where they say flush niacin is bad for the liver, those are always the pharmaceutical version with the slow release, the sustained release, the extended release stuff in them. And it's that stuff. It's even said in the research that it's the stuff they added to make it slow release that causes the liver problems. So if you're still listening to people out there who are ignorantly and spitefully claiming that flush niacin causes liver problems, forgive them. They have trouble with reading and reading comprehension. And they may be saying things because they don't know what to do to make their liver less toxic, and they're still just bitter and angry. So after the 3 to 6 months, if you want to reduce your dosing amount and frequency after this period, you can. I mean, you could go down to once a day if you wanted to. You can do whatever you want. You could do like the people in that study where they took the niacin for 6 years and then they don't take it for 9 years, and they still had benefits. What other supplement can you even think of that still shows benefit 9 years after people stop taking it? Do not believe the flush niacin haters, including AI. Remember, here's the problem with AI, just so you guys realize this. AI is like the least discerning person you could ever know. AI will tend to go on the internet, especially Reddit, and believe every single word of trash it reads. And all of it has like the same value. AI is not discerning at all. AI believes that every single study the cell studies are worth as much as the whole body studies. So if you're one of those types who just goes and types in like on ChatGPT, you're like, is PEA bad? Well, remember, the AI wants to please you. It's like the biggest brown noser suck up you've ever seen. So it's going to try to find what you ask it to find. And it's going to believe that everything on the internet is bad. And AI can't generally distinguish between extended release and sustained release and crystalline freeform niacin. And it'll lump the research together. So be careful where you get your information from. That's why I put all these references in here so you can check them. So here's the first part of it. Flush niacin 2 to 3 times a day. Any dose, even our 25 milligram pills 3 times a day, is better than none. Better than none is not optimal, right? The optimal results will likely occur between 1,000 to 3,000 milligrams a day in total. So that's 2 or 3 doses added together is somewhere in that range. I'm taking 1,000 milligrams 3 times a day. That's what I'm currently doing. I'm going to suggest for those of you who are going to try to build up to new doses that you do that Gulf War vet approach. You take whatever dose you're willing to do for the flush at the start. You don't need to jump in at 1,000 milligrams. You'll probably, if you're not new to flush niacin and you jump in at a big dose, you're gonna flush real hard. I mean, you're just gonna. But if you start and you take a smaller dose and you get whatever flush there is, if you take that same dose again the same day, you'll likely flush less. And then you take a third dose that day, you'll likely flush even less. Now, what happens overnight is that you leak toxins into your system. This is toxic bile paradigm. This is the whole basis of it. Your skin fills up with those toxins again over the 8, 12 hours that you're not taking the niacin. So then you wake up in the morning, your first flush will almost always be the strongest. And then as you take it through the day, it goes down. And then if you keep taking multiple doses a day, the flush continues to decrease, even the morning one. Okay. But if you stay at like 25 milligrams once a day and you're like, I keep flushing, you're not going to get out of it doing that. You've already seen that that's not going to work. So then you try something different. So we carry in the regular shop on nutritiondetective.com, we carry 25 milligram pills and 500 milligram pills. Like I said, the 500 milligrams are back. If you missed that at the start, we finally have the 500 milligram flush niacin pills back. We also carry 100 milligram and 200 milligram pre-buffered flush niacin capsules exclusively for Love Your Liver members in the VIP store. VIP store is a password protected store with discounts on all of our supplements for members of the Love Your Liver program. So if you want those discounts, you got to join the Love Your Liver program. Now, bulk supplements niacin powder is also known to be acceptable. This is not as good as the flush that comes from our niacin. If you know, okay, so like I knew when Kelsey suggested that I take flush niacin 3 times a day. I was like, at the start, I was like, okay, I'll try it. I don't like making like supplement drinks 3 times a day. I'll definitely do it once. So actually what I'm doing right now is I use in my detox sludge in the morning, I put in flush niacin powder. And then my lunch dose of flush niacin is the capsules, and my dinner dose is the capsules. And some of mine comes from the Keystone Minerals plus niacin. Each pill of the Keystone Minerals plus niacin has 200 milligrams of flush niacin in it. And then you also get those important minerals for detox, the zinc and the molybdenum and the selenium. Okay. But yeah, if you're trying to save money and you're going to buy the bulk supplements niacin powder or some other flush niacin powder, if you're not going to take it 3 times a day because you don't like the powder, it's not going to help you. Okay. So yes, capsules cost more per gram, but if you don't take it, it doesn't matter and you don't get the benefits. Okay. So PEA 2 to 3 times a day. It is PEA. I talked about this before. It's better dosed multiple times a day. So is flush niacin. Amazing. These things that are really helping to get your liver running are better to take multiple times a day to kind of keep it flowing. So we talked about how to take it at the start of this episode, doing the powder in the mouth, whether you're putting PEA powder in your mouth directly or you're opening up a capsule into your mouth. The optimal results based on the research will likely occur between 400 to 2,400 milligrams a day total. Here is that affiliate link to Pure Bulk, which is the lower price versus bulk supplements that we found. And bulk supplements also makes powder and capsules, which is more expensive than pure bulk, even though they're probably the same manufacturer. We suggest taking them together around the same time. So like if you're taking flesh niacin pills, you could put the PEA in your mouth, let it sit in there, get wet, whether it's by your saliva or with some water. And then when you're ready to take your other pills, you get your other pills, pop them in your mouth, drink your water, done. And if you are doing the powder in the mouth version or the flesh niacin, anyway, actually, I just mean this, the PEA and the flesh niacin, you can take them with or without food. I don't care. Sometimes I'm doing it these days with food. Sometimes I'm doing it without. Flesh niacin will flush you more if you take it on an empty stomach. If you're making the choice of taking PEA capsules, which is less effective, you take that with food. So you get the fatty digestion going. Anyway, this is what I'm asking of you folks so we can prove that this works. If you, in your history, already have done, or you want to go get them now, if you want to help us to show the world that this works, if you already have imaging or labs that show you have fatty liver, you've been diagnosed with fatty liver or cirrhosis, before you're getting on the flesh niacin or PEA, or at least before you get on the PEA, maybe you're already on the flesh niacin. But if you add the PEA to it, or you somehow work in this protocol, and then after the maybe 6 months, you're willing to get the labs and the imaging done again, or your doctor's willing to do it for you, we would love to see the results. And I will make sure that if you do this correctly, I will make sure you are rewarded somehow. I haven't decided what that is yet, but I would definitely help you out for helping us out. So anyway, you can email this email address with if you're interested in doing this, or if you want to let us know you're going to try to do it. We would love your help on this, so we can literally change medicine and get rid of fatty liver for people. Because look at all this research that makes sense. Okay. So I hope you can see why I didn't go through the actual papers today. That would have been obnoxiously long. Let me close this window. And so now, we're only at like 2 hours. No, I'm not. That was a lot. And I know that was a little dry, but that's the justification for the KG lipid cleanse. I've watched Kelsey getting better with this. I think she's told some other people about it who added the PEA to their flesh niacin, and people are just loving it so far. So again, if something is not right with the flesh niacin for you, or something's not right with the PEA for you, then don't push it, but also don't be afraid to get through that initial flush. Or if the PEA caused you any digestive issues, don't be afraid to just keep going at a lower dose until that clears itself out, because it will. Okay. So let me look at, Joe, do we have any super chats? Let's see. Joe has some graphics we might use. Let me see. Okay, Conscious B3 asks, is there any insight to using flush while nursing? Quote, I know no medical advice. Well, the safest advice in medicine from a doctor in terms of pregnancy or nursing is always don't do it. Don't do it. That's the CYA advice, right? Now, Kelsey did not know about flesh niacin when she was pregnant with her kids. So I don't know if Kelsey's here. I haven't been looking at the chat at all because I had that huge document to go through. But so the safest thing here, right, is nursing would be if you're freeing up a bunch of fat soluble toxins. You're breaking down more fatty tissue, you're freeing up more soluble or fat soluble toxins. Breast milk tends to have a lot of fat soluble toxins in it, if you didn't know. So if you were dumping more as you're doing this, you might be giving some more to the kid. However, you may also be giving them PEA and niacin. How can I say this? If I was okay, is there any known reason? What's the one vitamin that pregnant women or nursing women are not supposed to get too much of? Say it all with me, folks. Vitamin A. What's two of the supplements that are known to shorten lifespan? Two of these supplements that are specifically noted in the research to shorten lifespan and make people sicker. Retinol or retinol palmitate and beta carotene. So we have those, and those get into the milk, and we don't want those. And vitamin A is in breast milk. So we can say that there is a toxin in breast milk. And people will say, why is it there if it's not supposed to be there? I'm like, why is rocket fuel found in breast milk if it's not supposed to be there? So what I'm getting at is if I were me, yet I was a woman nursing, is there any research out there saying that B3 is contraindicated or dangerous during pregnancy or nursing? As far as I know, there isn't. Could it be out there? Sure. But the big vitamin, as we all know, is vitamin A. So it'll cause birth defects, the same type of birth defects that alcohol causes. And yet, flush niacin provides the NAD to detox alcohol and to detox retinol, as we went over in that presentation. So if I was a nursing mother, depending upon how much longer I had left, I might do it. I wouldn't particularly be afraid. So I would definitely, if I was a nursing mother or a pregnant mother and I wanted to do this, I would definitely be taking binders like the Pectaclear or the Pectasol that we sell, the Zeolite, the whether it's apple pectin or the barley beta glucan, the Cerebeta, or the sun fiber, or charcoal, or a mix of them. Remember, the more you mix together, folks, the more things, like each of those binders has different favorite, alginates too. The different binders have different favorite things, propensities towards binding different things. So if you mix binders together, you have like basically a bigger shotgun to hit things with. That's what I'm doing in the morning now. So I'm taking binders with flush niacin and PEA would be just fine. So if I was nursing, I would definitely be have the binders going first. And then if I wanted to try the flush niacin and PEA, I would, if you were going to prioritize one of them, I'd do the PEA first. And then work in the flush niacin. So again, remember, we like to add one thing at a time. So if you guys are trying to do flush niacin and PEA, add one, then add the other, so you can see how you tolerate each one as you add it. So that's my answer on that one. If it were me, that's what I would do. Binders first, PEA next, flush niacin after that. That's what I would do if I were in that situation. So, okay. Oh, Joe said no more, no super chats up there. So let me pull up the chat. Joe, you could show one of your images if you want, if you think it's worth showing. Oh, Joe put the protocol on one card so you could see it. Look at this guy go. Joe does know how to use AI well. So it has its place. It just shouldn't be making national war decisions or going into banks and other stuff like that, which it's already doing. So yeah, it'd be much better to not have AI around, in my opinion, than to have it blow everything up, which it's either gonna demolish itself by reproducing, making copies of copies and copies. And as you make copies and copies of copies, like AI couldn't come up with this idea that Kelsey did. AI can't Can't do that. AI cannot come up with new ideas. AI believes everything on the internet, basically. AI is dumb until you guide it where it needs to go. So, yeah. Okay, so let's hit on some of these things here. Let me move this over so I can read it a little better without looking so far to the side. Okay, so I'm going to head through the YouTube chat. If you made chats and you're on another channel, Twitter, wherever, Facebook, I'm sorry, I got to stick to the YouTube chats because the chat on my streaming thing gets all mixed up. Okay, so Beth asked if there was a live today. Okay, so Beth put this in the live chat. Beth, just going to let you and everybody else know, once you see a live chat, that means the live stream is coming. That means we've created the live stream on YouTube, and there is a live stream coming. So if you can post a live chat, it's happening. I might start late. Sorry, my little research project took a little longer than I thought. But Joe's showing the PEA and the B3 combo. That was the Mimeo, how it's moving the LDL particle numbers and the oxidized LDL, and what was that? Improved mealtime appetite regulation, 91% versus 47% placebo. What was that? Reported never bloating. Yeah, 87% had no bloating. And then the never abdominal pain was 83.3% on the group that took the Mimeo. So if anything, the PEA and the OEA and the niacinamide helped the digestion, right? So, oh yeah, Joe made this one. More phosphatidylcholine, more AKA egg lecithin, soy lecithin, sunflower lecithin. Remember, sunflower is actually used to remediate toxic soil. So sunflower seeds, full of toxins. Be real careful with that. Now we know that they're full of nickel. Sunflower seeds are full of nickel. They have, enough lecithin in them to make sunflower lecithin. So they must be getting something out of it. Anyway, for all the egg cells out there who are eating eggs, remember, and they say, I feel better when I eat eggs. Remember, we've always said taking in a toxin is a good way to slow detox. As you get more toxic, your detox gets slower. Slowing down your detox can help you feel better for a short time. When we start to see these people who insist on eating egg yolks, and they're like, I don't feel good if I don't. Well, they don't understand what we're doing here. And that's okay. Not everyone has that capacity. So yeah, this was the one about the PEA hitting the fatty liver process at many points. I've already read that stuff, so we're going to skip on that one. Yeah, this one was cutting the supply of fats to the liver and boosting the disposal. Another one. But yeah, Joe, I'm going to get to, we already did all these, so I'm going to go to the chat. So Chris said, what's that PEA all about? Chris, you want to go and watch last week's episode? You can watch this one first or last week's, but Lynn added, watch his last video on PEA. My husband has Crohn's. It helped him immediately. Oh, sorry, Joe. Let me find that one. I'll post this one up. Oh, wow. That's 210 chats. Here we go. So this was Lynn's comment. Watch his last video on PEA. My husband has Crohn's. It helped him immediately. Wow. That's amazing. I mean, that's amazing. That's what we're after. So thank you for that, Lynn. Oh, and then Beth said, I'm loving me the PEA. It totally rocks. LOL. Thank you, Kelsey. Yes. We love saying thank you, Kelsey, on this channel. I see Kelsey didn't totally know what I was going to do in the live stream today, because I kind of decide this thing, Friday, Saturday. I finally decide what I'm going to do. And so I was prepping all that stuff. And Kelsey this morning, she's visiting family, and she was like, so what's the topic on? And I send her that doc, and she was like, all caps, she was like, wow. I was like, yeah, babe, I took your stuff. And, as they said, when you're in a good relationship, right, one person contributes something and then the other person can make it better often. So that's what Kelsey and I do together. It's really awesome. So let's see. Oh, whoa, it jumped. Oh, wow. That really jumped. I didn't want it to jump like that. Okay. Oh, there's a super chat. Let me go check that one out. Okay. LeBrad Pass asked, he didn't mind me saying this. He was the testimonial an episode or two ago. He says, what are some ways to protect yourself before or after swimming in a chlorine pool? Honestly, I haven't looked into that. I haven't even thought about that. I'm less concerned about, I mean, chloramine is not good. Chlorine is going to be there. I mean, just shower off after you're done. That would be with soap, especially. Okay, folks, there's a reason why your armpit sweat and your groin sweat are different than the sweat on the other parts of your body, and why they tend to be a little more, tend to stain things, or they have a different smell or feel to them, because you actually have different sweat in your armpits and in your groin. This is known. It's what the apocrine sweat versus the exocrine sweat, I believe. So it really just be like, if you're going to go sauna and you're going to purposely try to sweat out toxins, right? First of all, take flush niacin to protect your testes against the heat, so that you can have good testosterone and sperm. But also, you want to shower as soon as you're done with that, because you have these toxins on your skin and you don't want to reabsorb them. You just sweated them out. Don't reabsorb them. So get in the shower, especially use soap on the oily areas, which would tend to, the more oily areas that you sweat, which would tend to be your armpits, your groin, and maybe your head if you have kind of an oily scalp. Oh, another thing that I've had since I did the flush niacin and the PEA, a little bit of dry skin that I used to get on my scalp and under my beard, totally gone. That was a cool little side effect. So, yeah, there was that. But I would just shower as soon as you're done in the chlorine pool. I would, like, if you feel bad after you get in a chlorine pool, and even if you shower right afterwards, then don't get in the chlorine pool. Remember, one of the worst things that can be in pools or jacuzzis is they use copper sulfate as a fungicide. So then you're literally marinating in copper and sulfur, soaking that through your skin. So you don't want to do that. That's not a good idea. But I would just shower as soon as you're done. I mean, I'm not going to tell you to like put a coating on of something before you get in. I would just wash it off as soon as you can when you're done. So that's what I got on that one. Let's go back to here. So thank you for that, LeBrad. Let's see. Oh, LeBrad said his PEA arrives today. Let me find it. I'll go through it on here. Let's see. Where was it? Oh, here it is. LeBrad said his PEA arrives today. I'm so excited, like a kid on Christmas, looking forward to this live. Yeah. Oh, and here we have another one. Alfreda Gunning says, also very excited about the PEA, seeing improvements. Why? Yeah, I'm going to tell a funny story again. Kelsey got into this and she found that PEA and nickel allergy study, and then she's telling me about it. And I was, you know, I'm a skeptic, right? So even if Kelsey brings up something to me, like with the flush niacin, when she's like, it's totally safe. And I was like, I'm going to take high doses then. I'm going to prove it. Like, right? Trust but verify. So did I trust her? Yeah, I trusted her enough to take high doses. Like one day I took 20 grams in a day. I trusted her and I verified it. So, you know, that's what I do. So she brings up the PEA and I'm kind of like, I'm looking at the research and I'm going, this stuff looks amazing. And then I did something that was kind of funny. I said, how could I not have heard of this? You know, I mean, it sounds a little egotistical, right? A little arrogant, but I was sitting there going, like, this is our realm of stuff, is finding this weird stuff that works that nobody else seems to talk about. I'm like, why haven't I heard of this? And she gave me a look and she's like, you're asking me that question? Seriously? And it was like, I remembered back, I was like, oh, figuring out the lactoferrin and figuring out these other things and connecting them all was what I did by myself before. So by the time I figured it out, it already made sense to me, but now I've got Kelsey bringing in new things. And all of a sudden I'm like, I got to go through that first phase of being skeptical and going, why haven't I heard of this? Well, because they didn't want us to hear about it. They don't want you to know about it. And it's possible they want to ruin it by micronizing it and ultra micronizing it. Because go look at how cheap PEA is on the on the Pure Bulk website. If this does, look at these results that people are getting, and then go look at how inexpensive it is if you get the powder. Why would they not want us to know about it? Or if we do know about it, why would they want to put in the research that you need to take the ones that are ruining the problem probably long term? Yeah. Joe's still waiting on his PEA. Oh, Chris put hello. Oh, and there's the lovely Kelsey. There she is. I'm sorry I didn't say hi, Kelsey, if you're seeing this later. Let's see. Wait, Beth, I don't know who you're referring. Beth said he's like 12 years old, LOL. I don't know who you're referring to. It's definitely not me. Oh, this is a good question. Hamza asked, do I think Brian Johnson could have nickel toxicity? I think Brian Johnson, I mean, he's a vegan. Okay, I'm going to give you guys a simple thing to know about plant foods that tend to have a lot of nickel. Does the part of the food you're eating, is it considered to be high fiber? If the answer is yes, it's a nickel problem. You can just assume that. So like when you think of how much fiber is in whole wheat flour versus refined flour, and just so you know, refining flour is simply just sifting out the bran of it. They're not putting bleach on it. They can call it bleach, but like they just have to sift it. It's a mechanical process. Like you guys can do this at home. You're going to make your home milled fresh bread. Fine, do it. Sift properly the flour so you take the whole wheat part and all the nickel out so you have homemade white flour, homemade refined flour. It doesn't involve bleach. Okay? Just like they don't have to bleach rice to make it white. Okay? So, do I think Brian Johnson has nickel toxicity? Absolutely. Because that's all he eats is plant foods and high fiber plant foods and high vitamin A plant foods and high polyphenol plant foods. And he takes multiple drugs. I mean, he takes Cialis every day. He takes microdosed Accutane every day. He didn't even say when he started getting dry eye, he didn't even mention that the Accutane might be causing it. He's so misled by his doctors. It's just hilarious. So, yes, he has nickel toxicity, and it's only going to get worse. He's already got an autoimmune condition in his gut. I don't know how the dude, like, sometimes I really think that Brian Johnson is just a pure psyop. Because people listen to, I mean, most of the comments on his Twitter threads are just people mocking him after talking about like checking on his son's erection status every night because he put the measuring thing on. I mean, like, weird. And then taking blood from his son. Like, it's got to be a psyop because he keeps getting worse. Like, the studies on his approach show that it makes people worse. He's getting an autoimmune disease. He's getting dry eye from Accutane. He is the example of what not to do. Yes, he's getting nickel toxicity. Do I think that Grant Genereux may have nickel toxicity? Yes. When he went to the whole wheat fortified flour over 9 months or whatever it was, he started getting skin problems. And then he stopped the whole wheat. Took 5 months for it to go away. Has Grant been eating beans this whole time? Yes. Have I said multiple times that I think Grant is deficient in zinc based on his symptoms and based on what happens to him? Yeah. Does zinc counteract nickel? Yeah. I think a lot of the people who have, let's say, if you did the Love Your Liver program and you did great on it at the beginning in the first several years or whatever, and then you started having things creeping up on you, that was nickel toxicity from the beans and the whole grains. So we figured out the problem, and now we're fixing that. And now people's problems, like let's say my little dry flaky scalp, it was just like the dust. It was like dandruff, right? I had that and I would get it in my beard. Did I ever worry about it? No, it was not a big deal. But I was kind of going, what I think about this is I go, there's something I'm missing. I don't know what it is yet, but there's something I'm missing. I'm okay with admitting that. And then I figure out the nickel thing, and I do the flush niacin, the PEA that Kelsey's telling me, and I do all my other stuff, and poof, it goes away. So I think a lot of people I think nickel toxicity is the epidemic of today, causing many of the other toxicities because nickel slows down detox. So yes. Okay. Let's see. Oh. Sarah said, saw a big account on X recommending low dose Accutane / isotretinoin today. I mean, there is a saying, you can't fix stupid. And think of how much money pharma is paying influencers to say stuff like this. And then honestly, ladies, ladies and guys, some guys, but mostly ladies, think of how many ladies out there, probably not the ones here, but other ones, will trade health problems for beauty. They're literally trading their health for beauty. So does Accutane or isotretinoin work? In some people, it does. Does it also sometimes ruin their health for the rest of their lives? Yeah, so maybe you don't have Accutane for the rest of your life, or you don't have acne for the rest of your life. Oh, but you ruined your liver, and you ruined your fertility, and you did all these things. Oh, and microdosing is going to fix all the problems. No, the problems just take longer to show up, and then the person is less suspicious of it being the Accutane because they're like, but I took a low dose. That's why Brian Johnson didn't even talk about the Accutane microdosing that he was taking when he got dry eye. And what did I do on Twitter? I showed him a list of how all of his symptoms correlated with known Accutane isotretinoin side effects. He knows better than to even address me. He just ignores me entirely. So, okay. Let me see. Joe put the link to the Pure Bulk in there. Okay, Sam Jones says my PEA is called Nuller. Honestly, feel no difference, good or bad. Let me go look. See if it fits my what I want it to be. And if it, again, Sam, if you weren't opening it before, open it. So let's see. Well, where's the ingredient list? Here, I'll share this. So, well, I don't know. Sam, if it doesn't have any other ingredients, it doesn't look like it has any other ingredients. I would just open it. And then remember, so again, like I said, in the how to take PEA, you may not notice stuff in the beginning, but it just accumulates over time. It was like me going in the gym and all of a sudden jumping higher and going, like noticing that I was jumping higher and I'm getting stronger in the gym. And then I'm going, it's got to be the PEA, like building up. So I didn't notice anything. Like I could tell when Kelsey started taking it, her mood improved like that day. I didn't notice a lot at the start that I could say was obvious. I kind of just thought I felt better. But then over time, I started watching the gym and everything get better. And people are seeing like with the Crohn's, people are seeing their pooping get better. Don't be afraid of the PEA just because some of the research I went over when they poisoned mice to give them digestive problems, that they saw that PEA helped reduce their diarrhea. Okay, folks, reducing your diarrhea doesn't mean it constipates you. It means they fix to diarrhea. Okay. So, oh, we'll hit on, what do you guys eat for breakfast? I'm gonna go over this for just because this is what I've been doing that I really like. Okay. We as humans have a circadian rhythm of bile dumping. Okay. Usually it happens with meals during your waking times. But oftentimes, if you have wake ups at night, especially where you wake up feeling hot or you have to pee or these other things, that's very likely a bile dump that is happening at night. Okay. So that's in your system and it causes those symptoms. And as your liver starts processing it, then you're most times, sometimes not, but you're usually able to go back to sleep. Well, what I started doing, I wake up pretty early, like 4 a.m., 5 a.m. And that's just natural for me. So now I'm trying to figure out how to get to bed at like 8 because I've never done that regularly before. And I don't care. People can say, oh, you're an old man or whatever. I'm like, I'm at the gym kicking ass at 6 in the morning. So whatever, people can say whatever they want about early risers. Cause as I saw on Cops one time, the cop was driving around town at like 3 or 4 in the morning. He said, the only people who are out at this time of night is us and the criminals. I was like, there's nothing good happening at 2 or 3 or 4 in the morning. I don't need to stay up late to know that. I went to college, So my breakfast these days, this is what I'm doing. I am making my detox sludge at like, when I'm out in the kitchen, 5:30 in the morning, I'm making it. I'm mixing up all that stuff together. I got all my binders in it. I've got the powdered niacin. I've got the glutamic acid in it. I've got like those, and I have my pills that I take, the plush niacin powders in there. I take my potassium pills. I take a magnesium pitilate pill and I take my stuff. I take it on, you could say I take it on an empty stomach, but with the number of binders in there, it's like a meal. That's why I call it the detox sludge. So, I have every binder that I have in my house because I'm trying to not only test it out, but I'm also trying to clear the supplement counter. Because you can imagine with all the things that Kelsey and I try, we get extra things around. So I'm kind of like, oh, it's time to use some of these things up. If I don't have a negative problem with them and they fit the paradigm, I'm taking them. I'm not saying I'm buying them extra again. I'm saying I'm going to use them up, right? The supplement graveyard. These are not graveyard things. These are still alive. I just would like more counter space. So I make that. I make my detox sludge with all those ingredients in a pint glass. And then I drink a whole glass and my alginates are in there too. Then I drink a whole glass of water after that. And then I mix up my little electrolyte drink and I go to the gym with that electrolyte drink for the gym. So I don't eat. I'm personally finding that the detox sludge puts a nice something in my stomach so that I don't wake up hungry. So I don't feel hungry. I've got something in there and then I work out and then I come home and then I figure out what I'm going to eat. So I'm also so over the idea of breakfast foods. Like I don't care what I eat. I'll eat leftovers in the morning. I'll eat whatever's easiest or whatever feels right. So once you get over the like you have to eat breakfast foods in the morning, and if you do, then the detox sludge like keeps me going for a long time. I'm not intermittent fasting or anything. I just put that in there, and then between the PEA helping with appetite and the detox sludge filling up my stomach with just stuff, I do fine. I found that like the detox sludge, my approach for those of you that apple pectin doesn't agree with your gut biome as much, I just stopped taking the apple pectin. I give it to my buddy. My buddy gets along great with it. So there's that. Okay. But if you guys eat stuff if I was going to eat breakfast, if I felt the need, I might have, like I've been over this before, like a beef stick and 2 bananas. That's I can eat that and work out immediately. That's kind of one of my litmus tests for if you really get along with the food or not, is like, could you work out a half hour after you eat that meal? If you can't, it might not be digesting as well as you want it to. That's just like, so like, I know that if I can go work out on 2 bananas and a beef stick and not feel anything in my stomach, then that's a good thing for me. Okay. Luca, regular chatter. Doc, thank you once again, because PEA was what my body needed during this harsh nickel detox. Started at the beginning of warm weather with all the nickel in the city's air. My body was overly reactive. Awesome. And you're welcome. And we all are thanking Kelsey for figuring that out. Lynn Farley says, my counter literally looks like a health food store. Glad to get focused. We have kind of a built-in desk in the kitchen. There's like a little kitchen nook, if you will, that's got just like a built-in desk, and pretty much bags of powders and pills have taken over most of that desk. So like I said, I'm trying to clear it out, and I'm a dad. I don't like throwing things away, right? I hate throwing away leftovers. I hate doing that stuff. So I'm going to use it up. And I've actually come to some very interesting other discoveries as I've been clearing stuff out. So, okay. Sean Jack added, I noticed that infrared light guides the flush using a 4-watt LED. When it starts, the first parts of the flush were the ones irradiated. Okay. Well, I'm trying to think of how that, I do know red light increases, what do they call it? Formaldehyde dehydrogenase. So red light increases the activity of a specific aldehyde dehydrogenase for formaldehyde. I don't know about infrared light, but what you're seeing, something's happening. It's very likely, folks, when you're thinking about red light or infrared light and everybody's saying, oh, there's all these health benefits. These lights are literally providing energy to your tissues so they can run detox. So again, you're helping why does sunlight help you? Because it breaks down, it oxidizes toxins in your skin. Okay. Red light, similar yet different thing. Infrared light, similar but different thing. Again, just like binders, they're going to have different proclivities, different things that they tend to, different detox enzymes that they help more, different energy that they provide in a certain way to these things. Can they all be helpful? Yes. Does red light replace sunlight or UVB or UVA? No, it doesn't. So yeah, that's cool. Actually, I have a huge like therapy laser here. It's like up to a 25 watt class 4 therapy laser. And about a week ago, the screen on it went on the fritz. I think I've had that laser now for, I don't know, 10 years. So it's okay that it pooped, but we're mailing it back to get it fixed. I really like having it now. I don't have a brick and mortar practice anymore. However, having that laser around, I've probably used it enough on my family and friends that it has, even if I didn't charge anybody, it's paid itself off in terms of me not having to go somewhere to get a treatment. So it's nice having it around, especially with my daughter in dance, little injuries with that and stuff. Pursuing Truth says, looking great, Doc. Well, thank you very much. Kelsey likes to call it getting guapo. Okay, so Joe says he used to only be able to take 10 milligrams of nicotinic acid at one time. Joe, how much can you take now? You can send it to me on Telegram if you want, Joe. Joe, you send that to me when you get it. Let me see. The next one was Terminator says, is burning bowel movement also nickel toxicity? Oh, Joe's taking 1.5 grams now. So Joe used to only tolerate 10 milligrams of niacin. And then he says he worked up to even 3 grams a day. And now he's on 1.5 grams. So for those of you who are stuck on low doses, right? Like nothing changes until something changes. So again, if you start taking niacin and the flush decreases and you want to go up, that is when you go up. If you're on low doses, you're most likely never going to get to the place where you don't flush at all. So if you're waiting for that, if you're waiting for no flush, but you're on low doses once a day, you're not going to get there. I'm telling you how to get to no flush to very little flush. And it's not taking the same small dose once a day. If you're in the beginning, you can start slow, but if you never move from that spot, then you stay in that spot. Okay. Joe said, then he didn't have any for a month or so. He had to start again slowly. Yeah. If you take a break from your niacin, you're going to get the flush again. But you already know what it's like. Like, the flush is just discomfort for a short period, an hour maybe. But a burning bowel movement, is it also nickel toxicity? It's probably bile, like burning bile. That's probably like it's just burning your starfish on its way out, to use a technical term. But yeah, so it's part of detox. Yes. I mean, if you go and you eat like really spicy Mexican food and you're pooping fire, well, then you did that to yourself. But a burning bowel movement out of nowhere, your body decided to dump something, most likely. And it's probably related to bile. Oh, Joe said he's had to use the baby aspirin when readapting. Well, maybe Joe, you might be a little bit of a sensitive boy. I'm going to give Joe a little hard time. But see, so Joe is managing it. He started slow. He's doing the right things. So even though I'm making fun of Joe a little bit, giving him a hard time, he's doing the right things. He started at 10 milligrams and he built up to a higher dose of 3 grams. And now he's back down to 1.5. And if he stops taking it, he gets the flush again. And sometimes he chooses to use a baby aspirin to help reduce the flush. Okay, this is not out of the realm of what we do. This is completely within the realm of what we do. So Joe, you're doing the right thing. Okay, somebody, Conscious B3 said, Joe, what did you notice initially if you took more than 10? He said, I once had to lay down. I was having difficulty dealing with it. Well worth pushing through. Stayed low dose. Back then I did it to deal with anxiety and mental disturbances he had. Good job, Joe. Joe added, baby aspirin seems to help if one finds the flush too much to handle. I've had to take 2 baby aspirin on occasion for flush management. Yeah, Joe, let me just see what else is going on. Well, actually, yeah, Joe, if you want to come on and add something to that. Okay. Yeah, Joe, come on and tell us what you want to add.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Say hi, Joe.
Hi, everybody. So let's see. How do I stop sharing this? And there we are. So I knew that the nicotinic acid was useful for dealing with mental issues. And I used to have this kind of pain that I felt. It was like a mental pain, and I'd be squinting. I'd walk around, and I didn't really understand it. But I knew that if I took some of the flush niacin, that would go. It would be more manageable. So that's how I did that. And that was something, before I even came on your work, that I had some exposure to. And then that kind of went away. And then I started doing a lot of the early things that you did, avoiding the vitamin A. And then when we started talking about, you started talking about nicotinic acid, I got on that again. But somewhere before that, I had gotten into this whole thing about the ivermectin and started, trying to, I had my own podcast that I did, and I regret this, is my mea culpa. It was, even promoting ivermectin back then. I saw this pattern that I had gotten swept up in, of trying to promote things that would try to save the world or whatever, and without really looking too deeply into it.
We've all been caught by those, Joe. It's okay.
Right. Well, here's the thing, and in retrospect, I think this is what happened. It's a cautionary thing about when starting up on nicotinic acid. Mm-hmm. And that's that I had maybe 6 or 7 doses of the horse the horse paste ivermectin, interspaced across a period of maybe 2 months, 3 months, and then about 6 months had lapsed, uh, and then or maybe even a year, and then when I took, I had taken nicotinic acid much earlier, flush niacin much earlier, and up to about 10 milligrams, and things were fine. It was a flush, it was, but but after the ivermectin stuff, I started to do the this nicotinic acid again, and I actually had a period where it was difficult to breathe. And I remember telling Barb, "Watch me, this is," and it's a cautionary tale. If you're just getting on this, it seems like have the baby aspirin ready. I mean, it's important to get these toxins out. It's not the nicotinic acid that's causing you problems to breathe. It was the ivermectin, the it has this impact on your neurologic systems that is starting to get dumped out. As you say, it's a poison hurts you on the way in, it hurts you on the way out. And nicotinic acid was kicking this stuff out of my cells into the interstitial fluids, whatever, and was causing some stuff. So, you can have some really weird stuff in your deep in your body, cells and places that get kicked out, and that can cause these things. So yeah, it's nice to have that baby aspirin on the ready if you should ever need it. And like, I've done lots of nicotinic acid like daily. I try to get up. I got up to 3 grams a day and did that a lot, and then ran out of it, and and then had to get retooled up, getting up to the pace again. I take it for kidney issues. I take it for mental kinds of things. I got diagnosed with the schizophrenia spectrum and other psychotic disorders, and I think a lot of that is reversing. And
just wait till you get the PEA.
No, it's coming. It's going to be here tomorrow. I'm so excited. So this stuff's all good. I think that it's and even though having some of these irregular things where I've gone off of it and then came back on, I've run into some times where I've had an unexpectedly really hard flush, and I'm like itching like crazy, and I'm really good about it because I equate the kind of mental pain that I used to experience, and I think that, well, I'd rather have this stuff itching my body than itching my brain, and really disturbing my brain and making me agitated and all this kind of stuff. It's okay if I'm intentionally pushing the flush, right, and I've got an exit strategy if I really need it. And so there's that. I suppose the probably one of the earliest flushes I had that was kind of difficult to manage, I had to go lay down and just try to go to sleep or something, which usually I try not to take nicotinic acid before bed, like a couple hours, 3 hours before bed. Don't don't take it after that. Unless you find you can go to sleep with a flush.
Some people can. For those of you who don't know, if you take your flush niacin close to bed and you can sleep well with it, you can sleep through the flush. It doesn't wake a lot of people up. That's how a lot of people avoid the flush, is they flush while they're asleep. So just I wanted to tell you guys that so you could use that if you want to. But was that it, Joe? Are we good?
I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Cool. Well, thanks for coming on, Joe, and sharing that. So I'm just
Great.
going to add one more thing about the ivermectin and the flushing, and this is a conceptual thing. Is if you ever see a contraindication or like a drug nutrient interaction where they're saying, like if you're actually talking about one of the literal essential nutrients that we talk about, and they say it interacts with a medication, the nutrient's not the problem. It's the medication. It always was. Like I always remind people, like if all of a sudden over time you start developing new issues and you're on a medication, your first suspicion is that it's like a long-term side effect of the medication. That's where you look first. Because that's what pharmaceuticals are. They're not essential nutrients. They are a compound you are taking into your body that is forcing your body to do something that it can't do itself, or it's forcing your body to do something that it doesn't want to do. And problems come about because of that. Some people have theorized that most long-term pharmaceutical side effects are simply nutrient depletions. Toxins deplete nutrients. What a weird concept. I wonder who might use that. So it doesn't surprise me that a medication, especially a pesticide, would interact negatively with something that detoxes toxins. Remember, you don't want to push detox while you're still intoxing, which was what Joe unknowingly did. He was taking something like ivermectin and at the same time taking a detox agent like flush niacin, and it caused a problem. So yeah. Sergio added, let's see. Well, Joe, can you find that comment that Sergio posted? If you can. He said, Sergio said, I got the breathing symptoms many times. It's like you are suffocating. Very weird. Sergio, I'm assuming you're a fan of flush niacin now. Flush niacin is one of the things where I had to kind of readapt the whole like, doc, it hurts when I do this. Well, then don't do that, because I trusted Kelsey and she was like, the flush is literally good for you. And then I figured out later that it was, I mean, she told me she had 400 different toxins that it was shown to help detox in a spreadsheet. So I went, okay, I know detox can suck. And I just kept taking it. And yeah. People keep saying I look better. Here's the funny thing. We're going to do this for a short or a reel. Kelsey told me that somebody had already done this, but we're going to find, okay, now remember, I'm not a Scientologist. I never will be a Scientologist. I don't endorse Scientology, but one thing Scientologists do is they use flush niacin a lot. The whole sauna and flush niacin protocol, sauna and exercise and flush niacin protocol came from L. Ron Hubbard. Okay. You know, as they say, even the sun shines on a dog's ass every once in a while, right? Broken clocks right twice a day. He came up with a brilliant combination. I don't know I don't know how it came to him or whatever, but anyway, can he still be a Looney Tunes and come up with something really useful? Sure. Yes. So what we were going to do is we were going to find pictures of, let's say, a Scientologist person, celebrity, who is likely taking flush niacin, and compare how they aged with their co-stars from the same time. And a very obvious example of this could be Tom Cruise and Kelly McGillis of Top Gun. They did not age similarly at all. So I just watched Top Gun Maverick again the other night. I think that was, you know, it's a total ripoff of the first one, but I still think it was fun. It was enjoyable. But I mean, for like, how old is that dude? Like 65? He looks good for 65. And yeah, so there may be a reason for it. Kelsey said somebody's done that before. They've accumulated these pictures of co-stars. I haven't found it on my quick searching, but if any of you out there find it, send it our way. I'll go looking for it again. Okay. Conscious B3 said, she was talking to Joe. Thank you for sharing. I can take 2 lactoferrin capsules now, no symptoms, but flush niacin for some reason makes me nervous. LOL. I mean, I was tainted in my college days. I was reading about flush niacin, and all these guys were saying it's so amazing and the flush is great. And I was like, okay, I'll do it. And I think at the time I took some like nutritional yeast and some flush niacin. And that was my first flush ever. And oh my gosh, my elbow pits turned bright red and my knee pit, and I was just itching and I was so hot and I was sitting in a chair like just miserable because I didn't know what to expect. And I think I did it like twice or maybe 3 times. And then I just said, you know what, screw this. I'm never doing this again. I can't believe that people do this. This sucks. This is horrible. And like my son flushed, I think once or twice. And he's like, he'll ask me now if I tell him about PEA, he goes, does it cause you to flush? Because he doesn't want to do it. So when I was younger, I wouldn't put up with the flush. And now I don't worry about it because I know it. And if it's uncomfortable, I just go, okay, it's gonna be over soon. And I'm not in any danger. So anyway, okay. So we talked about the flush while nursing. Oh, Beth said I should say, like oxidation in Pig Latin, say the things that I can't say in Pig Latin. So what would it be? Sedation OA or something? I don't know. Oh, Joe, put that up on the screen. Your comment. The one you just showed me.
I'll just come back.
Okay, go ahead.
I was trying to get some of my stuff squared away, and I set an appointment with a psychiatrist, and I didn't want to take any drugs that they had to offer. And she said with my diagnosis and my age that I shouldn't be alive without taking their meds. And I think it's a real testament to the nicotinic acid that I'm able to manage all of this.
Yeah. Amazing. Yes. Don't we love proving doctors wrong?
And it's the other things too. You know, I'd been taking a lot of the minerals, the molybdenum, the magnesium, the potassium, the zinc, and there's one
selenium.
more.
Selenium's that last one you're looking for. Yeah.
Yeah. And, you know, just, you know, and I didn't have the money to get testing. Mm-hmm. So I just figured out what the RDA was, and I tried to stay under that, you know, pretty much all of them. And I think, you know, I had some leg cramp issues around sometimes and stuff, but I kind of worked through all that. And, you know, that facilitated a lot of this stuff, and learning about the charcoal and the other kinds of binders, the various fibers. And probably the mistake I made along the way was leaning so hard on oatmeal. Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to say that because I think it's as I think about what she said, you know, that a person with my diagnosis typically wouldn't be alive if left untreated.
Well, we talked about when you kind of came and mentioned some of your issues that you were noticed or having with me. I told you I'm like the flush niacin, right? Didn't I kind of like really emphasize the flush niacin to you?
Yeah, going hard, like 3 grams a day, and you pointed that out in the literature. There were studies that showed that was shown to help with with that condition. So yeah, and you know, I think it has. You know, I've the low points. You know, one of the things that the vitamin A, the isotretinoin stuff, the Accutane things point to a lot of these psychological problems of you know, people having the impulse of you know, I won't say the word because sometimes that'll get people banned on these shows or whatever.
Unaliving.
Yeah, the unaliving. It's an impulse that happens where you have this thought, and it's not couched in depression or anything. It's just all of a sudden there, and it's so strange. I think I've had that sort of impulse 3 times, and that's that's not been the case. Probably the last year and a half was probably the last time when I even noticed something like that. So the lows are getting higher,
Yes.
right? The lows aren't as bad as they were in the past, and so that's a good thing. That's all I got.
Okay, awesome. Thanks for sharing, Joe. It's great. It's amazing to hear that when we help people with something as serious as some of these issues are. So Luca added, let's see. Luca said stellate cells, also known as Edo cells, are the cells which store excess vitamin A. I always get the Kupfer cells and the stellate cells confused, and can be damaged when the liver gets injured, leading to excess collagen in the liver, as in fibrosis. Yes, there was a part that I took out of that document where it was talking about, I think it was PEA helping reduce collagen formation in terms of fibrosis in the liver. Okay, because you guys don't be like, oh, PEA reduces collagen. No, it reduces the fibrotic collagen in the liver. Okay. So, let's see. Nope. Marie Vital said, my spouse is not on the LYL diet except for some of my meals he eats with me, but I'm still super excited to try this. Yeah, I finally figured out how to, one of my moms, she has Parkinson's or Parkinsonian syndrome. I used to say Parkinson's-like syndrome because that was literally what the neurologist who diagnosed her with called it. And I had never really or at least when I looked it up years ago, it existed on the internet. And then when I tried to look it up recently, I couldn't find very much on Parkinson's-like syndrome. There's all sorts of variations called Parkinsonism now. So anyway, but my mom doesn't have the tremor of Parkinson's. She has just the walking trouble and she's too much saliva and, having trouble keeping it and stuff like that. And swallowing is her big problem. And she actually had issues where I don't know what she did, but she would swallow a flush niacin capsule and it would open up. So whatever she was doing with her tongue in there, she actually would open the capsules. This happened multiple times. So it wasn't just a freak capsule that did this. And even my brother sometimes would squeeze the capsules together to make sure that they didn't do this. And sometimes it would still happen. So whatever she was having to do to swallow was causing it. Anyway, she opened the capsule in her mouth and she inhaled some of the flush niacin into her lungs. Well, you shouldn't put flush niacin in your lungs. There's lots of things you shouldn't put in your lungs. Food is one of them. So she got this hacking cough for about a week after that. And I did my research and my due diligence to find out, is this pneumonia or whatever? Could this happen? And this was one of the few times that AI has been helpful in a medical world. It was no, it's just an irritant. She just irritated it and it should go away in 5 to 7 days. And lo and behold, it was right. So I was like, okay, so we got to figure out a way to get my mom niacin now. That's not a pill. And she doesn't like swallowing certain things, like, let's say, nicotinic acid. So, and I wanted to get her to take to PEA too. So what we found was, if any of you have people who have trouble swallowing, one of the things that was suggested to us was, it's called Thick It, which is a preparation of xanthan gum powder. So you just put it in water, it thickens the water, and that's it. So but it makes the water easier to grab onto and swallow. Think of just water, which is just water, but if you thicken the water, you have more resistance to grab onto to swallow. And then my ex-mother-in-law tells me that it really helped her husband before he passed to swallow stuff. And I was like, okay, so we get it from my mom. And I wanted to get my mom to take the Pectosol. And I couldn't figure out how to do it because it wasn't working well by itself. So we did the Thicket plus the Pectosol, and then we started adding we just recently started adding the PEA to that because it's a thick drink, so it'll suspend it, right? And then we're going to add the niacin to it and see if that doesn't work. So then we can get my mom on the flush niacin and the PEA in the way that we need to do it. And then she's also getting the Pexol multiple times a day. Yeah, thick it. That's it, Joe. Yes, thick it. So, yeah, thick it, Joe. So here's another, Joe, can you post that super chat? Tommy107 sent a super chat. Thank you very much, Tommy. Great research again, Doc. Another interesting nicotinic acid synergistic is TMG betaine. High dose niacin is a heavy methyl group consumer and consumes glycine too. The betaine balances both of these, also helps fatty liver. We have research that disagrees with that flush niacin actually normalizes methylation, and that the whole depleting methyl groups thing is a made up story, probably by pharma to detract from flush niacin, because again, these things like flush niacin and PEA that really work, like that whole what was it, PY, the study where they say niacin causes like more heart disease, the metabolites of niacin in the blood cause more heart disease. Well, those are metabolites of niacinamide, not flush niacin. But they made sure in this pharmaceutically funded study done by a doctor who's creating a genetically engineered HDL cholesterol to try to lower cholesterol with, they have to try to badmouth flush niacin any way they can. So this whole like depleting methyl groups. Okay, I want you to think about this. The people taking, the Gulf War veterans taking 5 grams of flush niacin a day. The people who took it for cholesterol, who were taking 1,500 to 2,000 milligrams a day for 6 years. And then after 9 years after that, so 15 years later, the 6 of taking it and 9 years afterwards, they had less disease risk. If they had depleted all these methyl groups, they should have more problems, and they didn't. And the Gulf War veterans, all of their markers of quality of life and medical stuff all improved. If we're actually depleting methyl groups, they should get worse taking these mega doses. I took 20 grams in one day. I used to be, when I believed in the whole methylation nonsense, which most of the methylation stuff, under methylation, over methylation, I can show you studies on like glyphosate, that glyphosate will under methylate in this area of the body and over methylate in this area of the body. I can show you the same thing with vitamin A. Methylation problems are a toxicity problem. They always have been. They always have been. They're not anything else. Methylation science was created by Merck, which is why Merck sells methylated folate and methylated B12. Can't spell Merck without the ME from methylation, right? Or vice versa. Methylation science is pharmaceutical science. That's it. Niacin in a group of people, I went over this study, Kelsey and I went over this study, in a group of people who have a genetic methylation disorder. Flush niacin restored their methylation to normal. So, we seem to be doing fine without TMG betaine or glycine. Glycine will give me terrible insomnia. Glycine helps some people at the start, but glycine may also turn on people, just like taurine, I went over last episode, can cause very different reactions, short-term versus long-term. So, yeah, I appreciate your effort. I will not be likely recommending TMG betaine or glycine too, because of the bugaboo, the what am I thinking of? The boogeyman, supposedly, of the methyl group consumption. That's like stuff that Chris Masterjohn says. Dude is like the sickest health influencer out there because he eats such ungodly amounts of vitamin A and fat. So, and now he's into the mitochondria. He's a mitochondria nerd now. Shocking. Anyway, yeah. Thank you for the comment. I disagree. So, oh, okay. So Joe, can you put that one up? Conscious B3 said, oh, and I mentioned that I was taking lactoferrin that drastically helped my GERD, and they looked at me like a deer in the headlights. How do you spell that? No, what's that? No, what's that for? Nothing. Right. So okay, I got to do a disclaimer here. Lactoferrin typically makes GERD worse. Whatever lactoferrin does to stir up nickel in the gut, if you have GERD, so this person, Conscious B3, lactoferrin drastically helped their GERD. Okay. You treated restless legs and insomnia with zinc. This is the same person. Managed your GERD reflux with activated charcoal. The obstetrician didn't even ask what helped. So sad. Could help so many of their patients. Can you believe that we've had a woman fix her liver cirrhosis, and her hepatologist asked her what she was doing? But of course, when they start explaining what they're doing, their eyes kind of glaze over, like they're not really interested, because they aren't going to put the time and effort in to help their other patients with this. They don't even know where to begin. And then we had somebody who fixed their severe chronic kidney disease and did their renal doctor, their nephrologist want to know anything about what they did? No. Oh, this person added, do you think that those can't sleep with niacin or detoxing copper or nickel as in them being stimulants? Maybe. I used to, I still don't know. Like if I was still flushing heavily, I wouldn't, I personally, like if I knew I took flush niacin before bed, my brother would take flush niacin before bed, sleep fine. Like he's like, I sleep through the flush. He doesn't live as clean a lifestyle as I'd like for him to, so he tends to flush hard often because he's constantly refilling the toxins that he's got to get out again. But it's possible it's like a bile dump or something like that. That's why you can take your binders with the flush niacin. It's kind of the dumping from the niacin and then the catching it with the binders. So once you get less toxic, you don't have to take binders with it. But like I said, I still take my detox sludge in the morning with the niacin powder in it. You said, yes, I had to take 20 milligrams. I FAFO'd the hard way because that is apparently my personality, and I was laid out by lactoferrin, LMAO. Yeah, so lactoferrin, if you haven't read the instructions, we have a whole instructions page on our website with instructions for all the different supplements. So if you haven't seen that yet, you can go to nutritiondetective.com and check the instructions link and find instructions for all the stuff that we have. You don't have to be a LYL member for that. Yeah, Joe, you can show that if you want. So it's just the instructions link. You'll see it right there. I can't really, yeah, there it is. Joe's highlighting it now. So you can go there. It's actually on a QR code on the back of all of the bottles that we've been updating. We put a QR code on that links to those directions. And then you just hit the drop down. You just click on it and it drops it down and gives you all the instructions right there. So I wanted people to know how to take this stuff. It's important, right? So lactoferrin, just back to that. So Conscious B3 started with a low dose of lactoferrin, and it still was a lot for them. Over time, the lactoferrin helped get rid of their GERD. This is why you have to dose these things based on your response. So this is an atypical response. Lactoferrin usually flares up GERD, and I tell people, do not take lactoferrin until your GERD is gone. That's what I normally tell people, because even if they've still got a little bit of it left, I've had people where they keep doing the program and they keep taking lactoferrin, and like, my GERD is just not getting better. It's getting worse. And I'm like, I finally realized it. And I said, you must stop the lactoferrin entirely until that's gone. And then we could try it again. And then we did that and it worked fine. So, but could lactoferrin help GERD? Sure. Lactoferrin interacts with nickel for sure, but it could stir it up, which is what I think it does in most people, or it could calm it down in some people. Like I never had any GERD problems with lactoferrin. Okay. I didn't actually, my thing was allergies flared up. When I went up to 2 capsules for like 6 months, I had just raging seasonal allergy symptoms, and I couldn't figure out what it was until later on I figured out the lactoferrin cold or the lactoferrin creep. Oh, wait until maybe next week I'll go over. Do you know that PEA significantly reduces the incidence of colds and flus? What's one of the big symptoms of nickel toxicity or nickel detox? A cough. weird that PEA it was actually listed on, was it Spain? Spain had a list of medicines like back in the 70s, like a government list of medicines. PEA was on it. Why has this been suppressed? Probably because pharma used to be decent. Like, how do you think they got onto flush niacin? Because they were literally trying to find something to lower cholesterol. And they found flush niacin, and it works better than anything that's come since. And it actually makes people healthier. So as pharma became more corrupt, more and more corrupt, now the flush niacin cat's out of the bag. Now they have to badmouth it. PEA, there's all these studies on it, and now like they just try not to talk about it, or they potentially purposely make it worse. So, pharma used to have some value at least, and I'm not a pharma shill by any means, but they used to do something like old meds. If you ever have to take a med, never take the brand new meds. Take the old meds that usually have way less side effects, and they've been proven for a lot longer than the new meds that they're making just to get a patent to sell it to you. So they can make the most money on it because their goal is really your health, right? Okay. So, yeah. That's what I would do if I had to take a med. And there are times when I might do that for whatever reason. I'm more about like, okay, I want to live, not hang on to dogma if it's going to hurt me, just so I can say I'm med free, right? Like, I don't know, some accident happens, testicles are gone, I'm going to get on TRT. I don't care what anybody says. I would do that. If I was missing my testes, I would get on TRT. Like, I'm not above that. They cut out my thyroid, I'll be on thyroid hormone. Like, you kind of have to do certain things. So, okay. Beth said she's been practicing saying palmitoyl ethanolamide and got it saying it 10 times fast. Well, you got to say PALM. You got to spell it right too, though, Beth. Palmitoyl, like palmitic. Yeah, like palmitic acid. Okay. So, Joe posted this was the weight loss and toxicity, where I went over all those studies showing how rapid weight loss or any weight loss tends to increase the toxins released from the fat into your system. And then I went over the theory of how that eventually slows your thyroid, and which that's why your weight loss stops. So, okay. Let's see. What else do we have here? Oh, I'll just announce this here. Okay. Listen carefully. I just put this video up on YouTube. I want you to pay attention to the thumbnail and the disclaimer in it. What I'm doing. So if you guys don't know, I do something called the Inner Circle, which is after this live stream is over, whenever that is, depending upon how many hours I go, I do another live stream in a private Zoom meeting inside of the Love Your Liver program. It is called the Inner Circle. Now that costs $49.99 a month to be a member of. People in that, they can come to the Zoom and be in the live chat if they want. They can also post questions, as many questions as they want, early. Funny thing was, Taylor Loves Health was in the Inner Circle ripping off my stuff. Hi, Taylor. Loser. Anyway, so he was there ripping off my stuff in the Inner Circle. One time he comes in with like 8 questions. Gosh, I wonder who he was trying to work on by ripping off my thoughts and concepts. Anyway, let him know how you feel about him. Anyway, so the Inner Circle happens after this, and that's where you can ask as many questions as you want if you're in the Inner Circle. But what I did was I've been doing the Inner Circle weekly. I may have missed a couple weeks for 8 years now. And literally we ran out of, I mean, I wanted to do this. I had no idea this was going to happen inside that area of the network. We ran out of posts. Like it said, you have no more space to make new posts in this section. I was like, what are we going to do? How are we going to turn lemons into lemonade? Well, I thought these are 8 years old, right? So there, you can still get gems. Like you guys know who have binge watched all of these episodes that you can get gems from any of these episodes. And I'm glad I can do that for you. So I thought, pay attention. I'll just we'll take one out and publish it on YouTube and Rumble. And then we can replace it with the new one, like the one I'm going to do today. There's also inside the Love Your Liver network, there's also what I call the Advanced Detox program. I need to make a new name for this section, but the Advanced Detox program has all the inner circle episodes over those 8 years. It's for people to watch. So we add the new inner circle, the one I'm going to do today. We add that to the Advanced Detox network 4 weeks later, 1 month later. So people in the Advanced Detox, they only pay like $9.99 a month to see all those old episodes. However, they get to, they pay less, but they don't get to ask questions and they don't get to be in the live chat. So that's that. So what we're doing is I just cleaned up the episode from March 1st, 2018, gave it an info box, gave it a thumbnail, popped it on YouTube. Now, you watch these episodes. This is 8 years ago. How many things have I figured out in 8 years? A lot, right? So you watch this old episode and you're like, wait, like in one of that first episodes, I talked about using vitamin C on people. Okay, do I do that anymore? No. Please don't come and ask me, do I still do vitamin C? Like, don't watch an episode 8 years old and you know I don't do it now, and then come and ask me if you should do that. Like, if you're going to watch these old episodes, I need you to put your thinking cap on and go, this is old. You can still get, like I went over hydration and potassium and magnesium and all sorts of stuff on that. But if you hear something, actually I'm going to edit this next one because I talk about using boron and I talk about using vitamin C and all this stuff that I never use anymore. And literally to protect you guys who need it, I'm going to edit out parts of it. Because there's always going to be some people out there who can't seem to understand that it's 8 years old. So it's my gift to you guys. I was like, so it's both. It helps me out so I can put new episodes in. And you guys, I mean, one person actually commented on my wall post about the new Inner Circle archive. They were like, I was just looking on your channel to see if there was any new stuff I hadn't seen yet. And then I put that up and that felt really good. Like somebody actually scanning my channel to find new stuff to watch because they'd watched it all before. I thought that was pretty cool. That was a really nice compliment. Thank you. So anyway. Oh, JJ. Oh yeah. So JJ Hempcrete said, I definitely look healthier now. Well, yeah, I definitely do. And I also had terrible lighting. I really didn't care about it. I think Julie even back then was like, aren't you going to work on the lights or where the camera is or any of that stuff? And I'm like, people aren't watching this for how I look. And if they are, they don't get it. Right. And now sometimes I guess people are watching it a little bit for how I look in terms of how I've improved my appearance since 8 years ago. So you're welcome to go there and just go and look and be like, there's Dr. Smith 8 years ago and here's Dr. Smith now. And yes, my camera's better and my lighting's better. And I'll admit that. However, you can tell that there are distinct differences in my head shape and my jaw. I think CEW was commenting about my energy in general on it. So yeah. So thank you all for noticing these things. I pride myself on leading by example. Like I tell people, if I won't do it, how can I ask other people to do it? So that's why I did like the high dose niacin. I was like, I'm not going to tell people to take niacin if I haven't like pushed it. And so there's a difference here. between supplement maxing and what I do. I took very high dose niacin, relatively short term. I think I did 5 grams for a week, and then 10 grams for a week, and then 15 grams for a week. And one day of the 15 grams, I did 20 grams. And then after that, I was kind of like, I'm tired of drinking 5 grams of niacin is 2 teaspoons. So 2 teaspoons of niacin powder in water 4 times a day. I was like, I'm sick of doing this. I don't want to do it anymore because I proved my point. So I'm not going to supplement max forever just because I can take that much. I went back down to a more modest dose. And for a long time now, I was only taking the niacin in my Keystone Minerals. I take 2 Keystone Minerals a day. I don't endorse that for everybody. I endorse that for people who are doing the testing and consultation and they see that they use that much. But I take 2 a day because over years, my hair test and my blood tests have suggested that that's a good dose for me. That's the dose that I need. And I'm a 200-pound male. So, but I was just getting 400 milligrams of niacin a day for a long time. And then Kelsey suggested this and I was like, okay, sure, I'll do it. And I really like what it's been doing. Okay. Oh, Matthew Jones said, good morning, doctor. Good morning, Matthew. And good morning, everybody, if I missed it. Fernando Espin says, people on GLPs look older in general. They need GHKCU to make up for it, but you can still tell. So let's try to take one toxin to undo the damage of another toxin, right? Remember, copper damages the liver. Damaged livers get fibrosis and cirrhosis. Fibrosis and cirrhosis are an excess of collagen. So doing GHKCU to increase collagen formation may be causing you problems elsewhere that no one in the goofy ass peptide world is going to tell you, because everybody's in this, like, the amount of literal retardation in the peptide world is off the charts. These people are just, they're selling you pharmaceuticals. If you don't realize peptides are pharmaceuticals, they are. Even Greg Doucette, who's, he's an interesting character, but he says if you've taken peptides, you can't claim natty status anymore because peptides are pharmaceuticals. They are. Don't fool yourself. But yeah, people on GLPs, when they start losing too much muscle, they don't support their face anymore. Your muscles support your face structure. I mean, you got the bones, but you got the muscles on top of it. So if you're losing too much fat and too much muscle, your face skin is going to sag. And when your face skin sags, you look older. That's how it is. So yeah, they can go take more poisons to try to undo the poison damage, I guess. Rewilder's Guide said, my PEA gets here today feeling overall amazing anyway, but super excited. Yeah. So if you feel pretty good already, like, don't expect a massive thing from the PEA right away. Just watch for it over time. Like, I still can't believe the slow. I mean, do I think the flush niacin's doing it too? Yeah. I think the two of them together are doing it. Hold on. Okay. So hold on. Conscious B3 was talking about the flush niacin articles. Well, she said she was pregnant later, so I'm going to say she. I'm going to insist on saying she. I read them. I just got antsy and trying to increase dosing up to 2 capsules. Now you're talking about lactoferrin. Probably could do more, just haven't tried. If you're talking about lactoferrin, I mean, lactoferrin, I think serious diminishing returns happens after 2 capsules. Like we had Tyler Ginter back in the day. He was taking 5 a day, and he said he didn't think it was any better than 2. And based on 2 capsules-ish, maybe 3-ish, is like the peak amount of lactoferrin that a nursing baby would get at the peak of the mother's lactoferrin production. I went and I figured it out. And it was like a baby might, at the very peak of nursing lactoferrin production, might get a gram a day, 1,000 milligrams of lactoferrin in the mother's milk. So if we're adults and we're taking 630 or 650 or whatever it is, that's a lot. That's, going much over that probably doesn't give much more benefit. And then you added, my copper was 175 at 12 weeks pregnant. Didn't run it during 3rd trimester. I was too scared to know. LOL. Ladies, if you feel terrible during pregnancy, it's because pregnancy causes cholestasis and it stirs up your toxins and you can't clear them. And we see them in the blood. We see vitamin A go up in the blood during pregnancy. We see copper go up in the blood during pregnancy. Iron can go either way. I would bet nickel goes up, but I have no research on it. But the worse you feel during pregnancy, the more toxic you are for sure. Now, just because a lady doesn't feel terrible during pregnancy doesn't mean she's not toxic. Just like if somebody doesn't get skin issues, that doesn't mean they're not nickel toxic. Or if somebody doesn't get gut issues, it doesn't mean they're not nickel toxic. Each person's symptoms show up at their weak links for that combination of toxicities and deficiencies. It's just like different recipes. Tons of different recipes with flour, water, eggs, sugar, and salt. How many different things can you make with those 5 ingredients? But all of those recipes will have different amounts of them. Maybe you add them at different times, or you prepare them in different ways, or you cook them in different containers, or you cook them at different temperatures. And so you can take those ingredients and have different outcomes. That's diseases. Similar ingredients or things missing put together in different ways in different people, and you get different diseases. Intuitive IFS therapy said I went orange from carrots. Yes, we had somebody who got orange from red palm oil. Oh yeah, I was Emma T said Brian Johnson supposedly has an autoimmune disease now. Yeah. Yes. And Wildlife Shoot 7 says, don't take methylene blue for mitochondria. This is how dumb the mitochondria nerd community is. That they would take the very first synthesized pharmaceutical drug for health benefits that's known to be a carcinogen when it's in the water too much. Oh, wait, what's methylene blue bottle? Oh, it's methylene blue in water. So methylene blue in the ocean or in a lake is considered a pollutant and it's known to be a carcinogen. Oh, but we're just taking drops in water. We're taking a lower dose. So we get a hormetic effect. Okay, let me tell you about hormesis if you haven't heard me say this. Who do you know who has so little stress that they actually need to add stress to their lives to be healthy? Who do you know who has so few toxins in their system that they have to add toxins to their system to be healthy? The answer, if you're being honest and truthful and you understand any of this, should be no one has too little stress or is too not toxic. Everybody's dealing with this stuff these days. So nobody needs to add stress to their system other than, you do need to add exercise. Yes. Nobody needs to add toxins to their system like methylene blue to optimize their hormetic effect. Hormesis is something created by the pharmaceutical industry to make you think that it's okay to poison you because you're not poisoned enough already. Okay. Even still, even if the theory proves true, it's only going to happen in like lab rats that they can put in these pristine conditions to then give them a stressor or a poison and see benefit. So, okay, Joe posted the link to last week's PEA show. Oh, Luca, thank you for this. He said he was talking about what he was looking at. It's less of a scientific approach. However, once I started looking at my body the way I came upon Dr. Smith's work, and I never felt so much relief and so much hope. I got goosebumps. Thank you for that. He beat Baptized in Fire says my PEA should be in soon. I really hope it's the magical straw to balance on my health. Nothing else has helped yet, but I keep doing the program to the best I can. I thought you made quite a bit of progress. Baptized in Fire. I mean, you've made progress that you hadn't made before. You may still have some stuff going on. Sure. Yes. And he added, my higher power tells me to keep my trust in what Dr. Smith is doing. I appreciate that. I appreciate the trust. And it's like the guy who had GERD. He worked with me for since 2010 until 2018. And I couldn't help his GERD until we finally figured out the vitamin A thing. And then he finally got better. So yeah, the PEA may be it. We will continue the journey. Sometimes I wonder when we're going to kind of run out of these new things, but I mean, considering they are trying to poison us every which way they can, remember, they don't want you to disappear too quick. They need you to suffer. They need you to get sick and suffer for as long as possible. They're loosh. That's what they do. So if you don't know what loosh is, LOSH, go look up. Oh, Kelsey's back. Kelsey was back. When was this? Oh, Joe says we're getting severe audio glitches. Well, I'm just going to keep talking so I don't have dead air. Anyway, Kelsey was back. She was listening and just finishing installing the RO system for her mom. She does that kind of, she's a handy girl. So let's see. I'm not going to put that. I'll here. You guys can read this one. I'm not going to, this is Kelsey's joke. I'm not going to read that one. I don't need to get in trouble with YouTube. Funny goal. So Wild Olive Shoot says, does PEA help with migraines? I would definitely, the first thing that we would tend to look into in the old days, it would be copper toxicity, vitamin A toxicity, and potassium deficiency. Those would be the first things that we would address. So then I think somebody said, so just we'll get to that. And we'll see if I didn't look up PEA and migraines, but I think somebody might have had something to say. Val Zim said, thank you, Dr. Smith. I haven't been on Twitter to see you, Val. But yeah, you take PEA powder in the mouth after a meal, such as a burger, but also a couple times I put MCT oil or avocado oil on a spoon and add the powder to the oil. What do you think? I think it's fine. If you've got what I want is for your mouth to get the PEA signal. That's the big thing. It's just so it touches your mouth so that your body knows it's coming in. Because one of the things that people are going to confuse is they may look at some studies on diseases. And as you guys remember from last episode, your body will manufacture more PEA in response to injury, inflammation, probably toxicity. And so when you look at studies of like diabetics and you see in their serum, in their blood, they have higher PEA than controls. Well, they're more inflamed than controls. So their body is making the PEA to try to help them out. And then also, let's say they were eating PEA and they have some leaky gut. The PEA may be helping it, but it may also, through the whole toxic bile paradigm, not only can toxic bile leak into your bloodstream, but the very things our body makes to combat toxic bile, like PEA, could be leaking into your bloodstream too, right? So it's good and bad. It's like leaky gut lets in bad proteins, but it also lets more food in, if you want to say that too. So that's the idea there. So yeah, as long as you're, you can do the fat stuff with it. I even contemplated for 1 second on doing some research of like mixing in some lecithin or some oil into the capsules. And then I just went, I don't think we need it. And after Kelsey and I's experimentation with the mouth method, I don't think we need it. But if you want to mix it with some oil or whatever, I think that's fine. It shouldn't hurt anything. And just don't take too much extra fat or oil. Kelsey added, I've seen studies on migraine for both NA and PEA, so nicotinic acid and PEA. So there you go. I mean, migraines are a toxicity condition for sure. So if we help the toxicity, then we should help the symptom. Kelsey added, she's added Valzim. I don't think it's necessary to do that. I agree, but I don't think it hurts anything. So what? I don't know what this Wild Olive Shoot added. They have slow release rice grain implants now. Like implants for what? A slow release rice grain implant? Is that for migraines or something? I mean, is it actually rice or is it just the size of a rice, like a grain of rice? Joe posted so when I try to answer that down there. Joe added, this was the semaglutide and GLP-1 episode. Phil Carter said alcoholics are now using GLP-1 to eliminate alcohol cravings. You want to know the big research that came out on semaglutide? Was that they were showing that, and people are saying this happens, that the GLP-1 is reducing like your drive to want things. And so they actually think the possibility is that, just think what they would like if there was a drug that everybody started taking that everybody's saying is so wonderful, especially all the bots out there and all the fake accounts and all the paid accounts are saying it's so wonderful. There's no side effects. There's all this stuff, but it was actually reducing one's ability to love someone else. What if that is actually a side effect? Like if it's reducing how much you want food, what if it's also reducing those same pathways that cause you to want another person? Boy, that would really ruin humanity's cohesion, wouldn't it? But that would really help increase suffering now, wouldn't it? So, yes, so GLP-1s may reduce all sorts of cravings and connections. And then people can be, oh, I'm so skinny and I'm alone and I don't like people and I don't want a relationship and therefore there's no more children, which would be part of the infertility psyops, which I've talked about here. So yeah, GLP-1s fit into that perfectly. Oh, wait, Joe, can you show that one? I don't think she minds. Jillian J, she was the one who posted about the testimonial about the dog. And if you want to know something hilarious, of all my reels and shorts that we've put out, the ones about the dogs are the most popular. Like people will argue, people on Instagram, you should have seen them denying that stainless steel bowls could cause any problems with the dog. They're like, my dog lived 20 years and they've always drank out of stainless steel bowl. This can't be right. This guy's a grifter. And I was just like, okay, these people don't know what survivorship bias is. Like, it's okay, but if you have multiple generations of dogs who get stainless steel bowls, it adds up. So, okay. So she's added continued updates on my dog. The PEA trial is 1 week in, and it is amazingly helpful. Seems to be through the initial detox dump after stopping corticosteroids. 2 weeks free of corticosteroids, and she is so happy. Oh, Joe, can you show the next one now? And so she added, been dosing about 100 milligrams 3 times a day, and she is 30 pounds. So that's a significant dose. And then the next one, Joe. Yeah, there we go. Also a crazy note, runny eyes and eye discharge is a detox symptom of hers. She used to have swollen eyes, like around the eyes. In the last 2 weeks, it literally smells metallic. This is real detox, folks. This is not people taking herbs and other stupid BS and they feel bad and they say, I must be detoxing. Oh, I drank my green smoothie and I feel terrible. I must be detoxing. No, you're intoxing. I'm taking ivermectin and I feel horrible. You're intoxing. I did a parasite cleanse and I shit my brains out. You're intoxing. Like, we have people sweating out yellow and dogs pushing out metallic smelling eye discharge. People's pee will smell crazy weird. People will poop will smell crazy weird and be burning. And they didn't change what they were doing. It's just finally their body dumped it. Or the people will poop and they'll smell a med that they took. I had a guy, he told me he took an antiparasitic called Praziquantel. And still 10, 20 years later, when he'd have what I know now was a big bile dump, he had this big story of his wife would be like, he gets insane. Right before all of this, he gets angry. He's like, he used to always demonstrate how he would feel. And he'd be, I get like this and doc, I'd just be so angry. And then he'd say, and finally, I would take a crap. And the crap smelled like the antiparasitic I took 20 years ago. So every time he'd have a dumping episode of that, right before it, when the bile was coming out with it and he was leaking it into his system and it was affecting his liver because it came out of storage, he'd have his wife knew to just get away from him until he got through it. Which is, it's okay to avoid a problem like that. If you know that you can just avoid it and the gentleman was getting better, it's okay. You don't have to be okay in every situation. It's okay to get some space. Okay. Oh yes. And Kelsey pointed out, I was just thinking about this mistake I made. Okay. So I made a mistake. Kelsey was correcting me. And I'd thought about this before she corrected me. MDR is the gene that goes along with PGP or P-glycoprotein. So MDR and P-glycoprotein go together. It's different than the GPR109A and HCAR. So yes, thank you for that, Kelsey. I did think about that, and I was gonna say that, oops, I made a mistake, so people don't think, they're like, oh, look at that mistake he made. No, I made a mistake. Sorry, it's a live stream. I make mistakes. Yeah, Kelsey was just specifying again, MDR is multi-drug resistance protein, aka P-glycoprotein. Yes. Lynn said, I'll finish my expensive bottle of NAD, LOL, but ordering the niacin from Doc. Thank you. I appreciate that. And this will work better. Kelsey once said, okay, so if you take oral NAD, where are you supposed to make NAD? Where is the NAD going to benefit you? Where are these detox pathways mostly? It's inside of your cells. If you take oral NAD, it's not inside of your cells. It's outside of your cells. You have to hope that it gets in there. But if you take flush niacin, it gets into your cells and it makes the NAD inside of your cells where it's supposed to happen, which is why all these good things happen and why people out there taking oral NAD are like, why do I spend all this money on it? I don't feel any better. Or they get IVs of NAD. If it's still going into your blood, it's still not in your cells. It can be in your blood. That doesn't mean it's in any of your cells. Okay. So, let's see. Okay, so I answered that one. Let me see. Oh, my stupid chat refreshed. Now I got to scroll through all this. Beth said, Garrett and Kelsey blow me away, and even being able to say the terms, never mind to knowing what they mean. Yep. And I'm the speller. So I always really try to get the spelling right. So, yeah. Let me see. Is there anything else I missed? I wish this site didn't it'll reset the chats. So I got to go find where I was again. Oh, wow. Baptized in Fire says a local pharmacy took out a billboard to tell people to avoid GLP-1s. That's how bad they are. Oh, but retatrutide, the research chemical, let's go do that. Again, remember, pharma makes the peptides with their subsidiaries and their umbrella companies over in China and India. Don't ever think that Big Pharma doesn't own all the generic med places and all the peptide stuff. They just put a different name on it and they have Chinese nationals run it. So let's just say there was a secret nanoparticle poisoning plan. Okay. So if they sold these things that were intentionally filled with, let's say, nanoparticles, and they sold them as research chemicals, so they're not under any of the scrutiny of government agencies, and no one can blame the government agencies for not regulating them because they're research chemicals, and they used these, peptides specifically to attract more conservative-minded, fitness-minded, those who might have guns, and who are willing to do things for their health. They're willing to spend the money. They're willing to inject it. They're willing to squirt it up their nose. They're willing to take just about anything to not be normal, to not be a normie or an NPC. Although a lot of them, there's plenty of conservatives who are NPCs too. Don't get me wrong. Anyway, so what better way to get people to literally pay them money to poison themselves than research grade chemicals with very little research on them? That's my thing on peptides. And now they're selling peptides. I saw on Twitter a bodega in New York City, a convenience store in New York City was selling peptides. Convenience stores sell poison. Convenience stores now sell peptides, and they sell CBD, and they sell, in places where they can do it, they sell THC, and they sell nicotine and cigarettes and alcohol and high fructose corn syrup, and now they sell peptides. So if you ever wanted your answer as to whether peptides are bad, there's your answer. Here's your sign. Okay. Bonjo Knight asks, what about the Nutricost nicotinic acid? There was something that somebody said about Nutricost that made me not trust them anymore. I think they were talking about creatine. Somebody on Instagram, kind of a crazy lady. She's got really bad Sampaku. She talks a lot about creatine being bad, which I do agree with. The creatine, the megadose creatine push should have told you it was bad. Like all of a sudden, all the influencers are pushing megadose creatine. It'll fix everything. It'll fix your neurological degeneration. And like the dose that was supposed to be to help somebody if they had a crappy sleep one night so they could think better the next day. They're like, yeah, just take this dose every day. It's totally safe. And then whenever somebody says something bad about creatine on social media, like all the bots swarm them. Oh, it's totally safe. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Like sometimes it's just, you just got to know whatever is pushed mainstream, whether mainstream conventional or mainstream alternative, is meant to be pushed. It's allowed. It is encouraged. It is forced. So you see it. So you think, because people like to do what the group does, so they make it so the group sees it and the group wants to do it. Now think about the mega dose creatine. So, but Nutricost, I don't know. I have no financial affiliation with either bulk supplements or Nutricost, but there's when I saw the lady talk about Nutricost and their creatine and something about it, she wouldn't say too much because she was probably gonna get in trouble. I was like, you know what? I've always been kind of sketchy on Nutricost. I don't know why. I didn't know why, but I don't know. Kelsey may have more feedback on the Nutricost. Matthew Jones, what type of PEA is recommended? Not liposomal. I go over that in the document. Not liposomal, nothing else added to it, not micronized, not ultra micronized. There is an affiliate link to Pure Bulk, which is good in the document. I think Joe posted the link to Pure Bulk in here, and then there's bulk supplements. Both of those work. The pure bulk is less expensive. And it's just regular old PEA, basic PEA. Okay. Oh, well, here we have a testimonial. Phil Carter says, doing the Love Your Liver program fixed my fatty liver. So imagine what we're going to do now with flush niacin and PEA. Okay, well, we kind of answered this. Conscious B3 said, AI said flush niacin pulls stored toxins out into the circulation to be detoxed. I think that's going... I'm pretty sure that AI went a bit too far on that. I don't know that there's research showing that specific thing. I mean, it makes NAD, and in the early phases, it can cause some fat to, more fatty acids to come out, but over time that normalizes. He said, is this accurate? I don't rely on AI, but I'm weary since I'm nursing a 9-month-old and wouldn't want that for breast milk. Well, yeah, no, it's totally a legit, I went over this, so I won't spend too much time on it, but it's totally a legit thing to, this is why I tell people, like, ladies, if you know you want to get pregnant, don't start low vitamin A. Or if you're going to do low vitamin A or low nickel, I want you to do 6 months before you try to get pregnant. Okay. Because I don't want people dumping a bunch of vitamin A into their system from the detox and then getting pregnant when vitamin A, however it got into the bloodstream, whether it was from storage or whether it's from eating it, could cause birth defects. So I tell people, just to be safe and cover my butt, 6 months of low vitamin A before you try to get pregnant, or low nickel. Now, if you've been doing this diet for a while, even like, let's say before you got pregnant and you went through the pregnancy doing low vitamin A, and then you've been nursing for 9 more months, you're over most of the humps. So if it were me, I would be okay with it. But saying that flush niacin pulls stored toxins out into circulation to be detoxed, I think you got a crappy AI answer is what I think. Yeah. It actually runs the enzymes that detox organic, as they call them, organic toxicants. So Lynn said she had no idea about the waxes in time niacin. I could show you there's big studies showing that basically the pharmaceutical sustained release niacin, extended release, is the toxic niacin. And it's not because of the niacin in it. Okay. Beth added, I agree that AI is useful, but it lies, or it's just wrong. It can just be absolutely so wrong. And it always acts 100% certain, even when it's dead wrong, which is dangerous for some without discrimination or the ability to discern. Yes. I don't mind asking AI some questions because it just does the research so much faster. But then when you got to look into the papers, sometimes it'll make up papers. Like, it'll literally hallucinate. And I had this probably 2 years ago. I just tried it and it gave me a couple of studies. And I tried looking up the studies and I was like, I didn't know about AI hallucinating. I was like, how could something be made to lie? And I asked Mike Roberto, I'm like, dude, I found these studies, but I found these studies in an AI search about this topic and I can't find these anywhere. Like, they don't exist. And he goes, oh, this is probably just hallucinating. Like, it made up studies. And that was immediately where I went, oh boy, giant grain of salt on anything AI in the future. And then, Kelsey and I were playing around, and Kelsey and I are pretty bright. And we started talking and we were like, AI is like wrong more than it's right nowadays. This is terrible. Like, this is not useful. And then you have normies using it and they can't discern their ass from a hole in the ground, much less they don't even care to look into what the AI showed them as research. Like, I will literally tell the AI, you have to put the hyperlinks and the references in here for anything you say. Force it to put it there if you're going to use it. I mean, it saves a lot of time on searching. Okay. Conscious B3 added, got Pectaclear, been taking charcoal through pregnancy and zinc, had to stop the zinc. The zinc caused migraines, vomiting, diarrhea. And as she said, her labs and HTMA showed copper toxicity. So yes, this would be stirring up copper. It could also be stirring up nickel. That's the thing now. Well, a lot of what we thought might have been copper, it could have still been copper. And you did have high copper on your blood tests. Could have also been nickel dumping, especially if we're talking about gut stuff with vomiting and diarrhea is gut stuff. So yeah, so if you didn't do, so again, folks, zinc is super necessary, super helpful, but if it's causing symptoms, back off or take a break. That's the way we do with all of this, except for the niacin flush. Okay. Kelsey was saying about the chlorine in the pool or whatever, the benefits of being in water and exercising and or relaxing outweigh the chlorine exposure, in my opinion. Yeah, as long as the pool's not like full of toxic stuff. Like I had a guy who did energy work that I talked to once, and he was saying he was getting into a jacuzzi or something, and he didn't realize before he got in that it smelled like really bad of chlorine. Like they had added way too much, and he got in and he started feeling bad while he was in, and then he got out pretty quick. And he said he had the chlorine coming out of him for hours. So yeah. And then she added this, yes. Unless the pool smells very chlorine-y, I don't worry. Let's see. We're still live, pal. we are still live. Oh, now we're at 4 hours. Okay, Silvana here. She said, I've had the easiest period I've had in years. Plus, I did my nickel detox raw for a month before Pectaclear and Pectisol. That must have been fun. My period was virtually pain-free this month. Oh, and there's a study on PEA where they just gave ladies one dose of PEA, like 400 milligrams, and they saw a significant reduction in their menstrual pain. So menstrual cramps, menstrual pain, that kind of stuff. Beth asks, after running a minute, but does PEA have a shelf life or storage instructions for keeping best? Don't heat it up. Other than that, I don't have anything. Mine is I get tired of opening and closing the bags all the time. So sometimes Kelsey doesn't like that I do this, but I'll just leave the bag like open. That's what I'm doing with the PEA. Although I have capsules now because I bought capsules for my mom, but then I'm doing the mouth method. So next time I'm just going to buy the powder, but I'm going to use up the capsules first. Beth said, Taylor, you're a ripoff artist. Yes. Oh yeah, she said he looks 12 years old. That's who she was talking about. Taylor looks 12 years old. He doesn't look like a model of masculinity. We'll put it that way. Apow said the nickel detox made me feel like the Tin Man, just fatigued and heavy. I'm guessing that was before the Pectaclear and the Pectisol, and maybe if you got into the PEA, I'm guessing that if you did that yet, that probably helped too. Lynn said, people are delusional and weird too. Nothing truer has ever been said. Lynn added, New Chapter Zinc has copper added. New Chapter is one of the companies that maybe used to be good that has been bought out by like some megacorp, maybe Nestle. I don't know. But they're done. They sold their soul. So Max Holmes says, got here late. What is PEA? Well, you have a lot to watch, Max. So there's the whole rest of the live stream, this one, and then watch the one before it. Just Andy said, I think I've lost about 5 kilograms since going low nickel, body mass index 21. I'm going to tell you guys, I mean, I know Kelsey has dropped a couple pounds. On the other hand, do you know when I was younger and I was lifting weights all the time. And I did the half a gallon of milk a day, and I could hardly break 200 pounds. That was like all I wanted to do, right? I wanted the 200-pound mark. You remember that like starting strength kind of macho thing is you're not a real man if you're under 200 pounds. And back then I was kind of like, okay, I don't believe this. And I'd like to be over 200 pounds. I mean, I'm 6 feet tall. I'd like to be that big, if you will. So it was a struggle. Like I had to eat a lot to try to get there. And I couldn't really stay there. And now that I'm doing the PEA and the flesh niacin and the MSG, and I also do some glutamic acid in my detox sludge. So MSG goes on the food, glutamic acid goes in my detox sludge. Those make all the protein you eat go further. I'll be honest, I have never stressed less about my protein intake, because if you didn't know, MSG or glutamic acid, same thing, MSG just has a sodium on it. They literally make all the protein you eat, whether it's from plant foods or from animal foods, go further. It's like a protein powder that boosts your other protein. Yes. So I do that now, and I don't eat the 1 gram of protein per pound of body weight. I've never done that in my life. And now I'm sitting at like 204, 203, 204 on a daily basis. I'm not stressing. I seem to keep gaining muscle slowly, or whether I'm gaining bone density or muscle, it's coming on. And I'm again, I can't tell you guys how much I'm in shock and awe of what is happening. I'm 50 years old. I'm not supposed to be like, I was already lifting. I shouldn't be gaining muscle at this age when I'm not even trying to. I'm not force feeding myself. I'm not obsessing over protein. I'm doing more volume in my workouts than I've ever done before. One of my workouts of the week is all upper body mobility and strength stuff, like German hangs, if you know what that is, or skin the cat, stuff like that. It's like shoulder mobility, like active mobility. And then I'm doing a lot of stretching for my lower body. So one whole workout of my week is just stretching, basically. And I keep getting stronger, and I keep getting more flexible, and I keep getting more explosive, because I'm doing like agility drills and stuff like that. And I'm getting better at them, like faster than I would expect. Because my son said, he honestly gave me this compliment. He said, "Dad, you look like faster than some of the high school kids I see." And I was like, wow. As I said, it felt good. I felt like it looked good. I felt good. So yeah. Oh, Joe was asking about my range of motion. Is my range of motion improving on my upper body? Not really, because I already had a really good range of motion. But I'm seriously, I stretch once a week. I figured out in my 6 months, 8 months of this really intense stretching, where I was doing it like 3 days a week, that I decided I wasn't making enough progress that way. And this was before PEA. So I decided I wasn't making enough progress that way. And then I thought, okay, so I don't want to lose everything I gained. And I heard that you can maintain your flexibility by doing a good stretch workout once a week. And I thought, you know what? In the past, I've responded. I actually started thinking, I feel like when I was stretching 3 days a week intensely, I was actually too tired. And that was getting in the way of the stretching. Like my muscles were so tired that they were saying, I don't want to go here. Like, so they would actually fight me more, because they're like, we don't have the energy to get out, so we're going to keep you from going too deep into the stretch. So then I thought, well, why don't I just try it 1 day a week? I mean, my stretching and mobility workout, it's like, what, 3 or 4 times 5. So it's like somewhere between, it's probably about 18 different exercises, stretches or mobility stuff. It takes me like an hour and a half. And I started gaining better doing it once a week than doing it 3 times a week. And now with the PEA, I'm not joking when I say this. I'm texting my daughter's in dance, right? So she's really flexible and she's got front splits and she's like one of the most, she used to have tight hamstrings like I did. She used to say she had the tightest hamstrings in her dance group. She started working on it. I gave her tips. I taught her how to do PNF stretching and how to do contract, relax and agonist contract, relax and all this stuff. And she does it on all her stretches now and she doesn't get injured like the other girls. So if you're going to get flexible, you need to be strong in that flexibility. It's not just like relaxing into it. So I'm excited about my stretching since I've gone on the PEA has improved. Like every week, I'm only doing it once a week, but every week when I go in, it's improving noticeably. And I text her each time telling her about my new accomplishments. Like I touched my stomach to the floor in a pancake, if you know what that means. So if you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. But I actually first it was, I touched my forehead to the floor in pancake. Then it was my nose. Then it was my chin. And now I've got my lower belly touching the floor in pancake. And I texted her about it. And she entertains me. She's like, nice, Dad, and so it's pretty cool. But anyway, so I'm getting bigger and stronger without necessarily trying so hard. So if you have extra fat to lose, yes, that could absolutely happen. The thing is what PEA and flush niacin are doing is they're going to make your liver healthier, which makes you healthier, which makes everything work better, more like it's supposed to, is what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to brag. Matthew, the link, you want to look either in the live chat or in the document that Joe linked, and we'll link it as the pinned comment later. There's a Pure Bulk affiliate link in there. Oh, Joe put it there. Okay. Okay. Sergio, I didn't see your super chat. Sorry about that. Thank you for the super chat. He said I should get my parents to take PEA, right? Old folk. Yes. I went over studies last week on Alzheimer's and Parkinson's showing benefit from PEA. So yes, absolutely, in my opinion. Sergio said, I'll start the PEA the next morning, starting small dose. I'm afraid of gut issues from it. I wouldn't be that afraid of it. Just start small. You'll be fine. What do we have? Interesting. Joe said I invested in some silicone Ziploc bags for food. So you're going to wash them. They're not the toss away. Noticed older hamburgers looking red and fresh, while newer still in grocery store wrapping turned brown, except under the sticker. I'm guessing that also has to do with how well it was sealing off air. So Joe endorses silicone Ziploc bags. Okay, so Sergio says, I don't flush anymore from niacin. I take it daily. I get better mental function from niacin and better energy. I love it. Oh, let me add something. So in the past, I used to say that flush niacin, when I took it once a day and a big dose, I would flush pretty hard and I would feel like it messed with my workouts. Like I was tired. And so my workouts were not as good if I took flush niacin. Now that I've taken it longer and more, and I'm doing more doses through the day, I take my flush niacin right before I go to the gym now. And it does, it takes me a 20-minute drive there, but it doesn't happen. The symptoms that I used to get from it don't happen anymore. Sergio added, I love the flush. It makes me suffer a bit and remind myself not to be a baby. If you live, not you, Sergio, but if any of you out there, if you're constantly living thinking about how do I suffer less, and you try to take things out of your life so you suffer as little as possible, you become a wuss. That's just how it is. Like exercising is uncomfortable. People who exercise are generally less wussy than people who don't. If you do the PEA, you're going to have less discomfort and you can probably work out harder, even though if you really don't like the discomfort, you can probably work out harder with PEA. Like I'm saying, all of my old little aches or whatever, places where, you know, that like we all have them where you're like, oh, my left shoulder when I do pressing kind of clicks and then it kind of hurts afterwards, but I work around it or whatever. They're not hurting anymore. My shoulder will still click, but it doesn't hurt afterwards. Do I think I'm doing more damage? No, because there would be pain. There's not the pain afterwards. And that's actually the first thing I started thinking of when I was doing some of these presses. Because when I used to do these similar workouts, I would get pain in my shoulder if I pressed too much and I had too much clicking. Well, now I'm pressing and I'm getting less clicking over time and it doesn't hurt. That's how you look at these things. That's how you put together the pieces and you see, is it things getting better? Okay, Val Zim added quality of life at an all-time high. I agree 100%. Every day is great. I'm 3 years, 7 months on low vitamin A, 3 months of low nickel, and 2 weeks on PEA. Thank you very much, Val. Now, if you guys don't know who Val Zim is, if you want to put your Twitter on here, Val, I'll show it. Val is a big promoter of terrain. Well, at least he's anti-germ theory. I'm assuming you're terrain theory, but he's very anti-germ theory. He posts great threads on Twitter about this stuff. Great posts. Really like his stuff. So yeah. So thanks, Val. Joe, if you see his Twitter handle come up, then you can post it. Okay. I think I answered this before. Do I think that those can't sleep with niacin or detoxing copper or nickel stimulants? Yeah, it's possible. Okay. Lynn said, thanks, Joe. My son is bipolar. He's getting into nutrition. I'm going to send him the nickel detox vids. Cool. Yeah, Kelsey said it's not a methyl consumer. She's shown that many times. Yes, she has. She has the research to show that. Oh, and here's the other thing. Okay. About the methyl group consumption or depletion or whatever. Let me tell you a little story about flush niacin and what I did taking it and what Kelsey told me and how it all proved to be true. Another thing Kelsey told me that proved to be true. So when I was into the methylation, over methylation and under methylation, I think it's Bill Walsh, MD or whatever. He's really into psychiatric medicine and they're really into the over methylation, under methylation. So what do? If they think you have over methylation or under methylation, they push it with supplements. They're like, this reduces methylation if you're an over methylator, and this increases methylation if you're an under methylator. So they are using supplements for a drug-like effect to push methylation in the direction they want it to go. At least that's the theory. And they definitely use copper. They say, over methylators should avoid copper and under methylators need it. And I'm like, okay. Anyway, so there was multiple tests to find out if you were an over methylator or an under methylator. There was a questionnaire. There was a blood test where you'd look at histamine and I forget the other one. It doesn't matter. I don't care. And then there was the flush niacin test. So if you took 50 milligrams, I believe it was, of flush niacin and you flushed hard, they said you're an over methylator. Okay. And if you took 50 milligrams of niacin and you didn't flush, assuming you haven't been taking it, right? You're flush niacin naive, as they call it. You weren't taking flush niacin and you take 50 milligrams and you don't flush, they would say you're likely an over methylator. Okay. So I took 50 milligrams. This was before I met Kelsey. This was before I knew about flush niacin. I just was like, okay, I'm pretty sure before I even took it, I was like, I'm pretty sure I'm going to flush hard on 50 milligrams because of my college experience. And I did. Okay. So if flush niacin depletes methyl groups, like they say, and I'm an under methylator based on the flush niacin test of responding with a strong flush to 50 milligrams. So when I started taking more flush niacin and more flush niacin, and I've been taking it for years now, if I'm an under methylator and I'm depleting methyl groups, shouldn't I be developing massive methyl group deficiencies because I'm not methylating properly and I'm depleting it with flush niacin? right? Doesn't that make sense? Isn't that what they're saying? And yet the problems that I had, so they would assess whether you're an over-methylator or an under-methylator. There was a whole symptomatic questionnaire that you filled out. It was like 10 pages. All the symptoms I had on that questionnaire are now gone. Shouldn't my undermethylation problems have gotten worse by being an undermethylator and depleting all my methyl groups? And that was where Kelsey said, oh yeah, that's all BS. Because she said this when I talked to her about it before I realized all this. She was like, you should have gotten worse with flesh. I mean, if it depletes methyl groups, if you take it for years, shouldn't it make everybody worse? Right? That's the fear mongering of the flush niacin methyl group depleters. And they just repeat it like mindlessly. So hopefully we are educating people here so you can see it in the real world and see that it doesn't make sense. And that's not what happens in the real world, because it should. Like, I've been taking flush niacin for years now. And like I said, shouldn't I have had really terrible symptoms when I took 20 grams a day if I'm an undermethylator and it's depleting methyl groups? Like, I should have had problems that day. I had no problems other than I didn't want to drink 4 flush niacin glasses of water a day. I was just over it. And I proved the point. So yeah, it doesn't deplete methyl groups. Kelsey was right. And I kind of helped prove it to myself again. Oh, well, here's Sergio's comment. He effing loves niacin. It's the only thing that makes his brain work better. Oh, and this is something that Kelsey brought to my attention too. Glycine can break down into ammonia and aldehyde. You can look that up. If you have dysbiosis or high catalysts like nickel or copper causing more breakdown. I don't do well on glycine. Some people are like, I saw some people like haters on the internet. Well, Dr. Smith doesn't sleep well on glycine. He must blah, blah, blah. I'm like, why would my issues with a certain compound anger people? People got issues, man. They need more flesh niacin and PEA and less toxins, probably less calcium too, and less nickel. But it's really funny. There's a group of people out there who are really anti-me. They probably still watch the live stream. Hi. And they will purposely not do what I say. And if people ask if they think I'm right because their symptoms are matching all the things I describe, and we have all these testimonials here, and they're like, do you think it could be this? And the chorus of the haters will be like, no, he's so wrong. He's so wrong. It's funny. Hi, guys. So it's too bad you guys are making yourself suffer because you just want me to be wrong when I'm probably not. But you guys are just so butthurt that you won't allow yourself to get better even if I am right. So Kelsey says nicotinic acid helps get rid of excess ammonia, as in excess nitrogen, by binding to glycine, and you pee it out. What's the best way to get way too much ammonia, folks? Eat excessive protein. What is the mainstream push for all the fitness freaks? Excessive protein. I never could get on board with that. I tried being a carnivore, and by the end of the second day, I was like, I quit. I don't feel good. So, let's see. Oh, Sam Cohoon says he worked at Bulk Supplements, LOL. Let's see. Sam did all the label compliance for Bulk Supplements. Okay. Ola Thompson says, I finally trust niacin. I take it and ordered PEA, and I'm also taking Pectaclear, and it made me poop a lot. Guess it's cleaning me out. Yeah, I mean, different fibers work differently in different people. So, I mean, low nickel diet can shift your pooping around. But remember, I don't know, Ola, you may not have seen at the start, I was talking about there was supposedly a nationwide stomach bug, which we don't believe in here. There could be energetics causing this to happen. Actually, well, let me get into that in a second. And then there was, if you look into go look up astrology, diarrhea transit. And you'll find all sorts of stuff on social media about astrologers, whether you believe in them or not. You know, these things could happen anyway. If there's a reason where you could tell it was going to happen, that'd be nice. But anyway, they were saying that the way the stars were aligned, whatever those are, they were aligned in a way that was causing lots of people diarrhea. And we just so happened to have a nationwide stomach bug at the same time. So that could have been it. So instead of, you may want to hold off on a judgment of whether it was the pecticlear or the PEA and just see if it continues or if it was just this weird confluence of things. Intuitive IFS therapy says, I like the flush sense of satisfaction that something good is happening. Yes. I'm that way now too. Lynn added, she spent $250 on that methylation test. 80% of people have that DNA SNP. Good point, folks. If 80% of people have it, it's a feature, not a bug. Okay? And you have all these people, especially, I've seen it especially with women where they're going around, I have this SNP and I can't detox well, so I have to take methylated Bs. We help people to get off all these methylated B vitamins. One of the things we use is flush niacin. Flush niacin fixes methylation problems. Then people don't need to force feed themselves Merck's methylated B vitamins anymore. Does it all fit together yet? But yeah, the methylation test, the DNA counselors, the epigenetics counselors, let me tell you, if you would like to burn up some of your money, sign up for one of them. And I know some of you did, and I paid for the, I got the 23andMe test, and I got into it for a little bit, and then I was like, after using it on myself and trying to do it on other people, I was like, this is absolute garbage, and it doesn't make any sense, and it doesn't work. What'll happen is there's always like a new approach coming out that all the practitioners will get into that pushes like tons of supplements for various, your questionnaire says you're this, or your histamine test and flush niacin test says this. And I would run, when I was doing the methylation thing, I would do all three of those. I would run the blood tests, I would do the 10 or 12 page questionnaire, and I would have them do the flush niacin test. And you want to know what would happen? Is most people, all three of those things didn't agree. One of them would say they were an over methylator. One of them would say they were an under methylator. The other one would say under. So it didn't make sense, because you're like, if they are an over methylator, which is probably like 90% of people, an under methylator, based on the reactions you get, shouldn't all this work? And shouldn't they all come up with the same test result if these tests are valid? And then you do enough of them on, let's say somebody shows up as under, and you give them the under supplements and they feel bad. And then you're like, okay, try the over ones. And they try the over ones and they feel better. And then you go, wait, what? What? Like, why am I doing these tests if they're not right? As a practitioner, you look bad. And secondly, more importantly, you're not helping the person. So anyway. Okay, Ola said, I had a lymphatic massage on Friday and had labs done for an annual physical, and my kidney levels were off the charts. Is that normal? I'm sure they will say, go to a nephrologist, and I'll say flush nice. Okay. YouTube guidelines. I can't tell you exactly, what to do, but that lymphatic massage could definitely stir up some stuff. And where is that going to go? It's going to go to your kidneys. If you are, and as I talk about with liver enzyme levels, as we are literally getting people better, Sometimes their liver enzymes go up for a short period of time and then they come back down. So if you had a lymphatic massage on Friday and let's say they dumped some toxic stuff in you, like if it looked like this, you go to the lymphatic massage and you feel horrible afterwards. Like let's say you even have obvious detox signs, like you smell bad or your pee smells or your breath smells or your poop smells worse than normal. And you know that stuff is coming out of you. And then you did the labs during that phase, then you may or may not want to put tons of validation on those lab tests because it might just be a temporary thing. That's what blood tests show, a snapshot in time. They don't show long term. So if you're generally feeling better, except for maybe right after that lymphatic massage, and you're doing the right things, which is generally what we advise, I'm going to say don't worry about it. And you may want to go get retested in a month and see how it's doing, just to make sure. But I mean, what are you going to do then? If they're still bad, what are you going to do? Go do what they say to do? Probably not. I don't remember if PEA helps with, here, I'm going to do a quick search. So you mentioned flush niacin. Here, let me just pull these up. This is how easy it is to find stuff on PEA. As in it's not hard, is what I mean. Okay, Joe, if you could show this one. And I just looked at the titles of these before I pulled them up. NPEA, so that's PEA, protects the kidney from hypertensive injury in a spontaneously hyperextensive rats via inhibition of oxidative stress. Protects the kidney from injury. Okay, let's go look at the other one. Here we go. PEA reduces early renal or kidney dysfunction and injury caused by experimental ischemia and reperfusion in mice. So that took me, 10 seconds to find 2 papers. And if we go here, this is the AI summary here, where they're looking at probably these multiple studies. Yeah. PEA demonstrates significant protective and therapeutic efficacy against various forms of kidney injury in preclinical studies, primarily by reducing inflammation, oxidative stress, and apoptosis. Oh no, it's reducing apoptosis. Your body destroying its own cells. Oh no. See, everybody's trained people out there like you want autophagy. You want your body to eat its own cells, whether it's for your own good or not. Just autophagy is good. That's really what and that's not good. Think of how much energy you have to use to make a new cell when you eat up an old one. And then apoptosis, that's a good thing in cancer, they think, because you're destroying cancer cells. However, normally, like in the kidneys, you want to reduce the kidney cells spontaneously dying. PEA mitigates damage in models of ischemia, reperfusion injury, contrast-induced nephropathy, so poisons they gave you to see your insides better, causing kidney damage, and hypertensive renal damage, high blood pressure kidney damage. Often through the activation of that good old PPAR alpha pathway and modulation of the renin-angiotensin system. Okay, so there you go. And those all have links here. This is the Brave AI. If you want to go search this on Brave, you can probably get something similar. It gives you a little different answer every time, but these are all linked and you can see the links over here. Okay. So flush niacin and PEA, yeah, might be a good approach. Let's see. So Conscious B3 was talking to Joe, said you are very essential to his work here, because they were talking about Joe, helping out, which he's amazing. She would love to help spread his work to maternal health field somehow. If Dr. Smith would be interested in discussing, I can send an email. Sure, yes, send an email. Yes. we are on the verge of really getting out there and kind of exploding. I have some big honchos that could really help that I've been talking to. So, but we always, you never know how things are going to work out. So if you guys have more, fertility stuff and maternal stuff, yeah. It's just the sad thing is, now this is not a sexist comment. This is the way it is. Women tend to be more groupthink. That's part of their nature, is because if women are ostracized from a group, if a guy gets ostracized from a group back in the tribe days, he's probably going to die. But he's a guy and he can hunt and he can, survive a bit better. A woman, especially let's say a woman with a child who is ostracized from the group and kicked out, pretty probably toast, right? So women are they tend to go with the group think more. So you ladies who are here, who are independent thinkers, bravo. You probably don't follow the mainstream or the group in anything. That's why you're here. Anyway, to try to talk to moms who are kind of in that very scared space of being pregnant and worrying about everything, and then they read all of this crap on the internet or whatever AI spews out for them, and that's what they hear everywhere. And then there's me out in the wilderness going, don't eat the high vitamin A foods that all these birth classes are trying to tell you to eat, because vitamin A causes literally birth defects. And they're like, but that's not what my birthing coach or my birthing class said. And that's not what the sick old lady who runs Weston Price said either. I don't know. It's I actually looked at our YouTube viewers. I looked at it the other day. 60% male, 40% female. I remember back in the day when I had a practice, it was almost all women coming in and very few men. And now here on YouTube, we've got 60% men and 40% women. So it is what it is. Lynn says that dude who has the Troche meth blue company, he acts like a total crackhead. Yeah. She said he's skinny and looks horrible. That would be an undertype. Yes. Maggie says, dear Dr. Smith, I know why Jordan Peterson's so sick. Thanks. Well, isn't he a carnivore? Isn't he an all muscle meat carnivore? And I heard he was taking some benzos or anti-anxiety meds. He's running he does the all muscle meat carnivore, but remember, all muscle meat carnivore doesn't. So if somebody did all muscle meat carnivore their entire life and they were avoiding toxins, then an all muscle meat carnivore diet, very long term, may be just fine if they're not exposed to a lot of toxins and they're not eating organ meats and doing eggs and all that stuff. Okay, there may be a calcium deficiency long term, maybe, I don't know. And there may be an excessive amount of ammonia buildup because all they eat is protein. Oh, ammonia causes lots of mental issues. Jordan Peterson and Michaela Peterson push the lion diet, the all muscle meat carnivore diet. So there's the ammonia problem, which probably shows up more as people get older and they can't clear their ammonia. Then there's the lack of fiber and other binders to get bile out to help them detox. And Kelsey said, and I believe this now from what I've seen, to detox nickel, you need carbs. You basically, okay, are carbs essential to living? No. Is it essential to feel good to live? No. You don't have to feel good to be alive. You can feel alive. How many of you out there either are or were feeling like crap and you're still alive? So is it essential to feel good to be alive? No. So when they say carbs aren't essential for you to live, okay, you also don't have to feel good to be alive. So you don't have to eat carbs. So anyway, all muscle meat carnivores don't detox well. So if they come into the all muscle meat group toxic, they're going to kind of be stuck there. That's how it works. So that's why it's known in the literature, predators have extremely toxic livers for anybody else to eat. Do you ever wonder why aren't all these macho guys eating lion liver or shark liver. Oh, I put up a bunch of studies about people getting sick. There's studies out there, case studies of people getting sick from like 3 bites of a predatory fish liver. 3 bites, like polar bear liver. When you hear about liver you don't want to eat, it's the predators. And what do predators eat? Meat. They're carnivores. They have the most toxic livers. So apparently they're not detoxing either. So while I will admit the all muscle meat carnivore diet may be one of the lowest toxin diets, it is not, I repeat, it is not good for detoxing stuff that's already in there. And long term, there's probably going to be a huge ammonia issue building up. Okay. So, but yeah, I just think Jordan Peterson is making all sorts of mistakes in his health approach, to be blunt. Okay. Oh, is this? Here's a short I did on methylene blue, and it's 197 drug reactions that it has, from anywhere from moderate to severe. Yeah, the more things, if you have something that's reacting, why would methylene blue react with so many drugs? Because methylene blue slows detox more than anything I've ever seen. So you would build up the drugs, and the drugs would be more toxic. And here's the YouTube episode that Kelsey and I did. So if you ever wanted to see Kelsey, she's on this episode. She's cute. Let me see. Oh, did it reset again on me? It did. This stupid website. Ugh. I think we're almost done though. I need to wrap this up. Oh gosh. Yeah, I'm not going to push it just to get to the, or should I? Okay. Okay. You need to give me a vote quickly. Should I keep going and get to the 5-hour mark? I've never done the 5-hour mark. Should I do the 5 hours? I can go another 15 minutes. Another 20 minutes. Joe's saying no. Joe's like, let me go home. Like, let me get out of here. Baptized in Fire is like, do it. Do it. Let me see. I'm going to do it. I mean, my butt already hurts from sitting here for 4 hours and 42 minutes. So might as well, a little more butt pain. Who cares? It's for a cause. Okay. So Lynn, I'm trying to find your posts where you said, let me see. So I want to show it. Oh gosh, Kratom. Oh. Lynn said veterinarian on YouTube said PEA was incredible. Gosh, it's good enough for your dog and cat. Why don't they tell us humans about it? Jamie Robb said, my friends are taking GLP-3 and saying it's okay because it's not GLP-1. That means there's even less research on it and less evidence on it. People are insane. Okay, why does everybody do this? Because they don't want to take any responsibility for their own health. So they have to convince themselves that these pharmaceuticals are okay. Oh, Jamie added, they look like skeletons because they're losing their muscle. Oh, sell freaking Kratom. Like, I had a buddy of mine who, some of my buddies at the gym, you know, they're like, these two guys were dads. And I told my buddy once, he was telling me about what he was doing. Because I mean, he knows what I do. And come to find out, he's doing caffeine and nicotine and Kratom and something else, everything except alcohol. And then my other buddy starts telling me about Kratom and how kratom, however you want to say it. I don't care. I don't care about the word because I'm never going to take it. I remember back in like early 2000s, I was hearing guys talk about the withdrawals from it, the dependence on it to fall asleep. My buddy said he couldn't sleep on it. Wait, duration paradox effect, anybody? So yeah, kratom or kratom, I don't care how you say it, is just absolute poison. And they're selling that in convenience stores. Or there's, the biggest money laundering things, a kratom store or a CBD store. I mean, how much money do you think they can launder through cannabis stores, weed stores? That's a lot. So, here's a short we did on ivermectin's toxicity. Oh, here, somebody else had a TA said no on Nutricost niacin. Seems to be sustained release. Makes my liver cramp/hurt. That's not a good sign. And some people out there say that certain companies have been mixing stuff with nicotinic acid. I said Nutricost, I don't like them. Don't. So stuff can still make you flush. You could still, so Bonjo was saying it has caused me to flush after minutes, so I'm not sure about what you say. I don't trust it. And if something was half flush niacin and half niacinamide, you could still flush, of course, right? So it doesn't mean that there's no flush niacin in it. It means I don't, something about that company, I don't like them. I don't trust it. Call it a hunch, call it intuition, call it whatever. So anyway, you can take it if you want it, but people asked me, so I gave them my answer. Let's see. Okay. Lynn says pool can primordial soup. Yeah. Pools, when you think about it, why do they put all that chlorine in there? It's to oxidize all the toxins that come off of people. When you think about it, like everybody's swimming in a pool and everybody's butts in there, and it's just like, what are you swimming in? And then you got all the sunscreen and all the other cosmetic toxic crap washing off of people into the pool. Okay, Conscious P3 said, yes, I agree. I think it is both copper and nickel with your new research. Always had sensitive ears since I got earrings around 10 years old. Got worse with my first pregnancy. I can't wear jewelry even if I wanted to. Lynn says, time flies in here. Imagine me. I'm like, I got to go talk for another hour or two after this in the inner circle. And actually, Joe commented about how I don't seem like he used to watch me, like as soon as we cut off the show, and I would kind of like shut down when I was done with the show. And I'm not doing that anymore. So he noticed that. He pointed that out to me. Let's see. Lynn asked, have I heard of alpha-gal syndrome from ticks? I've heard of it. I don't know how much I put into it. I would tell you that there's probably, I think malaria is somehow the mosquito bite. Anthony Mawson wrote a paper on this. The mosquito bite, or whatever the mosquito puts in you, is triggering some vitamin A dump into your system, because the symptoms of malaria are almost exactly like the symptoms of retinoic acid syndrome. So alpha-gal syndrome, I think it's probably related to some toxin that's getting stirred up. Something like that. I don't know. Maybe it's affecting iron, and all of a sudden, just because red meat has so much iron in it, they can't eat anymore. I don't know. I'm just thinking stuff up off the top of my head. But it could all, I don't know. I don't know anybody with it. So, it's like, what was it? Joe Rogan was saying, he's like, I don't know if dinosaurs existed. They weren't around for me to ever see them. Not that I'm endorsing Joe Rogan. It's just that line of thought. I'm like, anything that I have not experienced or seen with my own eyes, I do not automatically believe that it happened just because I'm told that it did. Like ancient Rome, did it happen? I don't know. I wasn't there. You know, did the 1960s happen? I don't know. I wasn't there. My mom was, supposedly. I don't know. I wasn't there to see her when she was there. You know what I mean? So this is just the nature of being a skeptic while also having distinct beliefs. I believe in the things that I've found. And then, so if I see research, do I believe it right away? Like AI does? No, I don't. If I see enough anecdotes and research, or I talk to somebody who has done something that I know, like Kelsey, and they tell me that this is the way it is, and then I try it and I get to verify it, trust but verify, then we have something to stand on. So let me see. I got a super chat. Thank you, Fernando. Let me put that up. Oh, here, I'll hit on this one real quick. Jillian said, my mom just did a trace elements HTMA and her copper was over 5. That's really high. If you don't, I don't expect you guys to know. I want people between 0.5 and 1.0 on a hair test. She said, definitely have to look at the blood test next, but that seemed crazy to me. We do both, the blood test and the hair test, where we get to see zinc and copper on the blood test and the hair test, because one can be high while the other is low, and vice versa. Generally, if you ever see high copper on either one, you're copper toxic. That's it. So almost everybody shows up as copper toxic. And in the hair testing world, they'll, like, one of their indicators for copper toxicity in the, not the hair testing world that I'm in, but they'll say, if you have low copper, that's a marker of copper toxicity. And I was always like, wait, so if you have high copper, you have copper toxicity. If you have low copper, you have copper toxicity. If you have okay copper, you might have copper toxicity. What in the world am I supposed to believe here? Like, and then I started testing blood. And then we have two angles to look at it. And it's very easy to understand, in that all we know is that the copper it's like the nickel studies where they got blood and urine. And then we looked at a hair test where it doesn't always show up in one, but it might show up in the other, where mine showed up in my hair test, but it didn't show up in the blood and the urine. My hair test was like 7 times off the chart. That's why when people say, oh, hair tests are no good for anything, I'm like, blood tests absolutely suck at certain things. So why don't we do both and get a dual look at it? And then one might show it, both of them might show it at the same time, or just one might show it. If we have both of them agreeing, then we can be pretty darn sure that that's what we got. Anyway. Oh, we're at 4:52. We got 8 minutes. Oh, okay. Here, TA says, like Dr. Smith says, no longer trust Nutricost. Their creatine, the CreaPure version, makes my whole smoothie stink. There's something wrong with Nutricost. I don't know. I don't use them. Joe's giving an interesting improvement. I sense I can scratch the top of my back a little higher from underneath. So your shoulder's a little more mobile. Okay. Oh, so if somebody wants to go do this on YouTube, if you can find the short where I talked about the stainless steel bowls and the dog, Jillian's testimonial. If somebody could go find that and post that here, we'd be really appreciative. Joe wants to try to make it go viral. So, I'm not going to go look for it because I'm doing this. I don't need the dead air of searching from it. Oh, here you go. So TA says, with the now niacin, don't accidentally buy the sustained release. I accidentally did that, but at least now clearly labels their sustained release, unlike what Nutricost appears to do, IMO, in his opinion. Cottony Circle asks, is PEA a 5-alpha reductase inhibitor, as in, does it inhibit the production of dihydrotestosterone? There is very little hormonal research on PEA. All I can tell you is my experience in the gym since doing it. And since I've started doing the flush niacin and the PEA, because I started them around the same time, I talked about how my hair was getting better since I started doing those things, and the low nickel diet, which all fits together. So I'm not going to be able to separate out which one did which, but the whole idea is they all fit together. Oh, Joe posted the dog video short. So if you want to go click on that, yeah, just type in this first part and then do that last letter part. Make sure to go like it, hype it if you can. I don't know if you can hype shorts, but yeah. LeBrad says, haha, dang, Doc, still at it. I came back to catch up. Oh, I didn't do Fernando's super chat. Sorry, I was looking for it. Bonjo says, I can't buy Dr. Smith's niacin because shipping to my house is like $60, though it's probably the best. Sorry about that. Shipping is getting to be really bad. Like even the shipping employees, like the FedEx employees and the UPS employees, they're complaining about like how they're just worked like dogs. Let's see. Well, Joe, can you post Fernando's super chat? I'm having trouble finding it. Baptized asks, can you tell us about the specific need for glucose, et cetera, in regard to nickel detox and general detox? You've hinted at this, but never did go into detail yet. Kelsey has a study on it. Okay, super chat from Fernando says, ever been recognized in public? To this point, no. I'm not exactly, like, I'm not after being a celebrity. So when it does happen, I mean, if you guys see me out there, I'm not going to say, like, don't say hi. But, like, I'm not trying to do this to have people recognize me. I'm not a total introvert, but I definitely, you know, I don't know. I'm just a normal guy. So I don't know. I kind of like my anonymity still. That may go away someday as this gets bigger. But yeah. Well, okay, so like as an example, okay, let me go back to Baptized in Fire's thing. Could I tell you about the specific need for glucose in regards to nickel detox and general detox? You need energy to run detox. Okay? So if carbs are basically easy, get the NAD, and then you have carbs, which, ATP and stuff like that. Carbs can just be broken down and turned into energy. If you're only eating protein and fat, like your body has, this is the simplest explanation I can give you. To break, you need glucose, and I think there's 10 other sugars in the blood that have been found, 10 different sugars in the blood. But if your body is breaking down protein and fats to turn them into carbs, that is an energy intensive process. You lose energy doing that, which is why people think it's so good to diet, is because it's horribly inefficient. So if you're using up your energy to simply make energy, there will not be energy left for detox. So that's a very simple explanation of it. And then Kelsey had another study where I think it showed that glucose was somewhat protective against nickel toxicity symptoms. I haven't gotten that one yet. I have so many papers to go through. Bonjo Nice says the goat. Well, thank you. And TA says, absolutely. I believe you're talking about the 5-hour thing. We're at 4 hours and 58. Well, thank you for this. Bonjo says, no kidding. Dr. Smith is the greatest medical scientist of our time. I was talking to, I got the joy. I don't know if he'll watch this. I'll have to tell him. I got the joy of meeting and talking to Garrett Kramer. You can look him up on Wikipedia if you want. He's a great guy. He's into, he was into sports psychology and stuff like that. And then that developed into getting into consciousness and other stuff. And I got to have a nice long chat with him the other day. And it was very exciting to talk to him. And he's very into the work, and he's introducing me to other people now. And this is really very exciting. So Garrett, I want to say it was great to meet you. He has just so you know, he has 1 T in his name. I have 2. I mean, I insist on spelling things correctly. So, but yeah, I wanted to say that it was really exciting to meet him and have, while we were talking, he actually got a text from another person. I won't say their name, but a pretty big guy in the pro golf world. This gentleman literally texted Garrett in the middle of us talking and said, "Have you heard of this guy, Garrett Smith?" And I was on the phone with him at the time, and he tells me this, and I'm like, "Wow, really? That's pretty awesome." So we are spreading out. We are getting out there, and with the new shorts and reels that I've been working on, I have help on them. They're not all me. But yeah, we are after one of the things, I guess, that I brought up Garrett because he and I both are sincerely after the truth. And if we realize that what we thought was the truth before is wrong, then it is our duty. It is the only thing we know how to do, is to change to what the new truth is. If, like, just like me with flush niacin, I used to give people vitamin A. Now I'm against it. I used to give people vitamin D before vitamin A. So all the people out now who are like, vitamin D is rat poison, I'm like, you're welcome. I was pushing that like 2014. If you watch the 2018 Inner Circle, I was talking about don't do vitamin D. Cholecalciferol is literally sold as rat poison. I don't use it in practice. So, but thank you for that compliment. I don't know. I don't know why I was blessed with this gift of sorting through BS, but that's what I was put here for. And TA said, just got to say, Dr. Smith, your naturopathic class is one of the last of the old thinkers that can see things outside of the mainstream alt health box. Keep it up. It's the only thing I know how to do. You know what I was thinking the other day? I looked up the annual naturopathic medical convention, where it was this year. And it's always in the summer. It was in Madison, Wisconsin, I believe. And when I looked it up, it was actually only a week ahead. So I was like, I was sitting there thinking, I was like, I should go make a nickel toxicity presentation to the NDs, because they could probably wrap their heads around that. Whereas it is impossible. They will never wrap their heads around vitamin A toxicity. But if they find a new toxin to tell everybody about, they might grab onto that. They might actually let me speak, because they weren't interested in nightshades, right? But those are vegetables. Those are good for you. And they aren't interested in vitamin A toxicity. But maybe nickel toxicity, I can get in and make a dent and then start opening some minds. And then Kelsey might get to come with me on a little trip. That'd be fun. WSJXFF says taking PEA away from charcoal is important, I gather. I don't think it's a problem. I don't. I take mine in the morning with my detox sludge. It was actually, I've been getting benefits from doing the PEA powder the whole time, but when I got the capsules, and I wasn't, trust but verify, I wasn't taking what Kelsey said about the mouth, putting in your mouth method strongly enough, I started taking the second 2 doses of the day as capsules. And then something in me was like, I don't feel as good as I did before. So then I went back to the powder, or opening the capsules, and everything seemed to come back online. So yeah. Oh, we're past the 5-hour mark. Okay, Baptized in Fire said, kratom, whatever, how you want to say it, saved my life and kept me off pills. I'd be dead if not for it. It's great for pain with no high. You can't be more on about it, though. It is an herbal drug, not a health supplement. Yeah, so I mean, it can help, like, okay. So there's PEA now. Now, honestly, let's say I had to go get a surgery. Okay. For whatever reason, right? When I'm recovering from the surgery, like let's say high dose the PEA. Okay. Let's say I need more than that. Might I use some medical marijuana? I would consider it. Yeah, it's better than the pain drugs. And then if I had to go to another level, I don't know. I might consider kratom or whatever, however you say it. And I might do that. You still got to do what you got to do, right? Again, I'm not going to if I'm doing something temporarily, like when the people I heard about taking kratom every day, just because they liked how it made them sleep, and then they have opioid withdrawal symptoms afterwards. That's like, it is an herbal drug. So is weed. Nobody has a weed deficiency. And remember, people are going to say, but PEA is an endocannabinoid. No, it's an endocannabinoid-like compound. They say that multiple times in the research. And your body makes it. Does your body make THC or CBD? No, not last I checked. So there's a big difference. Mike Lancy says, Jesus, still streaming. Let's go. Well, yeah, I'm at 5 hours and 5 minutes now, so I can wrap it up. Oh, okay. So Lynn says, my grandson was diagnosed with alpha gal after extreme cramping eating meat. It got worse. He was mildly anaphylactic after gelatin and candy. Okay. Yeah, I'll folks, I know not everybody can do this, but if you can move to places where there aren't ticks and mosquitoes as a general rule, that might be a good idea to avoid what they are trying to do, whether it's alpha gal or West Nile or whatever. Northern Idaho looks pretty good. That's all I'm going to say about that. Oh, man. Louise says, an autopsy on my brother found kratom in his system. He was 45 and died early in 2021 when people were isolating from COVID. Okay. Yeah, we're going to wrap this up. Last one. Eliza says, thank you for being awesome, Gem Fairy, as in the lovely Kelsey, Joe, and Doc Smith. I'd love to watch some cooking examples using both activated charcoal and biochar. Biochar, the potential of biochar is there. I thought about trying to make a supplement of it, and nobody will grind it up. Like, I'm not grinding it up in my house. Kelsey inhaled charcoal when she used to make the Niacin black, and she was mixing it up. And Kelsey does not like making charcoal stuff anymore because of inhaling it. Like, the one problem you can have from charcoal is either, inhaling the charcoal drink down the wrong hole or breathing in too much charcoal into your lungs. Those are some of the very few problems that can come about from charcoal. So like biochar being the same thing, I'm not going to ask Kelsey to grind it. I don't know that I want anybody else to. I mean, there's going to be companies making activated charcoal already. They're going to make it anyway. I'll still get the Zen Principle hardwood charcoal. But in terms of figuring out how to use biochar, other than using it in your garden, I don't know how to use it in a way, because nobody's going to want to put chunks of biochar in their mouth and chew it up. But cooking examples using activated charcoal, it's pretty simple. You add the charcoal to your food and you eat it. But other than that, I don't know of any cooking examples. There used to be the black oyster cult within the Love Your Liver program where people were eating overnight oats and they were adding charcoal to it. Quite a bit of charcoal. And they felt better. Well, oats have a lot of nickel in them. So maybe that amount of charcoal was binding up some of the nickel in it and some of the copper. So anyway, Joe wants to play. Joe, do you have the short? Do you have it ready? Let's do that. That'll be the last thing. Okay. Okay. Hit play. Oh, Joe, you got to get the volume's not on. Got to turn the volume up. With corticosteroids. They're full of nickel. Like the sound was animals are drinking out of a stainless steel water dish. Stop it. Stop poisoning your animals. Actually, Jillian, if you ever want to make a comment in the live chat about how well you're. So first we started fixing, not purposely, people started fixing their dogs and their cats with the low vitamin A principles. And now Jillian is the first person who is now fixing her dog with low nickel. Massive histamine reactions in the dog. The dog was medicated with corticosteroids for years. Dog is almost off corticosteroids now. And the low nickel diet was the big thing. And she said the dog had detox. Literally, the dog was having low nickel detox symptoms. She said it was pretty rough there for a while. So Jillian, whatever you want to add to that, go ahead. It happens to dogs too. So it's not just people making it up. Also, yes, get rid of the metal bowls because they are seriously causing so many issues. Okay. Okay, now my butt is getting really, really sore. So we're going to run the end of the show now. So we have 5 hours and 10 minutes and we still got to run the links. I'm going to run these links fast because my butt hurts. I'm done. Okay. NutritionDetective.com. This is our main website. This is where you can go to find our shop, the VIP store for the Love Your Liver members with the exclusive stuff like the Niacin 100 milligrams and 250 milligrams as exclusive products to just the Love Your Liver members. The Love Your Liver program is the membership link. That's where you can find like my life's work. I started adding this last week. I started adding a nickel section finally to it. So it's okay if you guys, if you poke at me to get me continuing to add stuff in there because I need to add it in there. That's where you can also find consultations with the lovely Gem Fairy, also known as Kelsey, hair testing, blood testing, and the consultation. And then we have the instructions to the supplements there, as well as, you can buy the supplements and then you can find the instructions on how to use them if you don't already know them. Next, the Love Your Liver program is at members.nutritiondetective.com if you want the direct link, or you can go to the membership link on the website. That's where you can find it. This has a social, it's like a mini social network in there of people who are all aligned in the same direction. If you're tired of nonsense on comment threads in social media or Facebook or forums or whatever, and you're into this stuff, that's where you want to go. Free email course. If you are interested in getting on our email newsletter list, which we're going to be sending out more newsletters on a regular basis soon, madnessofmodernnutrition.com. You get a free, I think it's a PDF. It used to be about 17 emails, but we just put it into a PDF instead. That's where you can find that. Or if you have somebody you want to introduce to our work, that's where you can find that. So YouTube, you're probably watching this on YouTube. Otherwise, you may be watching it on Rumble. All of our episodes are backed up on Rumble. Nutrition Detective. If you're looking for Nutrition Detective on the internet, you're going to find me. Rumble. Oh, so Rumble, our Rumble channel, rumble.com /Nutrition Detective. So sometimes a channel like the main one that I'm on has naughty words or naughty terms that I shouldn't use, and I get in trouble. And we had one episode taken down. That was episode 198. You can find that episode on Rumble, and you can find the generally unedited versions. Well, normally the live streams are unedited on Rumble. When I'm putting the old Inner Circle archives up on Rumble, I may still do some of the edited versions because I don't want people taking boron. Don't take the pesticide, insecticide, infertility agent boron. It's not an essential mineral. Don't. So I used to try boron. Boron made my back so stiff after a while. Referred kidney pain. That's what that was. And I finally figured that out. So I don't recommend boron anymore. You don't need it. You don't want it. I don't care what the meatheads on Twitter have to say about it. Twitter or X.com. If you're into that, I post my shorts and reels there. And otherwise, we have Instagram. On Instagram, the meta stuff, Instagram and Facebook, I am the.real nutrition detective. Facebook, like I said, the.real nutrition detective. TikTok, nutrition detective. Substack, drgarrettsmith.substack.com. the lovely Beth Martens, who is in the live chat always. She's always there. She's a huge fan. Her and Dagmar, they're doing their own like podcasts, Beth of Fresh Air. And so Beth has her whole channel, but Beth also does. There is no financial association here between her doing this in my group and myself. I've used Beth's services, her sessions. I've done 2 of them. I highly recommend them. But what she offered to do was to do a free weekly, what she calls deprogramming your health group inside the Love Your Liver program. So you can literally go to this free group if you're in the Love Your Liver program every week, get tools to work on mental patterns or programs that you might be running that are keeping you sick. And I talked with Beth actually live on the live stream last week about it. So if you want to see that, if you want to hear, you want to, see her and hear her talk about this work and hear me talk about it at the same time, that's where you can go for that. And Beth also helped me, that what you see there, the Love Your Liver number 231 to 233. She helped me to do the Toxic Bile Paradigm 3-part series, which still holds true with the PEA and the flush niacin and the low nickel diet. It all still, everything from the low nickel stuff and the other things we're finding that help all fit very well within the toxic bile paradigm. So nothing has changed. We just figured out more problems. The Reviv Mouthguard. Here is the link if you want to get it. There's a discount code. I went over the skull changes and deformations of the cranium. We had an episode with Ken Lever, the creator of the Reviv Mouthguard, and I did another episode on how toxins actually in the research change the shape of your skull. The Reviv Mouthguard is a passive way of potentially returning your skull towards the shape that it was meant to be. And if you had dentists or orthodontists mess up your bite, your whole skull can kind of collapse over time. And if your skull, which houses your brain and the cranial nerves, is collapsing, things start getting pinched and things start going wrong. I wear my Reviv Mouthguard every night like clockwork. When my son gets his braces off, thank goodness, I think that happens in like a week or 2. I'm so excited so he can get that nickel out of his mouth that I didn't even know about when he first put him in. He will be, instead of doing a retainer, he is jumping right into a Reviv Mouthguard. So I'm really excited about that. Sperti lamps. If you live somewhere, so I'm going to be spending lots more time in northern Idaho where it's not sunny. Kelsey has a Sperti lamp that I will be using. There is also at the gym I found in town, they have a apparently really high-end tanning bed that has red light and UV light at the same time that I'll probably be using during the winter months. Like if you want to get a home unit, the Sperti lamps are good. And those are affiliate links. But yeah, you can do either one. One has more UVA and less UVB. The more UVA tends to break down more vitamin A. The more UVB one, the vitamin D sun lamp, makes more vitamin D. They both have some of the other. So it's really just, if you want to get a little tan with your light exposure, get the tanning lamp. If you just want vitamin D and you don't want to get any tan, get the vitamin D lamp. They both help. Okay, we didn't show a lot of the studies from GLASP today. We kind of did a couple of them, but if you want to see the highlights, if you want to go to a website and see the highlights of the studies, the things I highlighted in yellow on the screen, you can go and search those things. So if you search for the term nickel, you can find all of the highlights I've made on all the studies that I've been over in these live streams and find the highlighted parts of them. And then you can have the link to the study too. So, okay. I am Dr. Garrett Smith, also known as the nutrition detective around these here YouTube parts. We just set a record long show over 5 hours. We're actually at 5 hours and 19 minutes now. So I'm still going. Like, what other influencer do you know who can actually talk coherently and make sense for 5 hours? So do I blame Kelsey for the flush niacin and the PEA lately, because it has made a difference in this. It's making a difference everywhere. And many of you are feeling that already, or you have your PEA on the way. And so you get to do it. Just start slow, get into, let it do its work. Just remember, it's a slow burn. It builds up. Think of it as we have toxins that build up over time. PEA is a good lipid compound that also builds up over time. So don't expect drastic results right away. You may get them, you may not. Don't forget to look at the document I made for this show. It has all the references for all the kg lipid cleanse protocol, combination of flush niacin and PEA 2 to 3 times a day. And then there is the instructions on how to buy and how to take PEA specifically. Okay, so that's in the document for today. If I forget to put it down in the info box after this video goes up, tell me, and I will make sure it goes there. So, okay, so today's show, the KG as in Kelsey and Garrett lipid cleanse, PEA and flush niacin for fatty liver and detox. This was episode 259. We're almost to 260, which is 5 years straight of not missing a week. So that's pretty exciting. Hope you all enjoyed the show. I'm not going to do a 5-hour episode next week. I promise it. Maybe we'll just do Q&A. So we'll do that. There's Joe. If you want to scan the QR code, Joe's been making these cool, cards for the show for you. Have a great week. I have a very busy week ahead, so hope to see you all next time. Hope you all get all the benefits from the PEA. And if you have any issue with it, just take less until you can go back up. Okay? Have a great week. Bye now.